Chapter 2200, Luck Gamble. Fang Yuan activated 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, which inflicted backlash to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at every moment. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to suppress Limitless chains and control them. She was basically protecting Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable heaved a deep sigh. Even if she was the number 1 person in the wisdom path, she had more problems than she could cope with. From her point of view, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the strongest enemy in her life. She had to pay enough attention to him. Comparatively, Fang Yuan's threat was lower, but he could not be ignored. After all, many Venerables had invested in him. Even Star Constellations will had invested in him when Spectral Soul refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fang Yuan could not be left alone. If he was allowed to act as he pleased, he would give her huge problems. Having this understanding, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly took out Book Mountain. A chess piece flew out. It was Zhou Xiong Xian. Zhou Xiong Xian landed on the middle of the mountain and controlled it with all his strength. Book Mountain let out golden light. They were actually Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's Luck Path Killer moves. These Luck Path Killer moves attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, stopping him temporarily. Almost at the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not activate Dang Hun Luo Pasil. This method was amplified by his countless Dao marks. It was far stronger than Hu Elevation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could disregard the cost to retrieve Star Constellation chessboard formation and release Limitless chains. Adding on the previous accumulated hatred towards 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, Fang Yuan would be fiercely shackled by Limitless chains. His situation would be even worse than Qi ancestors. At that time, Fang Yuan would lose his battle strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could take out Star Constellation chessboard again and make the situation greatly advantageous for Heavenly Court. Naturally, in the process of Star Constellation chessboard being stored and taken out, it would be damaged, and even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would suffer damage. But how great would this damage be? According to Fang Yuan's estimation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could endure it. So, Fang Yuan did not attack. Instead he retreated into the 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Fang Yuan's action was within her expectations. Information about Dang Hun Luo Pasil had already been transmitted from the Door of Life and Death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was slightly disappointed that Fang Yuan did not use this method. But, Fang Yuan retreating into the 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi made it convenient for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take her next action. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave a cry. Hundreds of vertical and horizontal starry paths twisted and turned like water waves. They quickly gathered and weaved an azure sphere, covering all the 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi and Fang Yuan inside. Fang Yuan was actually sealed. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was still continuing to spread, but the space inside the azure sphere was vast. It would take a long time to fill it completely. An excellent response. Fang Yuan praised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Wisdom Path and Star Path to imitate Space Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not break 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, but found a way to restrain it. This response was amazing. Not only did she use Star Constellation chessboard formation to a whole new level, there were extraordinary methods like Dao embroidery used as well. Fang Yuan was trapped, but he was not hurried. He waited for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's performance. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was extremely shrewd. He definitely realized Heavenly Court's weakness and his side's advantage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the risk to deal with Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a good chance of success over on his end. On the contrary, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan could make some arrangements. Although the strength of these cheap tricks was small, they would definitely cause great annoyance to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If they were not resolved immediately, these cheap tricks would become the key to suppressing Heavenly Court. Sure enough, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted. A giant wave of golden light pushed Book Mountain aside as it charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Book Mountain was sent flying like a meteor. Zhou Xiong Xian, who was on the mountain, was already smashed to a pulp. This was the price of forcefully controlling Book Mountain. This rank 8 expert used all his strength but only stopped Immortal Zombie Giant Sun for a few breaths of time. This was the case even when he had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had also restrained his strength to prevent damaging Limitless formation. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun managed to get some free time. He immediately began preparing a method. This chance did not come easily. When he fought with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable earlier, they attacked constantly. He had no such chances. However, at the next moment, this killer move is finally complete. Golden Hooped Great Immortal suddenly appeared. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, you fooled me. I invited you to Heavenly Court as a guest, but you took the chance to make your arrangements. During the Fate War, Heavenly Court headquarters was ambushed by your Longevity Heaven. The moment he finished speaking, Golden Hooped Great Immortal used his life and all his cultivation to activate a killer move. The mysterious light shone down and fell on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's head, turning into a golden hoop. The golden hoop bound Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's forehead, causing his mind and body to turn slightly sluggish. A female immortal appeared behind Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. It was Qing Ding Ling. Giant Sun, I am repaying you for all the humiliation you have given me back then. Qing Ding Ling shouted, slamming her hands on Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's back. Immortal Killer Move, Luck Gamble. A black and white goo worm resembling a die flew out of Qing Ding Ling's phantom aperture. It rolled rapidly before coming to a stop. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, 3. The die goo worm rolled once again before coming to a stop, revealing a number on its surface. Qing Ding Ling, 5. Bam! In an instant, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's vast luck was transferred to Qing Ding Ling. Qing Ding Ling's body shook, her face reddened, and her teeth clattered together. She could only endure with all her strength and had no strength to fight for the moment. Back then, when I forcibly took away a portion of Crazed Demon Cave's Thieving Heaven true inheritance, a mysterious immortal goo escaped. I could not catch it in time. It seems like it was obtained by you in the end. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun came to a realization. Qing Ding Ling perspired profusely as she took in the endless luck while replying with hatred. To deal with you, I gave up on Metal Path. I sealed and buried myself deep under the earth in a metal coffin, cultivating in seclusion as I comprehended Luck Path. During these 300,000 years, this gamble goo was attracted to me and came to the metal coffin one day. From that moment, I realized this was the backlash of you forcefully taking Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It is also my fortuitous encounter to take revenge. Gamble, gamble, let us gamble with our lives. The intense golden light around Immortal Zombie Giant Sun dimmed rapidly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression turned solemn. The foundation of his combat system was based on powerful and prosperous luck. He had all kinds of killer moves that helped him to maintain positive and powerful luck. For instance, the unforeseen disaster killer move he used in the Door of Life and Death, to extract his bad luck to deal with the enemy. Although it reduced the size of his luck path methods quickly restored it. On the whole, his luck became even better. Once Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's positive luck was stronger than the enemy's, his defense, offense, healing and other aspects would also rise based on the difference, always being higher than his enemy's. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's methods were extremely powerful and exquisite. Under the support of such a combat system, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was invincible. His luck path methods had never been spread. How could other goo immortals seize his luck? Most goo immortals' luck would fall to rock bottom within 10 or so rounds, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would continue to rise. While it looked like Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was in a stalemate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the fact was that he had already accumulated a huge advantage in terms of luck. At the final juncture, when the Crazed Demon formation stops and the Eternal Life research results emerge, without limitless retaliation anymore, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could erupt with extreme strength. But now, Qing Ding Ling dug at his foundation. Qing Ding Ling had almost performed a miracle. Just based on gamble goo, thieving heaven demon Venerable's retaliation would not be able to accomplish this. Just Qing Ding Ling alone also could not accomplish this. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements and schemes alone could not dig at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's foundation. But these three factors joined to achieve a miracle-like achievement. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun immediately activated a killer move. His thoughts increased and collided rapidly. I fell for Star Constellation's scheme. She had already prepared this trump card to deal with me, but just did not have a chance before. When Fang Yuan used 5 restriction profound light chi, she saw the chance. She intentionally left to deal with Fang Yuan, even throwing out Book Mountain. It was just to show me weakness. She succeeded after all. Book Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes, it was only a chess piece that could be casually thrown. In fact, many Heavenly Court members on Star Constellation chessboard formation were all Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's chess pieces. Even Fang Yuan was used by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to lure Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Just like how Immortal Zombie Giant Sun took Heavenly Court as his enemy, Heavenly Court also considered Longevity Heaven and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun as an obstacle. Fang Yuan? Although Fang Yuan was very strong, even destroying Fate Gu, he was selected by Heaven's will and received the help of Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also made arrangements for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a chess piece. Even if Fang Yuan's ambition was huge, wanting to become a refinement path Venerable, turning into a player from a chess piece, primordial domain was already destroyed, how could he become refinement path demon Venerable? If he could not become Venerable, even if he had more Dao marks, he would only be a pseudo-Venerable. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already returned to being Dao Lords. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left Fang Yuan and returned to fight Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Go! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable pointed at Qing Ding Ling. Star Constellation chessboard formation activated. The chess piece Qing Ding Ling immediately disappeared on the spot and appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The killer move Luck Gamble was already activated. Qing Ding Ling had completed this crucial part. Luck Gamble. After Qing Ding Ling recovered, she activated the killer move again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, 3. Qing Ding Ling, 2. Boom. At this time, Qing Ding Ling's luck surged out and transferred back to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Luck Gamble killer move's power was like this, it could not be controlled by people. The numbers determined victory or defeat, but the outcome was determined randomly. Even Qing Ding Ling, who was the user, could not influence it. Chapter 2201, Damn You, Fang Yuan. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable had expended his own theft path Dao marks to refine this Gamble Gu. Gamble Gu gave random results that could not be influenced by anyone. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was special. He was an otherworldly demon who possessed otherworldly Dao marks. Thieving heaven space was founded on the basis of his otherworldly Dao marks. Meanwhile, Gamble Gu was refined with his otherworldly theft path Dao marks. Gamble Gu did not have any offensive power by itself, it was powerless no matter what the result was. But the Luck Gamble killer move that used it as the core was extremely dangerous. Whether it succeeded or failed, there was no way to predict it. But it was because of this characteristic, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck could not interfere with it. The probability of winning the Luck Gamble was equal for both Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Qing Ding Ling. Qing Ding Ling won the previous time, now, it was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's win. However, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not feel any joy. Because whether she lost or won, Qing Ding Ling would only profit. The reason? It was due to the profundity of luck path. Luck was essentially categorized into two types, good luck and bad luck. The size of luck varied from person to person. In general, the higher the cultivation, the larger the luck. Comparing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's and Qing Ding Ling's luck. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck was extremely vast, it was at Tao Lord level. There was little bad luck, while good luck occupied the majority of it. And Qing Ding Ling? Qing Ding Ling's luck was far smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Bad luck occupied most of it, while good luck was little. Qing Ding Ling was only a rank 8 expert, her luck would naturally be smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Luck was a variable. She was against a powerful enemy like Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, with the luck of all living beings influencing each other. Even if she had good luck, it would be affected and turned into bad luck. Thus, firstly, Qing Ding Ling's luck was far smaller than her opponent's. She was basically gambling with a smaller chip, this was a huge advantage in itself. Secondly, Qing Ding Ling had a lot of bad luck. When it was transferred to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, it would contaminate his luck as well. The basis of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's combat system was positive and powerful luck. This had two crucial points, one was he needed to have vast luck, the other was that his luck needed to be positive, which meant the more good luck he had, the better. If Qing Ding Ling won more and lost less in the luck gamble, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck would greatly decrease. If Qing Ding Ling won less and lost more, even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would obtain her luck, it would mostly contain bad luck. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fell into a dilemma. He had many methods to transform his bad luck into good luck. But this process would spend immortal essence and mental energy, he would be sacrificing many opportunities when he battled Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again. Even worse was that once he turned his bad luck into good luck, and he lost to Qing Ding Ling in the next luck gamble, what would he do? Would he not be reinforcing the enemy? Bam bam bam. There was a chain of self-detonations, over 30 truthful floating ice pieces were destroyed. There was only 10% or so remaining of the crazed demon formation. The crazed demon formation's power continued to weaken, there was also only about 40% remaining of the great world in the 8th layer. Everything was used to nurture the central truthful floating ice piece. The three crazed demon eccentrics continued to carve the truthful floating ice, their expressions becoming fanatic. The strength of limitless countermeasures originated from the crazed demon formation. If not for this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would have already destroyed the source of limitless countermeasures. Back then, Limitless Demon Venerable had deliberately arranged it as one whole to make others hold themselves back if they wanted to obtain eternal life research results. They had to accept the threat and be indistinctly restricted by the countermeasures. As the crazed demon formation continued to disappear, the upper limits of strength in the Gu Immortals fight continued to rise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used more powerful methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable similarly raised the strength of her skills. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was being hindered by Qing Ding Ling, he unavoidably fell into a disadvantage. We must kill Qing Ding Ling. This became a general consensus. Not only Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, other pseudo-venerables also attacked. But this was Star Constellation chessboard formation, since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's painstaking scheme against Immortal Zombie Giant Sun succeeded, how could she let Qing Ding Ling be attacked easily? The situation is not good, we need to reinforce Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. If we want to support Giant Sun, we need to kill Qing Ding Ling. At worst, we need to disturb and break her killer move. But Star Constellation chessboard formation can transfer her anywhere instantly, so we still need to destroy this formation first. After back and forth discussions, it still returned to the starting point. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Stars shot forward one after the other, destroying the protective golden light, and forcing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun to retreat. Guh. He coughed out cold, dark corpse blood. Starlight shone on his chest, no matter how his golden light spread, the starlight was still shining brightly. His injuries were very heavy. Because of Qing Ding Ling impeding him, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's battle strength had fallen sharply. He was actually showing signs of defeat in the battle with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Looking at Immortal Zombie Giant Sun coughing blood, the expressions of Lu Wei-yin and the others changed. Was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun going to lose in the Battle of Two Venerables? The previous battle situation already proved that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the strongest battle strength in the Allied forces. Second was Guyu Fang Yuan. If Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were to be defeated, that would mean the Allied forces lost. However, no matter how unwilling Lu Wei-yin and the rest were, they were aware that it was normal for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to have such an advantage. There were many factors that influenced a fight between Gu Immortals. One was cultivation level and number of Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were equal in this. Second was Immortal Essence and Immortal Gu. Both sides were about the same. Third was battle experience. It was a draw between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Fourth was external environment, whether it could be used or not. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable exceeded Immortal Zombie Giant Sun in this aspect, at least, it was true for the moment. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun used Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Savage Wilderness Great World. He then allied with Fang Yuan, deliberately destroyed Primordial Domain, then allied with Fang Yuan again to explore the Crazed Demon Formation and the Door of Life and Death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought many battles using the strength of Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, Crazed Demon Formation, Immortal Graveyard, Door of Life and Death, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Green Lotus Great World, Star Constellation Chessboard, and Limitless countermeasures. Fifth were combat methods. Gu formations, battlefield killer moves, Gu houses, and all kinds of killer moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were both excellent beyond doubt in this aspect. It was hard to tell who was better. Sixth was combat system. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system contained extremely powerful potential for later, but it was miraculously cracked by Qin Ding Ling. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also possessed an exceptional combat system which she had been using all along. This combat system was the combined combat systems of Ming Hao, Yu Xiao, and Fengye. In the offensive aspect, the main method was Fairy Ming Hao's Flying Star Killer move. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals often used exquisite killer moves because of the superiority of their path. These killer moves usually contained many Gu worms and had complicated procedures for activation. This was why the calculation ability of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals was extraordinary. Only then could they control their killer moves properly. But in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system, the Flying Star method was almost the only method in the offensive aspect. It could be said to be extremely lacking and unvaried. Was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally throwing away the obvious advantage of Wisdom Path? That was not the case. First of all, the killer move Flying Star looked simple, but that was not true. If it was used repeatedly one after the other, every move would be a consecutive move. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was hit by so many stars that by now, the injuries caused by the stars had reached the point of inflicting serious injuries. Secondly, the deficiency in the offensive aspect was exactly Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's ingenuity. Looking at the whole combat system, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took out the calculation requirement from the offense aspect and transferred it onto herself, letting her have an immense grasp over the battle situation at all times. It was because of this grasp over the situation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could use all the surrounding resources to the limit. Even as the weak side, she could win against the strong alliance army that had high numbers. She actually led Heavenly Court to the height of victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system could use the environment to suppress enemies and use emotions to affect them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was one of the victims. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were equal in many aspects. However, in this deadlock, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system was obstructed, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to maintain her combat system and her advantages. These advantages were insignificant alone, but they stacked together until Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fell into the danger of losing. Fang Yuan, it is time to stake our lives and fight. What are you still hesitating for? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly shot towards the azure sphere. Luck Path killer moves erupted like a rainstorm, attempting to break the sphere and release Fang Yuan. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already guarded against this. She immediately attacked, star shadows flickered, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suffered a heavy attack again, his killer move was also destroyed halfway. We must help Fang Yuan, he will reinforce Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin called out. Paradise Earth sighed, sigh, if my tomb had not been destroyed, I would have Venerable cultivation level now and be able to resolve this predicament. These damned fodder. Jean Boudou waved his punch, killing another Heavenly Court member. However, these Heavenly Court Gu immortals would revive shortly afterwards, there was no way to kill them completely. What's more, there was still Qi-Si Ancestor behind Jean Boudou. Half of the Limitless chains on Qi-Si Ancestor had already disappeared. On one hand, other Gu immortals were helping him, on the other hand, the crazed demon formation itself was shrinking. The upper limit of strength in the Gu immortals' fights was continuously increasing, there was now a much higher tolerance for the killer move Hu elevation. However, Qi-Si Ancestor still did not have the strength to protect himself, he required Jean Boudou's constant protection. Everyone, protect me. Paradise Earth shouted, retreating to the center of the group. The other immortals protected him and gave Paradise Earth precious time to use his killer move. Heaven Path killer move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. A mysterious aura spread from his body and charged towards the azure sphere like an air wave. This killer move was extremely profound, it could restore heaven and earth to its normal state, it was the nemesis of battlefield killer moves. It was perfect to break the encirclement. The azure sphere was already enduring the pressure from Fang Yuan, now that the killer move Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm hit, it immediately collapsed. Fang Yuan gave a loud shout, as he flew out like a tiger let out of its cage. Paradise Earth, I hope you can lend me a hand again. Fang Yuan sent out a multicolored rainbow, taking Paradise Earth as he charged towards Qin Ding Ling. Heaven Path killer move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. Paradise Earth took in a deep breath, after using the killer move, his orifices started bleeding, his face became pale as paper. Formless air currents moved forward, everywhere they went, starry paths broke down, turning into nothingness. Without the starry paths, it was difficult for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to move Qin Ding Ling. Her eyes flickered with cold light, she immediately gave up on rescuing Qin Ding Ling and fiercely attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun instead. Damn you, Fang Yuan! Immortal Zombie Giant Sun roared, his chest was torn from the attack and his soul was heavily injured. At this time, Qin Ding Ling was killed by Fang Yuan. However, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not turn the situation around. Thousands of stardust shot towards him, he destroyed most of them but several hundred still struck his body. So much starlight accumulated in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's injuries that they were already intense like fire. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was close to death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to attack him ruthlessly. The final fatal attack. Chapter 2202, Chudu's Danger. Northern Plains. Chu Tribe Headquarters. First Supreme Elder is still in closed cultivation? Today is the day of the battle. Cho Lao Wu continued to rub his hands together. He was thin with a slightly humped back, his naturally sad face looked even more depressed right now. Relax, since First Supreme Elder agreed to Black Moon's challenge, why would he retreat just before the fight? We just need to wait patiently. Haoshan was leaning on a wall with arms crossed in front of him, he showed a composed expression. He was a middle-aged bearded man, he was tall and muscular. He and Cho Lao Wu were good friends, the two could activate a signature killer move called Wind Thunder Roar together. Because of this, Cho Lao Wu and Haoshan were called the Wind and Lightning Demons. After siding with Chu Du, they became second only to Chu Du as the strongest battle strength of Chu tribe. Actually, avoiding the battle is also an option. In another direction, Immortal Wang suddenly said softly. He had a short stature, he had a red nose and small triangular eyes, he was a transformation path Gu Immortal who was proficient in transforming into dog breeds. What did you say? Haoshan was infuriated, he quickly approached Immortal Wang, staring at him with furious eyes. Is First Supreme Elder someone who avoids a battle? He is the mighty Chu Du, are you trying to defame First Supreme Elder? Haoshan held Immortal Wang by his shirt and raised him to the air. Immortal Wang was immediately furious, shouting, "Let go! You brute, if you don't let go, don't blame me for attacking you." Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Chou Lao Wu quickly pulled Haoshan away, while Li Si-chun held Immortal Wang. Li Si-chun had a square face with thick eyebrows and huge eyes, his nose bridge was very tall, his chest had thick black hair that was exposed, he was a man but he wore a flowery skirt. He tapped his fingers together and said in a feminine voice, "Come on, don't argue, okay? I am already agitated, if we have an internal fight now, then our Chu tribe will really face a crisis." Immortal Wang snorted coldly, flinging away Li Si-chun's hand, "This is Chu tribe's crisis. We should deal with it cautiously. If First Supreme Elder was still a lone force, it would not matter to us if he battled or not. But he is not, he is our Chu tribe's First Supreme Elder. Do you know what the consequences will be if he loses? You brute." Haoshan snorted, not saying a word. Because he knew Immortal Wang was not wrong. Chu Du established a sect called Chu Sect. He used his connections and methods to invite many immortals to go against Heavenly Lord Baizu, but he allied with Heavenly Lord Baizu later and forced these Gu immortals into joining him to form Chu Sect. His actions turned the situation around. After establishing Chu Sect, Chu Du used his charisma and tricks to subdue the people's hearts. But good times did not last long. Under the pressure of Longevity Heaven and the Huangjin tribes, Chu Du was forced to change Chu Sect into Chu tribe. Thus, Chu Du took in his trained strength path Gu immortals as his adopted children, removing the sect system and using the tribe system to rule. Even so, Chu tribe was still being doubted and pressured because Chu Du had no children of his own. Thereupon, Chu Du took the initiative to participate in the Fate War. This decision helped to stabilize Chu tribe's status. The situation changed again now. Fate Gu was destroyed, the rumors of giant sun immortal Venerables' revival kept on growing larger. Longevity Heaven sent a command to Northern Plains' righteous path to subdue lone and demonic immortals, attempting to unite Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Lone and demonic immortals were extremely resistant towards this, they felt disgusted towards the Huangjin tribes. Because of this, Baizu tribe and Chu tribe became much more attractive to join. Many of the lone and demonic immortals were solitary. They would rather choose to join Chu tribe and Baizu tribe than join the Huangjin tribes. Chu Du was of lone cultivator origin, Baizu tribe's heavenly lord Baizu was too. These two tribes benefited from this and expanded quite a lot. As a result, they were being watched secretly by Longevity Heaven. Sigh, where did this fairy Black Moon come from? Her origin is mysterious, it is like she came out of a rock, we cannot investigate her background at all. Northern Plains is such a large region, there are many hidden experts, what is so strange about Fairy Black Moon? But she actually challenged First Supreme Elder, she is just asking for humiliation. Not necessarily. Objectively speaking, this person is extremely strong. After she appeared, she continuously challenged many experts, but has yet to face a defeat. In the most recent challenge, she even defeated Lu Chang. Fairy Black Moon revealed new methods in almost every battle. Her totem killer move is her trump card, and she is even rumored to be an inheritor of Reckless Savage. Chou Lao Wu and the group discussed. Currently, He Lu Lan had a huge reputation, she won repeatedly, displaying peak rank 7 battle strength that was comparable to rank 8 strength. And also because of the rumors of being Reckless Savage's inheritor, her overall prestige suppressed Chu Du. I can already see Fairy Black Moon's aims. She has huge ambitions, she gathered so many people around her, challenging people to gain reputation. Right now, she has already become a symbol and banner of the demonic path and lone cultivators. It was an inevitable matter for her to challenge Lord Chu-Du. Even if she did not challenge him now, she would have to challenge sooner or later. Because once she wins, her reputation will double at least, and she will have authority to lead Northern Plains lone and demonic immortals. Haotian analyzed. Under the pressure, lone and demonic immortals who were willing to surrender to the righteous path had already surrendered. The remaining ones were recalcitrants. And these recalcitrants had a few tricks up their sleeves. After all, without strength, they had no qualifications to be stubborn. And to these recalcitrants, Chu-Du, who had established a righteous path tribe and worked with the Huangjin tribes, even having participated in the Fate War, was clearly Longevity Heaven's dog. To them, he was even more hateful than the Huangjin tribes. If Fairy Black Moon defeated Chu-Du, she would definitely win their hearts. Her gains would no doubt be much more remarkable than when she defeated Lu Chang. On the contrary, Chu tribe was already being suppressed by Longevity Heaven. It had to fully rely on Chu-Du. Chu tribe was not tied together using blood relationship. The master-disciple system also could not be openly established. The tribe was mostly maintained by Chu-Du's charisma alone. Chu-Du was the spiritual banner of Chu tribe. Should this banner collapse, Chu tribe would definitely suffer heavily. Their progress would be severely obstructed, they would lose their grasp of the people's hearts, they would start to decline rapidly. People like Chou Lao were worried. Right now, they had already become Chu tribe's core members who enjoyed the benefits. They did not want Chu tribe to decline. Sigh, if we could ask for darling, Lord Fang Yuan's help, that would be great. Li Sichen sighed. Immortal Wang shook his head. No, that is too risky. Lord Fang Yuan's demonic might is indeed awe-inspiring, maybe even Longevity Heaven will show restraint. But what if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revives in the future? Although Fang Yuan is strong, he is not a match for a Venerable. If we do this, it will just be a short-term pleasure. But it is actually a stupid way to isolate ourselves from Northern Plains' righteous path. Keep quiet. They are here. Chou Lao Wu suddenly reminded. More than 10 Gu immortals came this time. Half were Chu-Du's adopted sons, they cultivated strength path and had ordinary cultivation level. The rest were those lone and demonic immortals that Chu tribe had recruited recently. Although their strength was higher than the adopted sons, their loyalty was unable to be verified for the moment, so it was rather troublesome to use them. External elders, where is Lord Father? First Supreme Elder? It is already the appointed time, why has First Supreme Elder not appeared yet? These people asked all kinds of questions. Who allowed you to come? Haotian walked forward, Chou Lao Wu, Immortal Wang, and Li Sichen stood behind him, coldly watching these newcomers. At this moment, the four immortals restrained their internal conflict and stood up as one. External elders, please don't blame us, we are really concerned about our adopted father's safety. Yes, since we joined Chu tribe, Lord Chu-Du is our leader. Is it wrong for us to feel concerned? It became noisy again. Their anxiety was clear as day. Haotian was just about to berate them when an aura spread, which made the immortals turn around. The closed bronze door of the secret room opened. Chu-Du walked out slowly with an indifferent expression. First Supreme Elder. Lord Father. Chu-Du nodded slightly, smiling as he looked around. Since you are here, hold the line for me. Chu-Du's mood was heavy. The actual situation was much more serious than what Li Sichen and the rest discussed. These recently recruited lone and demonic immortals were opportunists, there might even be spies among them. The adopted sons looked respectful and humble, but in fact, they already held resentment towards Chu-Du. On one hand, they blamed Chu-Du for cultivating them into strength path that had uncertain prospects. On the other hand, when they underwent immortal ascension, Chu-Du used them to absorb reckless savages' true meaning, causing them to suffer huge losses. Chu-Du was aware, Chu tribe seemed to be united, but it was already at the juncture of declining. If he could win against Fairy Black Moon, Chu-Du could still maintain the original state. If he were to be defeated, Chu tribe would definitely decline, and it would likely be a disastrous decline. People would look down on them, no one would join, they would keep on growing weaker until Chu tribe members became cannon fodder in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Lord, with so many people leaving, what about our territory's defense? Chou Laowu asked. Chu Du waved his sleeve, saying with a carefree tone, it doesn't matter. How many resource points do we have that are truly valuable? As for the headquarters, Gu Immortals need to be stationed, draw sticks to settle it. Although Chu tribe was established, they had few resource points and were of poor quality. It could be said they were lacking resources to develop. Like this, a few unlucky Gu Immortals were selected to guard the headquarters. Chu Du took almost all the Chu tribe Gu Immortals towards the appointed battlefield. Chu Du was not even a little panicked, moving leisurely. On the way, Gu Immortals of the Huangjing tribes appeared and joined Chu Du's group. These Gu Immortals might exclude Chu tribe and Baizu tribe secretly during normal times, but they naturally stood beside Chu Du when facing an outsider like Fairy Black Moon. When they were halfway through the journey, Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared. Only then did Chu Du truly let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 2203, Blood Sea Clone. It was only Heavenly Lord Baizu's clone, but it was still at rank 8, the Immortals quickly paid their respects. Chu Du was satisfied. Although Heavenly Lord Baizu did not personally come to back him up, Chu Du knew Heavenly Lord Baizu had an exquisite method that could let the clone and main body switch places instantly. Thus, with this clone here, it was no different from Heavenly Lord Baizu personally being here. At this crucial moment, Heavenly Lord Baizu was a reliable partner for Chu Du. Heavenly Lord Baizu had been paying a lot of attention to the impending battle of Chu Du and Fairy Black Moon. After all, with longevity heaven above them and the unity of the Huangjing tribes, Baizu tribe and Chu tribe had to stay allied and endure the immense pressure together. It was just that he had a really urgent mission at this time. The only one that could summon him was naturally longevity heaven. Currently, Heavenly Lord Baizu was in longevity heaven. Beside him was the current generation self-desolation immortal, Yao Huang. Seeing Heavenly Lord Baizu slightly out of sorts, Yao Huang understood inwardly, smiling, Baizu, who do you think will win in the fight between Chu Du and Black Moon? Heavenly Lord Baizu retracted his consciousness, smiling bitterly, from my angle, I naturally hope Chu Du can win. However, Fairy Black Moon is no small character, her strength is hard to estimate. This will definitely be a fierce battle. Lord Baizu is correct. Both cultivate strength path, one has been renowned for a long time, while the other's reputation is rising rapidly. It is indeed hard to tell who is stronger, only the fight will determine the winner and the loser. That Fairy Black Moon seems to have inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, her strength path attainment cannot be underestimated. In my view, Chu Du still has a higher chance of winning. After all, he is a legendary person who had once pressured the whole of Lu tribe. The moment these words came out, Lu tribe Gu Immortals snorted coldly with displeased expressions. A large group of Gu Immortals had gathered around Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang, they were all from Huangjing tribes. As the Gu Immortals were discussing, 5 Elements Grandmaster suddenly flew over. Alright, the formation is set, please enter the formation. A large formation was set up in front of the Immortals. Beautiful blood-red lines were all over the formation. The Huangjing tribe's Gu Immortals stopped talking as they entered the formation, among them was Heavenly Lord Baizu, who brought He tribe's Gu Immortals. Soon, only Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang remained at the periphery of the formation. Yao Huang looked at the formation, saying suddenly, it is good if Chu Du wins, but if he fails, Black Moon might really rise to power. Did you secretly help Chu Du? Heavenly Lord Baizu shook his head, I won't lie to you, I had suggested this to him, but it was rejected. He only wants to use his strength path attainment to fight this battle. To him, this strength path battle holds extraordinary significance. Yao Huang thought to himself, smiling inwardly, Chudu will lose, and it is a certain loss. He Lulan was nurtured by our ancestor, her strength is beyond her peers, and with effort Gu helping her, her cultivation level, killer moves, and other aspects are progressing rapidly. Meanwhile, He Lulan already knows the information regarding Chudu. With this win, He Lulan will become a leading character in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Later on, she will be able to lead lone and demonic immortals with her every action. Right at this time, the sky of longevity heaven suddenly changed, warning alarms started ringing. This was the arranged signal. How could it be so early? Yao Huang's expression changed greatly, as he shouted, quickly activate the formation. Even without his reminder, 5 Elements Grandmaster, who was in charge of the formation, was already activating it. The formation buzzed loudly as blood-red light bloomed. This formation was actually a rank 8 Blood Path Immortal formation. The Blood Path formation produced a mysterious strength that quickly disappeared from the formation and transferred to a mysterious place. At this time, Crazed Demon Cave, 9th layer, in Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made the fatal move. Whoosh. Suddenly, the near-dead immortal zombie giant sun's body burned with blood-red flames. Countless goo worms shone and flew around inside immortal zombie giant sun's aperture, forming a killer move that drew in the blood path divine power from longevity heaven. Among them, familial emotion goo was the first core, next to familial emotion goo was imitation goo. This time, imitation goo had already transformed into blood relation goo, which was the second core. The blood path divine power quickly spread throughout immortal zombie giant sun's body. His ice-cold immortal zombie black blood burned intensely like boiling water. Golden rays shot out from the black blood and spread rapidly like water. After a few breaths of time, all the blood in immortal zombie giant sun turned into the color of gold. His dry black skin, like that of a withered tree, became filled with vitality as it regained a white luster. Thorn-like hair quickly grew and draped down to his shoulders. His eyes that were dark and dim earlier started shining in golden light now. His entire body began to grow taller. He had a slightly hunched back earlier, but was now standing tall with bulging muscles. He became a middle-aged man of over 9 feet in height. Boom! Blood-colored radiance spread, causing winds and clouds to stir. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had completely revived. The whole revival process was extremely short. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found that she was not able to break the blood-red barrier of light around immortal zombie giant sun, and even sensed hints of a trap around immortal zombie giant sun, so she watched from the side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was deep. As I expected, Blood Sea Ancestor was your clone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled, showing his white teeth. Star Constellation, you cultivate Wisdom Path primarily with Star Path as your secondary path. Genesis Lotus cultivates Wood Path and Painting Path. Thieving Heaven cultivates Theft Path primarily with Space Path as the secondary path. With one main and one specialty path, us Venerables can compete with each other on equal grounds. And in my case, I chose Blood Path. It is just that the timing was not right when I was alive. Only after countless years past my death was there enough foundation for my Blood Sea clone to create Blood Path. And talents emerged in Heavenly Court as well. There first were Gu Immortal Fei Shuang and Ning Shui, this master and disciple pair who hunted down my Blood Sea clone. Later, Refinement Path Great Grandmaster Lian Shen Ke refined blood relation Immortal Gu, which almost destroyed my plan. Fortunately, I had backup methods. Heavenly Court had already felt something strange about Blood Sea Ancestor. Thus, they constructed Demon Judgment Board to suppress Blood Path. Although Immortal Zombie Giant Sun succeeded in reviving, the progress of Blood Path was seriously impeded. It did not develop into a mainstream path and was always treated like a detestable path. Even though super forces researched it, they only did it behind closed doors. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's original plan was to keep Luck Path a secret while borrowing the strength of the world to perfect Blood Path, but Blood Path ended up being obstructed. If Blood Path had been prosperous, the current Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would have risen much more. Forget it, how can everything go as one wishes? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh, his gaze moving past star constellation Immortal Venerable, past the formation, towards the distance. There were only a few truthful floating ice pieces left in the crazed demon formation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable solemnly gathered her concentration. In front of her was a fully revived Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with no trace of injuries, and although his strength had not been restored to the peak state, it was similar to Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. And Qing Ding Ling was still in the process of revival. Luck Gamble was already used before and would be difficult to use again with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable already on guard against it. Star Constellation and Giant Sun's fight was definitely going to be an uncontrollable battle of life and death. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt troubled if she had to fight without any considerations. The current situation was not simple, she had various misgivings. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly sighed, Star Constellation, the eternal life research results are right before our eyes, let's hold off our fight for the moment. How about we join hands and get rid of these irrelevant people first? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was dazed for a bit before nodding with a smile, that is appropriate, we should do that. These two Venerables were still fighting a life and death battle earlier, but they were actually working together now. This was undoubtedly a wise move. It would be a shame if bystanders got benefits when two tigers fought. Thereupon, the sensible Star Constellation and Giant Sun were naturally going to get rid of the weak ones first. Boom! Giant Sun Immortal Venerable directly charged towards Fang Yuan, countless golden light rays shot at Fang Yuan like spears or swords. This was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable showing his sincerity to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan was with Paradise Earth, and he had killed Qing Ding Ling not long ago. You defend while I attack. Fang Yuan said to Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth hesitated for a bit before nodding. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Milky white light web appeared once again, the heavenly web was pure without any dust. There were large gaps but they did not allow anything in. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden light rays were completely blocked by the heavenly web. This was the void, there were no outside world's luck path down marks to amplify Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. On the contrary, they were also under the threat of limitless countermeasures. It was not like in the Door of Life and Death where Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained amplification from countless soul path down marks and could also use his full strength without any restraints. 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi. Fang Yuan attacked from afar, 5-colored smoke spread rapidly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not slow down, he kept on charging closer. Golden light constantly flowed around his body. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable entered the 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, the 5-colored smoke flowed away from him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable closed in on Fang Yuan and used a killer move. A golden hand quickly flew out and grabbed at Fang Yuan's head. The giant hand was about to pluck Fang Yuan's luck, but at the next moment, cooking luck pot showed itself. It shook fiercely as it blocked the giant hand. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used another move, the golden hand was reinforced and strengthened greatly. But as it tried to pluck with more force, cooking luck pot's retaliation became even stronger, even directly flicking away the giant hand. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable already knew Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot and that it was quite strong. But this attempt still shocked him. How many rank 8 Immortal Goo did he use to raise cooking luck pot to this level? Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was feeling troubled right now. With the protection of such a strong cooking luck pot, most of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods were useless against Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, the reason Gu Immortals could hardly fight Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was because it was difficult for them to guard against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods. Once Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked their luck, they had few methods to block it, and there was furthermore a low chance of blocking it. But Fang Yuan's situation was different. Chapter 2204, Two Venerables vs Fang Yuan, Double Chapter. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks were blocked. Fang Yuan took the chance to counterattack, but at this time, a ray of starlight landed on Fang Yuan's forehead with an incredible speed. Fang Yuan's head leaned back slightly from the attack. Seeing his defensive methods weakened by 30%, he quickly moved away. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew over and coordinated with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to pincer attack Fang Yuan. At this moment, Fang Yuan was facing the attacks of two Venerables. All the Immortals were tongue-tied. No matter how strong Fang Yuan was and how much reputation he had, was he worthy of being targeted by two Venerables? But thinking about it carefully, the Immortals understood why. After all, among all the pseudo-Venerables, Fang Yuan possessed the greatest threat. Besides Fang Yuan's main body, Qi Ancestor and Zhang Budu were also Fang Yuan's clones. Thus, he also had the largest force here. And the seemingly lone demon Immortal Qi Ju had already made a secret deal with Fang Yuan back during the pursuit battle against him. They had cooperated for a long time. With the sharp increase in pressure, Fang Yuan prioritized on evading. He defended against the two Venerables' attacks while shouting to Paradise Earth and the other Immortals, "We must join hands and unite. Otherwise, with the eternal life research results right in front of us, the two Venerables will not let you gain benefits easily. They will definitely kill us first." Without much hesitation, Shenshang, Paradise Earth, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and others agreed, attacking one after the other. It was just that their efforts could not lift the pressure off Fang Yuan. In Star Constellation chessboard formation, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals tied down the pseudo-Venerables even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Fang Yuan was beginning to flee everywhere, falling into a passive state. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly mobilized Star Constellation chessboard formation to slow down Fang Yuan's flying speed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took the chance to attack. A ray of golden light shot out from his hand. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time and was illuminated by the golden light. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to activate his renowned defensive method. A long robe appeared on him. This long robe had wide sleeves, it was white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there was slow-flowing water. It was the same appearance as Reverse Flow River earlier. Not just that, the surface of the long robe had faint mist surrounding it. There was also a strip of light that was deep azure. It was curvy and wavy, resembling a long sash. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arms, the back of his neck, and around his waist again. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Reverse Flow Protection Seal was outstanding. It immediately reflected Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden light and the flying stars that followed closely behind. Fang Yuan finally gained a slight respite, but he did not dare to relax. His hands opened wide. His left hand released 5 colored smoke. It was 5 restriction profound light chi. His right hand pressed down towards the starry paths, activating a sinister and baleful compound killer move, rotting poisonous dark ash. This move contained the profundity of wood path, poison path, dark path, and fire path. It could corrode everything and destroy their internal structure. As time passes, its damage would become even fiercer. Even when this killer move was cancelled, there would still be continuous corrosion, but the corrosion would become weaker. Fang Yuan had once tried this move on an immemorial year beast. He had stopped this killer move in just a few breaths of time. But the struck immemorial year beast cried miserably for 3 days and 3 nights before it finally turned into a pile of rotten gray ash. Fang Yuan blew it away with just a light breath. Fang Yuan was not using this move to target Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He was targeting this Star Constellation chessboard formation. He must first destroy this formation. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. On the other side, Paradise Earth activated his killer move again. He had the same intention as Fang Yuan, great minds thought alike. He wanted to first dismantle this formation as well. The Heaven Path Killer Move's power was beyond ordinary. Everywhere it went, starry paths vanished and starlight dissipated, restoring it to the original void. Paradise Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned as she threw out numerous stars. Most of them still targeted Fang Yuan, but a small portion attacked Paradise Earth. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation, he had converted to Heaven Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was unable to ascertain his methods for the moment, so she had to be on alert against him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the whole situation and was always calm. As long as there was something odd, she would suppress it immediately. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable targeting him, Paradise Earth also had to be on guard. This reverse flow protection seal is indeed difficult to deal with, but Fang Yuan, how long can you hold on for? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used powerful killer moves one after the other. These killer moves were all reflected back, but Reverse Flow River's water level also fell sharply. Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was renowned all over the world. It was not that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had not prepared for it. It was just that he had not personally dealt with Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal, and after Fang Yuan modified it later, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could only choose the method of consuming it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly. With a shift of her mind, starry paths shook. A grand rank 8 immortal goo house followed the starry paths and entered the battlefield. It was Divine Emperor City. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus was solemn as he activated a method that he had prepared for a long while. Painting Path Killer Move, Scenic Portrait. Instantly, Fang Yuan's portrait appeared inside Divine Emperor City's painting world. Fang Yuan's portrait stood in front of Genesis Lotus Will. He was motionless with his eyes closed, he had no expressions. After Genesis Lotus Will used this killer move, his form began to turn unstable. He clenched his teeth as he activated another painting path killer move called Ink Slicing Thread. Thin lines of ink suddenly flew out of the hands of Genesis Lotus Will. They started slicing the cheeks of Fang Yuan's portrait. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan, who was fighting Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, suddenly shook. His left cheek was cut. The injury was a thin line from which black ink flowed out from. What's going on? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, and almost immediately, his sharp gaze fell on Divine Emperor City. This is a painting path method. It is definitely Divine Emperor City's doing and very likely involves Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. He was right. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned before taking action. Since she could prepare the killer move Luck Gamble against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she would not neglect Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan had not used Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time, it did not mean he had no way of using it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plan would never forget Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The killer move Scenic Portrait was already created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Later, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable worked together with Genesis Lotus Will to modify it, to target Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan had just stabilized his footing with the help of Reverse Flow Protection Seal when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this method. Reverse Flow River could essentially reflect everything, however, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was created by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had almost no understanding of painting path, his attainment level in it was blank. Fang Yuan was aware of this flaw, so he had already gathered some painting path mortal goo. However, it was far out of its depth against a painting path method at this level. As such, Fang Yuan was hit by the killer move Scenic Portrait. This was also the reason why most Venerables cultivated two paths. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path and Painting Path, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable cultivated Luck Path and Blood Path, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Earth Path and Heaven Path, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable cultivated Transformation Path and Strength Path, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable cultivated Theft Path and Space Path. Venerables often cultivated one main path and one specialty path. The first path would be the primary one which could be widely spread. The other path would be kept secretive and mysterious, information about it would be sealed tight. For instance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path as the primary, with Star Path as her specialty. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path as the primary, with Painting Path as his specialty. Fang Yuan's current situation showed the advantage of doing this. Fang Yuan could reflect wood path methods, but he was a stranger to painting path, so painting path methods were effective on him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's situation was slightly special. He had planned to take blood path as the primary, and luck path as his specialty. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created luck path when he was alive. He was the only one to possess luck path. Thus, he kept luck path a secret, but to help Fang Yuan and his ambitions, he left a portion of the luck path true inheritance in 88 True Yang building and with Langya land spirit. After he died, he tried all ways to use his clone to create blood path. He had planned to make blood path the most common path, thus the blood sea clone spread blood path everywhere. He wanted to get the help of others to help him perfect and promote blood path. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus will used another painting path killer move, brush stroke. A painting brush swept past Fang Yuan's portrait, leaving ink traces wherever it brushed. At the same time, ink-black injuries appeared on Fang Yuan's body. The injuries deepened quickly. Compound killer move, man as before. Fang Yuan activated a killer move again to heal himself constantly. But with this, he had no choice but to cancel the rotting poisonous dark ash killer move, which only left 5 restriction profound light chi for his counterattack. Simultaneously activating multiple killer moves did not surpass Fang Yuan's wisdom path limits. But Fang Yuan had to leave some capacity for thinking to deal with any sudden event. Otherwise, once an unexpected situation occurred, and Fang Yuan's reaction was slightly late, it would give the enemy an opportunity. After all, his enemies were venerables, they were not the likes of Qing Ding Ling and Bing Sai Chuan. Moreover, these two venerables had allied. Pressure, immense pressure that was like a mountain pressed down endlessly on Fang Yuan, it would not stop until it killed him. Fang Yuan was in a disadvantage all along, his situation continued to be more troublesome. This was the hardest battle of his life. Comparatively, the battle in the Fate War was not so heated. Fang Yuan is in danger. Paradise Earth and the others wanted to help, but were always blocked by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The two Venerables' attacks were concentrated on Fang Yuan, they only used the remaining small portion of energy to block the other pseudo-Venerables. Finally, Fang Yuan's reverse flow river was expended, he had no choice but to cancel this move. Without the obstruction of this move, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed as he activated an already prepared killer move. The killer move was formless, Fang Yuan was instantly hit. Sovereign Immortal Aperture shook violently, lightning flashed as tribulation clouds gathered. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled, Fang Yuan, the core of this move is Calamity Luck Altar, it can change fortune to misfortune. Your Sovereign Immortal Aperture has too many resources, and it has developed extremely well. How large of a tribulation will form once such a deep fortune turns into calamity? Fang Yuan's expression changed. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Northern Plains. Sacred Eagle City. Tribulation clouds billowed. At the previous moment, it was still a scene of blue skies and white clouds, now the world had turned dark. What's going on? The residents of the city looked at the sky. Shortly afterwards, noisy sounds rose from Sacred Eagle City. Tribulation clouds, there are tribulation clouds again. What is happening? Quick, go ask the city lord for help. The city residents were terrified and panicked as they ran towards the city lord manor. Sacred Eagle City's residents were mostly humans who came from the former Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In this life, Fang Yuan had secretly accelerated Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's calamities and tribulations to subdue it. This caused tribulation clouds to cover the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, creating a huge number of casualties. These residents had such a painful experience, so when they saw the tribulation clouds that was almost the same as in their memory, they immediately acted like spooked cats, screaming and fleeing madly. Inside the City Lord Manor, a transformation path rank 7 Gu Immortal looked at the sky, a bitter expression was on his face too. He was the recently promoted Sacred Eagle City Lord. He was originally only at rank 6, but he received Fang Yuan's help, and his cultivation advanced to rank 7. After accepting a mission, he became the Sacred Eagle City Lord. This tribulation is so huge, Sacred Eagle City only has 3 Gu Immortals. We might not be able to stop it. It is better to ask for reinforcements from Triple Sacred Mountain. Sacred Eagle City Lord immediately sent a request for reinforcements. Triple Sacred Mountain was the center of many northern plains, it was the gathering area of snowmen, and was the most developed area. It was looked after by Fang Yuan's fiancé, Shui. Different from the 5 regions, humans lived peacefully with other variant humans the inside sovereign immortal aperture, helping each other without any discrimination. Sacred Eagle City's residents were very isolated and ignorant. When they first moved into the sovereign immortal aperture, they were helped extensively by Shui and the snowmen, so they had good feelings towards the snowmen. As for Sacred Eagle City's Gu Immortals who came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, these Gu Immortals were also vastly different from the 5 regions' Gu Immortals in regards to their philosophy of life. They took the duty of protecting mortals as their glory. Adding on Fang Yuan's rule and management, all the races in Sovereign Immortal Aperture lived unitedly. The human Sacred Eagle City Lord did not have any mental barrier in asking for reinforcements from the snowmen. At the same time, he had a lot of faith in Fairy Shui's help. Mini Western Desert. An enormous pitch-black city was standing in the depths of the desert. It was Inkman City. Inkman City Lord Mo Tan Sang's cultivation had also advanced to rank 7. He had around 8 Gu Immortals under him, but they were just rank 6. The scale of this tribulation is so huge, its power will definitely be unprecedented. Mo Tan Sang's expression was solemn, he felt heavy pressure. He reacted almost immediately and sent out commands. 2 Gu Immortals were dispatched to maintain the security and prevent the residents from taking vicious actions, like rioting or stampeding. Additionally, 4 Gu Immortals were dispatched out of the city to look after White Steel Bowl Valley, Rotten Swamp, hibiscus trees, and other resource points. If the situation became urgent, these Gu Immortals could immediately retrieve as many of these resources as possible and temporarily place them in Inkman City's storage. Mo Tan Sang's status was similar to Shui's. He was almost like the person in charge of Mini Western Desert, he governed not only Inkman City, but also many other locations. Mini Blue Heaven. A grand city was on a continent above cloud soil. In the heart of the city was a mountain-like hall made from a star snail. This hall was in uproar at this moment. A rank 8 elderly man was sitting inside solemnly as he listened to the reports from various Gu Immortals. He was the old combat beast king, he was appointed as Star Collection City Lord by Fang Yuan and was in charge of overseeing the internal affairs of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This tribulation is too sudden. It is even more terrifying than the one in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, it is much larger and covers the whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture. City Lord, what should we do? Master has taken away almost all the rank 8 Gu Immortals and the strong rank 7s for the fight at this time. Although most of them have revived, they are at Gu Master level. Our manpower is too few, how do we deal with such a tribulation? Even if there were no casualties, could we deal with such a tribulation by combining our strength? That is impossible. Only an existence like Master can protect our home from such a tribulation. Combat Beast King raised his hand, the hall gradually quietened, Master is wise and mighty, he will definitely make a move when he should. But right now, we should remember our responsibility, to protect our home. Even if we die, it cannot crumble our will. Everyone, this is a difficult test, Master is watching us, our clansmen are watching us. As Gu Immortals, if we cannot protect them, if we are afraid of dying, how can we raise our heads in pride later on? We are willing to fight with all our strength. The Gu Immortals shouted together with surging morale. Death was not terrifying. Even if they died, they could revive through human sea. The terrifying thing was escaping in the face of danger and leaving a bad impression on Fang Yuan. There was no doubt that Fang Yuan's will was paramount in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he ruled everything. In Crazed Demon Cave. Dazzling and vast golden light flowed like a sea wave. Fang Yuan retreated rapidly with a solemn expression. He no longer had reverse flow protection seal. Facing the two Venerables, his situation was perilous, almost like walking on a steel rope between cliffs. What was even worse was the trouble in the sovereign immortal aperture. This is a method of all living beings' luck. Fang Yuan looked at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with a malevolent killing intent. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's gaze was eerie. He observed the tribulation aura on Fang Yuan's body becoming denser before he put his mind at rest. Fang Yuan possessed Cooking Luck Pot, which could indeed stop most of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path methods. However, Fang Yuan still could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in terms of luck path foundation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed lightly. Fang Yuan, you have such talent and aptitude, I really don't want to kill you. It is such a pity that your character determined your outcome. I have to get rid of you. If you are really allowed to keep on developing, there will be a day when you comprehend all living beings' luck and heaven and earth luck through the self-luck true inheritance. It is much easier to get rid of you now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable appreciated Fang Yuan's talent, but was even more wary of him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable continued to attack while speaking. Fang Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. Although he had cooperated with Fang Yuan time and again, when they truly fought, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable seemed to be even happier than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to get rid of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn, his eyes shone sharply as he kept silent. He continuously activated all kinds of compound killer moves. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had never heard of or seen these killer moves before. Because of this, it was rather troublesome for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to deal with them. Fang Yuan relied on this to barely maintain his footing. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. I am getting more and more amazed by you, such brilliant and numerous compound killer moves have really broadened my horizons. It is a pity that these killer moves are unsystematic, you still don't have your own combat system. But this is not your fault. I used close to 1,000 years to perfect my current combat system back then. Moreover, making a combat system is not just about time, it also needs plenty of worthy opponents to be created successfully. Fang Yuan, how many years have you lived even after adding up all your lives? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. While speaking, he inflicted another deep injury on Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan did not speak. Comparing foundation, he was indeed inferior to Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a smile on his face as he saw Fang Yuan's tribulation aura increasing by double in just a short while. You already felt it, right? The greatest profundity of my move lies in the number of calamities and tribulations. As many resource points, immortal goo immortals, desolate beasts, and so on as are there in the sovereign immortal aperture, there will be an equivalent number of calamities and tribulations. Those who are struck by this move need to resolve countless calamities and tribulations at the same time. Difficult, this is extremely difficult. Fang Yuan, I won't give you an opportunity to save yourself. Saying so, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked once again. His attacks were unceasing and majestic. Fang Yuan could only block them, and was unable to do anything to the sovereign immortal aperture. It was a scene of an abyss in the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini Central Continent. Flower Mist Extreme Marsh. Large meteorites dragged long tails as they smashed on the ground. Bam bam bam. The meteorites erupted and flames spread, burning the mist, marsh, and extreme marsh flowers around them. Only dry land was left behind. From the inferno, tall flame monsters stood up. As the flame monsters wreaked havoc, a goo immortal streaked across the sky. It was Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone, Wu Shui. With a thought from Wu Shui, ant groups flew out and fought with the flame monsters. Mini Southern Border. There was a downpour on the whole dark inkstone mine. The corrosive rain inflicted heavy damage on the dark inkstones. A Rockman goo immortal was stationed here. He used all his strength to activate his killer moves but could only protect a small part of the mine. Star Collection City was in chaos. Every resource point in the Mini 5 regions and Mini 9 heavens is being attacked by different types and scales of calamities and tribulations. The goo immortals on Firebird Mountain are requesting for reinforcements. Ghost fire is burning Pin Tree Snowfield. If we don't stop it on time, the ghost fire will destroy the whole snowfield. The hairy man continent is being bombarded by lightning, one of the cities is already drowned by a tsunami. A terrifying beast calamity has appeared in mini black heaven, thousands of green claw ghost-winged lions are hunting down soul beasts. Bad news came one after the other. Combat Beast King subconsciously clenched his fists. Despite already being prepared mentally, when the calamities and tribulations really broke out, the severity of the losses made him unable to maintain his calm for some time. But from start to finish, he maintained his solemn expression. At this time, when all the Gu Immortals were panicking, as their backbone, he could not panic. He sent out various commands. Star Collection City began to operate frantically. Manpower and resources were dispatched to every place as they began to deal with the calamities and tribulations. But there were too many calamities and tribulations. Not only was their range huge, they were of various types. Every calamity and tribulation needed to be dealt with using different methods. This was an extremely difficult challenge to the Gu Immortals stationed in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Chapter 2205, Black Fire. News of the first Gu Immortal to be heavily injured and near death arrived. Combat Beast King's heart immediately tensed. So quickly? His mood became even heavier. The more casualties the Gu Immortals suffered, the lower the resistance the Sovereign Immortal Aperture could put up. If this continued until a certain extent, the situation would be irredeemable, like an unstoppable avalanche. Combat Beast King gritted his teeth. Send the orders. Mini Black Heaven does not need to be saved. Give up on rescuing any desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. We will protect the large cities first. Second are the important resource points. How are the results of the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals deductions? Star Collection City naturally had Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. We have not even deduced half of them. There are too many calamities and tribulations. A Wisdom Path Gu Immortal said with sweat all over his head. Take out whatever results you have to deal with this situation first. Combat Beast King almost stamped his foot. The results were soon obtained. Combat Beast King made the decision on the spot. Star Collection City began to mobilize Gu Immortals. Oh? Wu Shuai was the first to receive this command. A strange expression flashed by his face before he slowly retreated. In the short wall of his fight with the flame monsters, Flower Mist Extreme Marsh was already completely destroyed, while the majority of the flame monsters still remained. There were too many of them. Even though Wu Shuai used all his strength, he could only eradicate a small portion of them. These flame monsters' target was already destroyed, so their hostility gathered on Wu Shuai. Seeing Wu Shuai retreat, the flame monsters immediately chased after him. Wu Shuai led them to the west and met another Gu Immortal midway. A group of Qi monsters were chasing after this Gu Immortal. The two Gu Immortals were in the center, but the flame monsters and Qi monsters fought with each other. It is feasible indeed. These calamities and tribulations are not formed naturally, but were created because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move. Since they are only formed through luck path and is not controlled by heaven's will, they are like an army without a leader. We can use calamities and tribulations to deal with calamities and tribulations. Wu Shuai was slightly happy. This was the deduction result of the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Some Gu Immortals gathered acidic rain, while some Gu Immortals directed the heavenly river towards the desert. Under such operations, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture situation finally eased. We have stabilized the situation. Combat Beast King let out a breath of air. In just a short period of time, his face was covered with sweat. Calamities and tribulations came too fiercely. If their reaction had been slightly slow, it might have resulted in destruction. Fortunately, they used every moment, seized the initiative, and stabilized the situation. But this was far from enough. Calamities and tribulations were still playing out in many places. Those that could consume each other were only a small portion. The whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture was still being destroyed by calamities and tribulations. Losses increased at every breath of time. The tribulation clouds above the Flower Mist Extreme Marsh have disappeared completely. Most of the tribulation clouds above the pin tree snowfield have dissipated. The dark inkstone mine is completely destroyed, but the tribulation clouds are also destroyed. Something is wrong. There is an abnormal situation. Reporting. Over 20 tribulation clouds all over the mini 5 regions are showing identical changes. This is the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation. Combat Beast King had just relaxed when he heard the devastating news. This is bad. His expression turned pale. From combining the information in the map of the mini 5 regions in his mind, earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations were appearing in crucial areas. Bam bam bam. Yellowish-brown pillars of light shot out from tribulation clouds. The light pillars struck the ground and continued to pierce down into the ground. A large amount of tribulation clouds swarmed into the yellowish-brown light pillars. They suddenly lit up, and this light flowed down the light pillars into the depths of the ground. Boom! Explosions rang, the earth shook fiercely. Boom! 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 Earth-shaking light pillars in the mini 5 regions were continuing to exert power. Earthquakes were becoming even more intense. Terrifying shockwaves continued to expand. Everywhere they passed by, earth shook, mountains crumbled, rivers changed courses, and seas roared. This luck path method targets the resources in the Immortal aperture. Now that those resource points are destroyed or damaged heavily, earth veins became the conspicuous target. That's why there are so many earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations. They just happen to cover all the earth vein nodes and are seeking to destroy them. Wu Shuai's face was cold as ice. Although these calamities and tribulations triggered by giant sun Immortal Venerable did not have heaven's will to control the overall situation, there would be this kind of change at the later part. It greatly made up for the lack of commands. However, you think the earth veins we constructed painstakingly can be destroyed so easily? Wu Shuai sneered, activating a formation. Earth vein formation was activated, thick and grand aura spread rapidly. The powerful tremors underground were forcefully suppressed. Next, the Gu Immortals dispatched by Star Collection City reached the tribulation areas, and began attacking earth-shaking heavenly light pillars. The huge heavenly light pillars began to break down one after the other. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals coordinated to get past this difficulty. The tribulation clouds changed again. This time, they formed beast calamities in various areas. Immemorial desolate beast-level golden steel earth rats emerged from everywhere and besieged the earth vein nodes. 7 to 8 earth vein nodes were destroyed before these golden steel earth rats were eradicated. A small portion of the earth rats were enslaved by Wu Shuai. Tribulation clouds changed again, but they were still targeting earth veins. The Immortals defended the earth veins strongly using all their strength. They cooperated tightly. Although earth vein nodes continued to decrease in number, the situation was turning for the better. The calamities and tribulations were of all kinds, but their targets were still earth veins. This was a controllable factor, which brought a lot of convenience to the Immortals. Over 10 or so calamities and tribulations targeted earth veins, but after they were repelled by the Immortals, the tribulation clouds that covered the whole Sovereign Immortal Aperture had mostly disappeared. However, when the Immortals thought the tribulations had finally passed, an aura that made the hearts of all living beings in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture shake appeared all of a sudden. At first, this aura was extremely small. But soon, the aura grew rapidly in the deepest part of the tribulation clouds. Amidst the Immortals' puzzled and terrified gazes, a fire burned in the depths of the tribulation clouds. The fire was black. The black fire had just appeared when it burned all the remaining stubborn tribulation clouds. The black fire grew rapidly and started falling down. Wherever it passed by, be it ground or the air, they were all burned into nothingness. The Immortals breathed in sharply. The power of the black fire was horrifying. It was like the nemesis of all existences. Isn't this black fire like the one in the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven? It actually appeared here. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is truly formidable. Wu Shuai's heart jumped. Even an expert like him felt extreme threat from the black fire. There was nothing else to say. The Immortals used their methods to defend against the black fire. However, all the methods were of no use. Even when Fairy Meoween and Lady White Rabbit used all their strength, they could only extinguish a little of the black fire. Moreover, once the black fire was destroyed to a certain extent, it would change form, transforming into black water, black lightning, and so on, killing many Goo Immortals who were caught off guard. At the crucial moment, He Chenqiu took action. Don't panic. The main body also expected this scene, and taught me a countermeasure. He Chenqiu said as he activated a human path formation. The human path formation had the 1,000-wish tree, and also the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. Bam bam bam. Lumps of white light flew out from the formation. These lumps of light were extremely large, they flew everywhere in the mini-5 regions. As long as the black fire spread, the white light would pounce on it. The black fire was quickly dissipating, it changed its form again. But no matter what form it took, it was still continuing to be extinguished by the white light. The white light's effect was excellent, but the black fire continued to gather and grow. It will be really dangerous if this continues. Human path killer moves are effective, but they cannot compare to the black fire's growth. What should we do? The Immortals panicked. Oh no, black fire has appeared on Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. The earth vein formation is also being burned. The situation worsened rapidly. He Chenqiu, Wu Shuai, and the rest were pale. The situation was out of control. The human path formation left behind by Fang Yuan was also implicated. What to do? These Goo Immortals had already tried their best, but they could do nothing. They could only depend on Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body was continuing to dodge, his whole body was bathed in blood, his hair were disheveled, and his arm was broken. He was in a miserable state. He simply could not counterattack and gain any initiative against the two Venerables. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was forced to stop. One phrase could be used to describe the current Fang Yuan, hanging on to his last breath. Giant Sun Immortal Venerables' methods were truly terrifying and dealt with Fang Yuan's methods by destroying their foundation. The Goo Immortals left behind to guard the sovereign immortal aperture could do nothing more, their only hope lay with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not have such an opportunity. The two Venerables attacked like a storm, arriving one after another, not giving him the chance to catch a breather. I must resolve the black fire. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth. If he ignored the black fire, his sovereign immortal aperture would be as good as destroyed. Immortal killer move, Hu Elevation. Suddenly, a Qi path killer move descended, temporarily blocking a Venerable. Qi Si Clone had made his move, he was finally freed from the shackles. Here I come. Jean Budu roared. He was freed from the responsibility of protecting Qi Si, he rampaged and fought his way to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's main body took the chance to retreat. Immortal killer move, Humanly Flame Smoke. He activated his method to save the human path formation first. Then, he coordinated with the human path formation to deal with the black fire that was scattered everywhere. Burning white flames shrouded the black fire, and started tearing it apart. The main body's abilities were indeed extraordinary, the black fire's growth was immediately impeded. However, Jean Budu and Qi Si Ancestor were being beaten back. Paradise Earth. Fang Yuan retreated towards Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth took a deep breath, as he activated Heavenly Web Protection Veil once again. With his help, Fang Yuan obtained a brief respite. When the two Venerables broke the Heavenly Web, Jean Budu and Qi Si Ancestor arrived to reinforce him. The battle had lasted until now, but the two Venerables were unable to take Fang Yuan's life. Both frowned. Crazed demon formation was shrinking rapidly, the limit on the Venerables was being released. Their attacks became increasingly terrifying, Fang Yuan could only flee miserably. Immortal Goo House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Fang Yuan hid inside the Immortal Goo House and activated a killer move. This move used ability Goo as the core, it had the effect of absorbing the black fire. The deadlock inside the sovereign immortal aperture finally began turning for the better. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress protected Fang Yuan for a while before it was broken by the combined strength of the two Venerables. Die. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly used a vicious killer move. Protect me. Fang Yuan cried out in alarm, he was unable to dodge in time. At the crucial moment, Zhang Budu flew over and used his body to block the killer move. Boom! A huge explosion rang, Zhang Budu was torn into pieces, dying immediately. Chapter 2206, Fighting Over Eternal Life. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. The other pseudo-venerables' hearts sank heavily. On the contrary, the morale of Heavenly Court's immortals surged. Fang Yuan lost Zhang Budu, one of his main clones. Zhang Budu's immortal aperture was also quickly absorbed by the crazed demon formation. But fortunately, under the control of Zhang Budu's will, his various immortal goo were sent in time to treasure Yellow Heaven. However, black fire was still wreaking havoc in the sovereign immortal aperture. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked once again. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth as he ordered the Qi-Si clone to block the calamity. Qi-Si clone did not have tough body like Zhang Budu, his death was certain against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attack. But Fang Yuan could only choose to sacrifice this clone to protect himself. However, at the next moment, starry paths shook and twisted, forming an azure sphere that trapped Qi-Si ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was caught unprepared, his killer move bombarded the starry path sphere and destroyed it instantly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable turned around to look at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter heaved a sigh. Lu Weiyin and the rest spirits shook. This was the first lapse in the cooperation of the two Venerables. This was really fortunate. Qi-Si clone managed to escape death, he continued to protect Fang Yuan by his side. The situation in the sovereign immortal aperture had only turned slightly better. As long as Fang Yuan let go of his control by even a slight bit, the situation would erupt again, and the whole immortal aperture would face destruction. A huge sound rang as the void shook. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer disappeared completely, the final merged great world turned into nothingness, and countless living beings became sacrificial offerings. The door of life and death with the immortal graveyard flew away, they were stored by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in her immortal aperture. Crazed Demon Cave had a total of 9 layers. The first 7 layers were swept clean by Fang Yuan, the 8th layer was completely gone, only the final 9th layer remained. And in the Crazed Demon formation in the center of the 9th layer, only the final Truthful floating ice piece remained. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics were on the floating ice, they were activating practice goo together, like they were carving the final part. Seeing this scene, the immortals felt their minds shake, while Fang Yuan silently let out a sigh of relief. The danger had passed. He had finally passed the most difficult time. Indeed, like Fang Yuan expected, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not attack him anymore. Both stopped on their spots, looking at each other. The atmosphere changed subtly. The two Venerables had allied to get rid of the pseudo-Venerables. But Fang Yuan used every method he could to hold on to his last breath. The Venerables' plan had failed. Right now, the eternal life research results were already close to completion. The most important thing now was to seize these results. Whoever tangled with those pseudo-Venerables would be giving the other Venerable a chance. Success, we succeeded. The 3 eccentrics slumped on the ground, shouting hoarsely and excitedly. Immortal killer move, luck gamble. The two Venerables' stalemate lasted for a while, when Qing Ding Ling came out of the starry paths. She used the killer move once again, targeting Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Almost at the same time, Golden Hooped Great Immortal appeared again, using his Golden Hoop to trap Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable clearly held the upper hand. As long as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was struck by these methods, his combat system's foundation would be hit, and he would fall into a disadvantage. Even if he were to not be hit, he would have to slow down for a while to deal with Qin Ding Ling and golden-hooped Great Immortal. With just those few minutes of advantage, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might be able to last until the end and seize the eternal life research results. However, right at this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled. Star Constellation, you have good methods, but you seem to have forgotten something? At the next moment, a rank 8 Immortal Goo House suddenly shone brightly. Most of the void in the 9th layer was filled with this light. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. This Immortal Goo House was already placed in the Crazed Demon formation by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used this to break out of the trap. Fang Yuan and others had also escaped alongside him. From that moment onwards, this Immortal Goo House had been comprehending the Crazed Demon formation's workings until it was shaken off. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not a piece of truthful floating ice after all. After it was thrown out, it hid deeply, and even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have failed to sense it. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not simple, it had comprehended Crazed Demon formation's workings and was compatible with this world. Right now, it was activated by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. It immediately affected the Crazed Demon formation and caused unrest in Limitless chains. The Star Constellation chessboard formation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable arranged had forcefully merged with Limitless chains and also restrained the various pseudo-venerables, including Fang Yuan. It was already at its limits. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly made his move, allowing the chains of Limitless to break free from the starry paths, thus causing the whole Star Constellation chessboard formation to collapse. GUH. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable coughed out blood. She had suffered a terrifying backlash. Using this chance, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable rushed forward, rapidly closing the distance between him and the Crazed Demon formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have time to heal her injuries. She took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth once again. This secluded domain was like a lantern and also like a bird cage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable aimed the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's back and shook it lightly. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was immediately disturbed by immense emotions. His speed fell sharply. Starlight specks shot out around Star Constellation Immortal Venerable as she gave chase. Bam bam bam. The two Venerables fought, storms blew from the aftershock, the world shook intensely. Fortunately, this was the void, otherwise, nothing would be left. The two Venerables held each other back, reaching that final mountain-like large truthful floating ice at almost the same time. The two Venerables suddenly stopped, their expressions were strange. Pangshan of the three eccentrics woke up at this time. He was extremely fat before, but was now skinny, as if all his essence had been drained. What happened? Why are there still no eternal life results? We were just a little short. But we don't have any strength left. Pangshan's gaze was dim, he was not in the right condition. He seemed to have become crazy, murmuring to himself. His voice awakened the other two immortals. Secret Schemer's expression was unsightly. He was slumped on the ground, and was barely able to cup his fists towards the two Venerables. Venerables, the eternal life research results are just lacking a step, no, half a step. As long as either of you activate practice goo for a little while, this truthful floating ice will be carved successfully. The two Venerables were silent. This final truthful floating ice was not a small matter. Whoever went in would not be able to come out for some time. If they wanted to come out, they needed to completely carve this truthful floating ice. But was it that easy? The 8th layer was destroyed, there were no more great worlds to provide fuel and clues to the Crazed Demon formation. That was to say, they needed to contribute their own strength to carve this truthful floating ice. The contribution amount was very crucial. If they needed to contribute too much, even if the Venerable who entered the truthful floating ice held the lead, their battle strength would fall. Finally, they might play into the hands of the other Venerable who was in a perfect state. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they both had scruples. They stood silently for some time. On the other side, the fight between the pseudo-venerables and Heavenly Court Gu Immortals was still continuing. Duke Tong, don't you like stopping me? Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled fiercely as he pointed with his finger. Boom boom boom. Chi spheres burst, Duke Tong exploded into pieces with not even a bone remaining. Endless spears. Che Wei shouted, countless spears shot out from around him like a dense forest. Lu Weiyin charged through the spear forest and grabbed. A yellowish-brown giant hand flew out and grabbed Che Wei. Without star constellation chessboard formation, even if you have unparalleled talent, how can you block me? Lu Weiyin sighed. The yellowish-brown giant hand clenched, forcefully pressing Che Wei into meat paste. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were inferior to the pseudo-venerables after all. Previously, even inside star constellation chessboard formation, these Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were hard-pressed to block the pseudo-venerables. They died constantly on the battlefield. They relied on the Immortal Graveyard to revive and participate in the battle again, balancing their weak battle strength. Now, without star constellation chessboard formation and star constellation Immortal Venerable to control the overall situation, these Heavenly Court Gu Immortals immediately got outmatched. They were slaughtered one after the other, unable to block the pseudo-venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly when she saw this, immediately making a move to help. How could Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let go of this chance? He immediately acted to block Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The two Venerables fought once again. Both Venerables had equal strength. Using the brief respite, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable opened his immortal aperture and let out Calamity Luck Altar. At the same time, he transmitted his voice, Bing Sai Chuan, go. Calamity Luck Altar quickly charged towards the Truthful floating ice. Bing Sai Chuan received Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's command and flew into it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted as she shook the lantern again. Calamity Luck Altar's movement stopped immediately. Bing Sai Chuan, who was in charge of Calamity Luck Altar, suddenly grasped his chest. He knelt down and started crying. He blamed himself endlessly, sobbing, "It is all my fault, it is all my fault. I am wrong, I am to blame. If I was slightly stronger, I could have assisted Master in defeating Heavenly Court and obtaining the eternal life research results. What is the point of my life? I have let down Master. Sob sob sob. I should just die." Saying so, Bing Sai Chuan actually activated a killer move to kill himself. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. He endured Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attacks while summoning Calamity Luck Altar to his side. Golden light flowed and entered Bing Sai Chuan's body and mind. With Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's help, Bing Sai Chuan broke free from the guilty emotions. His head was covered in cold sweat. He felt lingering fear. If not for Master, I would have killed myself. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Master has been enduring such terrifying emotional torture all along? As he thought of this, fear rose in Bing Sai Chuan's heart. His face was pale as he slumped on the ground, his body shivering intensely. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily, but still felt suffocation. His heart was filled with fear. He was scaring himself to death. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took action and saved Bing Sai Chuan once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. She got a hold of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's weakness. She also bullied him for not having an excellent method to revive his subordinates. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to avoid colliding with her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable opened her immortal aperture, letting out Qin Ding Ling and the other immortals. These Gu Immortals were killed by Lu Weiyin's group, but had revived shortly after in the Immortal Graveyard. The moment these people exited Star Constellation's immortal aperture, they spread out and flew towards the Truthful floating ice. Chapter 2207, Limitless Revival. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable coldly activated various methods and killed all these Heavenly Court members. The two Venerables held each other back, exchanging moves one after the other, not letting the other subordinates enter the Truthful floating ice. The situation was at a deadlock once again. While the battle continued, a figure suddenly closed in on the Truthful floating ice. It was Shenshang. Seeking death. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted, golden light shooting out of his eyes. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also attacked Shenshang at the same time. Shenshang shouted and quickly retreated. Paradise Earth and Lu Wei-yin used all their strength to protect him. The two Venerables' attacks broke past layers of defense and reached Shenshang. Shenshang cried out, fainting immediately from the attacks. His injuries were so terrifying that he was only lingering on a single breath. After fighting for so long, the two Venerables were filled with anger, and also knew the limits of the strength they could use now. Shenshang's attempt triggered the two Venerables' nerves. He was immediately attacked by both Venerables. Shenshang's miserable state caused the pseudo-Venerables to feel their hearts shaking. The two Venerables used action to tell them that if they wanted to fish for profits right under their eyes, this would be their outcome. The situation continued to be at a deadlock. The two Venerables held each other back, their attention focused on each other, letting the pseudo-Venerables watch from the sidelines. And it was an extravagant wish for the pseudo-Venerables to try to charge into the Truthful floating ice. Once they showed any movements, they would be attacked by both Venerables. After Shenshang's attempt, Paradise Earth, Qi-Ju, and others tried to grab onto opportunities during the fight between the Venerables, but it was all in vain. Lu Wei-yin was heavily injured, while Paradise Earth was lightly injured and was panting heavily. Soon, Shenshang woke up. His injuries were severe and were difficult to heal in a short period of time. When Demon Immortal Qi-Ju noticed something wrong, he immediately retreated and gave up on the chance. Thus, his condition was quite good. As for Fang Yuan, he did not make many moves. He just observed the fight while saving his aperture. He had finally resolved the black fire. But he paid an astronomical price. Inside the Sovereign Immortal aperture, every large and small resource point was damaged. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were burned by black fire. They were in a ruined state. Many immortal Gu were also destroyed by the black fire. Even more Gu immortals died. 60% of the Gu immortals were dead, including the old combat beast king. Fang Yuan was almost back to his original state due to this tribulation. His foundation had fallen by 70 to 80%. Only 20% of my immortal essence is remaining. Fang Yuan inwardly calculated. He had time path methods to accelerate the immortal essence production as well as the help of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, but his expenditure was too huge. Let alone the immortal essence expenditure when constructing resource points and refining immortal Gu, just the repeated large battles caused the immortal essence reserves to fall sharply. Fang Yuan's calculations were of no use, he had no room to save them. Using just 20% of his immortal essence to face the two Venerables who were in their optimum states was extremely dangerous. Boom boom boom. The two Venerables attacked. The power of their killer moves continued to increase, surpassing the previous limit. The crazed demon formation was continuing to operate. Limitless chains emerged out of thin air and shot towards the two Venerables. The two Venerables blocked Limitless chains, while attacking even more fiercely. At first, the two Venerables were rather restrained. But as the stalemate continued, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable broke the limit and triggered Limitless chains. He defended against the chains while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly gaining the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to raise the power of her killer move as well to deal with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Like this, she also provoked the attacks of Limitless chains. The situation was gradually going out of control. The two Venerables fought and competed fiercely with each other, gradually using stronger killer moves. At first, there were only hundreds of chains, but soon, the number increased by several times as they mixed into the Venerables' fight. The pseudo-Venerables had to retreat again and again, almost forced to the edge of the 9th layer. The two Venerables are really going all out. No, more accurately speaking, they have no way to hold back. Even though they are aware that this is not optimal, they cannot do anything about it. The vicious competition has already started. What should we do? We won't be able to hold on for long if this continues. So this is a Venerable's true strength. Us pseudo-Venerables don't even have the qualifications to observe the battle closely. These pseudo-Venerables conversed. Paradise Earth looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, do you have a good plan? Fang Yuan's face was pale, his aura was extremely weak. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, a change occurred right at this moment. The two Venerables' killer moves collided and exploded, but the leftover power of the moves hit the Truthful floating ice. The Truthful floating ice was heavily damaged. Crack, crack, countless cracks appeared on the floating ice. The three eccentrics were also heavily injured. Pang Shan even died immediately. Floating ice, the floating ice. Secret Schemer coughed blood, but was still shouting in worry. His face was twisted, there was not even a slight bearing of a wisdom path Gu Immortal. What are you doing? You idiots. These are the eternal life research results, we just need a person to continue activating practice Gu. But you are actually destroying it. Not Immortal hit his chest and stamped his foot, scolding and pointing at the two Venerables. He had fallen into a hysterical frenzy. The pseudo-Venerables' expressions looked unsightly, but the two Venerables did not listen. The damage to the eternal life research results shook their hearts. But they could not stop. By now, the battle had come to such a state that whoever stopped would be suppressed by the other side, they would suffer a huge loss. The two Venerables had equal strength. Once one side suffered a huge loss, it would influence victory and defeat. The victory and defeat here was not just about eternal life research results, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions. Be it Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the winner would influence longevity heavens and heavenly court's prestige, even determining who the 5 regions would come under. Naturally, retreating might be an option too. But if one retreated, the other side would quickly interfere and obtain the eternal life research results. They could just send someone to complete the final step and obtain the eternal life research results. Thus, they could not retreat. Although some of the eternal life research results were destroyed, the main part was still there. But if they continued to fight like this without anyone willing to retreat, if they were unable to determine victory or defeat, the eternal life research results might really be completely destroyed. The two Venerables were naturally aware of this. But they could not step back. Even if everything was destroyed in the end and no one obtained it, it was still better than letting the enemy obtain it. Fang Yuan. Under such a situation, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly shouted, "Heavenly Court is our common enemy, lend me a hand, I will split the eternal life research results with you, just like Primordial Domain." The Immortals were astonished. Not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been trying to kill Fang Yuan. But now, he actually took the initiative to request for an alliance. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was actually so shameless? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reacted immediately, shouting, "Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court always had the intention of recruiting you, we had tried to recruit you in the past. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, why can't our sides join hands?" All the Immortals were astonished once again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable acted like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also did the same. Did all Venerables behave like this? But soon, the Immortals accepted this seemingly absurd fact. A Venerable's strength surpassed pseudo-Venerables, but Fang Yuan was different. Not long ago, the two Venerables had joined hands to attack him, but he held on to his last breath. Currently, the two Venerables were in a stalemate. Fang Yuan had enough strength to participate. Whichever side he joined, the other side would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position. Just based on the current situation, a slight disadvantage might be enough to decide victory and defeat. Even if the Venerables still had spare strength and safety nets, if they could recruit Fang Yuan to get rid of the other side's trump cards, there would be no loss. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, "Venerables, you both have good plans. It is not impossible to get my help. But can you pay the price?" Fang Yuan had no fear. His aura had fallen to rock bottom, the tribulations had ruined his sovereign immortal aperture, but the situation was already different. No Venerable was foolish enough to find trouble with him, because it was not worth it. Even if the two Venerables joined hands again, Fang Yuan was not tied down by the black fire tribulation, he could hold on for some time. What's more, it was impossible for the two Venerables to join hands anymore. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable fell out with Fang Yuan, but he took the initiative to make up for it. It was because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was strong, and Fang Yuan was weak. The similar reason applied to the relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. Despite Fang Yuan's and Heavenly Court's deep enmity, with the eternal life research results right in front, they could work together indeed. Why not? Fang Yuan was never a person who was blinded by emotions. But the falling out between the two Venerables could not be easily patched. They were extremely wary of each other. They would only work together if an even stronger force appeared, in which they believed it was more advantageous to do so. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable smiled, Fang Yuan, I can give you all of my primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable bid right after, I can also give all of my primordial domain to you. We can also transact my wisdom path true inheritance and Genesis Lotus wood path true inheritance. Not only you, Fang Yuan, this invitation goes to Paradise Earth, Lu Weiyin, Shenshang, Qi Ju, and everyone as well. My heavenly quartz bearing is known to all. I am willing to swear in the name of Star Constellation. Crack crack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had yet to finish speaking when everyone heard a crisp sound. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal stared at the Truthful floating ice with wide eyes. Cracks spread and filled the Truthful floating ice. Did that attack from earlier completely destroy this Truthful floating ice? Not Immortal shouted while holding his head. The Immortals stared at the Truthful floating ice. If the Truthful floating ice broke down completely, what would they be fighting for? Bam! At the next moment, a soft sound rang. The Truthful floating ice completely broke down, the crystal fragments flew everywhere before gradually dissipating. Only a human-shaped ice was left in the middle. The form and outline of this human-shaped ice were very vague at first. But in just a few breaths of time it became lifelike. And in another few breaths of time it was filled with flesh and blood. Finally, under the Immortal's stupefied gaze, the human-shaped ice turned into a goo immortal. Forever been the Tao-seeking crazed demon. Looking up towards life, death, and the universe. Through a million years of planning and accumulation. On this day, Limitless achieves true eternal life. This immortal recited and slowly opened his eyes. His expression was plain, but it shocked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth. Limitless? Paradise Earth could not believe it. Limitless. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned tightly. Limitless Demon Venerable, how could you revive? This is impossible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cried out involuntarily. Chapter 2208, True Eternal Life. The most shocked person was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She had penetrated incredibly deeply into Crazed Demon Cave and Limitless Formation. Even after countless investigations, she did not notice that Limitless revival method was in this Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the same investigation results as her. Precisely so, the two Venerables fought so intensely earlier. But the truth was in front of them, Limitless Demon Venerable had actually managed to revive. Don't tell me, when the final piece of Truthful floating ice was successfully carved, Limitless Demon Venerable revived and attained eternal life in one step. Fang Yuan was also shaken. Fang Yuan could also sense acutely that the current Limitless Demon Venerable's aura far surpassed the other two Venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could feel this difference even more deeply. Facing Limitless Demon Venerable, they seemed to be up against towering mountains and vast oceans. This is not in line with historical records. Did Limitless Demon Venerable really surpass the Venerables and attain eternal life? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes flickered with golden light. His current condition is extremely strange. His aura is so strong that even Master cannot compare to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked and suspicious. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other and moved at the same time, attacking Limitless Demon Venerable with fierce methods. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled lightly, chains flew around in a spiral, easily resolving the methods of the two Venerables. The two Venerables were shocked internally, but their fighting spirit soared. They launched even stronger killer moves in response. Limitless Demon Venerable only defended instead of attacking. Even after a few rounds of barraging, they did not manage to harm a hair of Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless let out a soft sound as he waved his hands. At once, space rippled. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated immediately. Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan did not dare to linger either, they quickly dodged. At once, around 1,000 steps of Limitless Demon Venerable, other than not immortal and secret schemer, there was nobody else. Giant Sun had a grim expression. Star Constellation had a deep gaze that flickered with starlight. She seemed to be making deductions with her full strength. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. I do not wish to be enemies with all of you. The fruit of eternal life has been obtained after 1,000,000 years, but I have not truly tested it yet. How do you want to test it? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked. Watch. Limitless Demon Venerable turned around slightly. All the immortals stared fixedly. At the original spot that Limitless Demon Venerable was in, a tiny hole appeared. Through this hole, the Goo immortals could see a vast sea of chaos. It seemed like black, yet it was not black. It seemed like white, yet it was not white. If one said it was light, it would be light. If one said it was darkness, it would be darkness. Almost no descriptive word in the world could accurately describe it. Because chaos was just chaos after all. Chaos was the greatest calamity. You lunatic, you actually broke the world boundary again. Aren't you afraid that the entire world will be destroyed? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable called out. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also added in with a solemn tone, Limitless, I know about your aspiration. But if you intend to go ahead with this and destroy the 5 regions and 2 heavens, even if I have to sacrifice my life alongside Heavenly Court, we will exterminate you. Both of you, calm down. The hole is not big, I merely want to test the result of this eternal life. Us Venerables are invincible in the world, yet we are plagued by tribulations that originate from this chaos. Of the Venerables here, who has not gotten injured from the chaos? Who has not suffered an ordeal because of it? Crazed Demon Cave has been active for 1,000,000 years. There is one most clear indicator if we want to know if the eternal life obtained is successful. Saying this, Limitless Demon Venerable extended his arm into the hole. The other Venerables and the various Goo immortals held their breaths subconsciously, staring at him fixedly. Limitless Demon Venerable did not activate any killer move, he was using his own body to do this experiment. He was simply too daring. Even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would never attempt this. Even though they could last for some time in the chaos, that was the result of them using their full strength to defend their bodies. If they acted like Limitless Demon Venerable, who did not put up any defense, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be completely obliterated with just a slight touch of the chaos. Unless they managed to cut off the body part in time. Limitless Demon Venerable placed his arm and simply like this, after a while, he pulled back his arm. His arm was pitch black, it seemed like charcoal created after a tree was completely burnt. But when he clenched his arm, the black charcoal on the surface instantly vanished into thin air, exposing a slightly smaller arm. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's mouth was wide open as he said dejectedly, Is this the true realm of eternal life? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself, I understand why I did not deduce it now. When you created Crazed Demon Cave, you had constantly been making use of the chaos outside the world. You lunatic. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable nearly destroyed the world, the reason was that he created a huge hole. And at the deepest part of Limitless formation, he broke the world boundary and created a tiny hole. If there was a commotion in the Crazed Demon formation and this tiny hole became larger, it would be trouble. The entire Goo world might be destroyed as a result. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable called Limitless a lunatic. She was not wrong at all. For the last million years, the world had been on the brink of destruction. And the reason for this was Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at his arm and sighed softly, replying, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, in my previous life, I had already reached the end of the road. Even when I asked the heavenly Tao, there was no possibility of eternal life. I was pitifully restrained by fate Gu. After searching long and hard, through laborious planning, I designed this crazed demon cave. I simply had no other choice but to use this method. But to play safe, I involved Heavenly Court in this. With you guys around, even if a problem occurred in the crazed demon formation and the hole got larger, you would do your best to fix it. Hearing this, how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression possibly be amicable? She realized now that the reason why Limitless Demon Venerable drew her into the gamble was not just because he needed her wisdom path attainment or Heavenly Court strength to derive new heaven path research results. The deeper intention was to bring in Heavenly Court's involvement as an assurance. If Crazed Demon Cave became a problem, Heavenly Court would have to clean up after Limitless Demon Venerable. But because of Heavenly Court's perspective, they would spare no expense in repairing it, they would be willing to do so in fact. But Limitless Demon Venerable added, this is still not at the level of eternal life. Don't you think so too, Paradise Earth? Paradise Earth nodded slowly and expressionlessly. Fang Yuan had some sort of realization, the true realm of eternal life would be complete indestructibility against the chaos. Limitless Demon Venerable had clearly not reached that stage yet. Just a bit more, I am lacking by just a bit. Limitless Demon Venerable continued to shake his head, sighing deeply. He turned his gaze towards Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Chi-Ju, Chi-Ju, can you lend me a hand? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju snorted coldly, why must I help you? Limitless Demon Venerable took out Practice Gu, smiling, this Immortal Gu was prepared for you to begin with, Chi-Ju, for this moment, I have already waited for you for over 1,000,000 years. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju laughed loudly until tears flowed out, so my revival was really part of your schemes. Ha ha ha, too laughable, simply too laughable. This is so disappointing, so disappointing. He was not mocking Limitless Demon Venerable, he was laughing at himself. He had always felt resentful and unresigned after losing to Limitless Demon Venerable. After revival, he had always wanted to take revenge. But at this moment, he finally understood the huge gap between him and Limitless Demon Venerable. Limitless Demon Venerable was quiet as he watched Demon Immortal Chi-Ju cry and laugh. Afterwards, he tossed Practice Gu to the latter. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had a complex expression at this moment. He recalled the scene of the deepest memory he had. Limitless, you want to become a Venerable, but did you ask me? With me around, you can dream on about becoming a Venerable. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju sneak attacked Limitless Demon Venerable and succeeded. Because he knew that once Limitless became a Venerable, he would no longer have a chance of winning. This battle lasted 9 days and nights. Thereafter, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju lost. His eyes were blood red as he called out to Limitless Demon Venerable, you have passed the tribulation long ago and became a Venerable already. Why did you seal your own cultivation level to fight to the death with me? Limitless Demon Venerable was bathed in blood, he had struggled at death's doors several times during the intense battle. He smiled lightly, because you are my Tao Guardian, only when I am at the brink of death can I understand the true relationship between a Venerable and their Tao Guardian. And the truth has been proven, my guess was not wrong after all. I have already comprehended the secret behind the Tao Guardian. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju stared with wide eyes, to prove such a guess, you even disregarded your own life? Even though you had already become a Venerable, even though you are already invincible in the world? Limitless Demon Venerable replied plainly, even though I became a Venerable, this is merely another cultivation level. Compared to this, I would prefer to pursue the Great Tao. Limitless, oh Limitless. Even 1,000,000 years cannot change your nature. You are still that limitless I know. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju pointed at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and shouted. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled, like how I am still limitless, you are also still that Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, right? Demon Immortal Chi Ju gritted his teeth. He seemed to have become too helpless to rage. He grabbed Practice Gu and flew towards Limitless Demon Venerable. You are right, I am still me. Then let's do it. Bright light flashed in Limitless Demon Venerable's eyes. Good. You are my Tao Guardian, our destinies are intertwined. According to my deduction, only with the help of the Tao Guardian can a Venerable go one step further, to break through the realm of Venerable and attain eternal life. Demon Immortal Chi Ju gritted his teeth. Then let me see what is true eternity. Saying so, he activated Practice Gu. The light of Practice Gu enveloped Limitless Demon Venerable's entire body. Limitless Demon Venerable's body expanded rapidly. He went from a normal person's size to a 10-foot giant. In contrast, Demon Immortal Chi Ju became weaker and weaker. His aura fell to rock bottom. He had no choice but to stop using Practice Gu. As for Limitless Demon Venerable's aura, it was completely concealed, no different from an ordinary mortal. But anyone could tell that the current Limitless Demon Venerable had become powerful to a point which nobody could fathom. Because even against the investigative killer moves of the various Immortals, he was no different than a common man. The Immortals could not see through him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth, and the others did not move. They watched in anticipation. Even if they wanted to stop him, it would be too difficult. Limitless Demon Venerable took in a deep breath before stretching his arm into the hole of the world boundary again. A moment later, he pulled back his arm. It was completely intact. Chapter 2209, Limitless Death. Everyone was silent. Even for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, after seeing Limitless Demon Venerable's intact arm, they fell into extreme shock. After a Gu cultivator became an immortal, they would face earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, and myriad tribulations. After becoming rank 9, the calamities and tribulations would become even more terrifying. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. This chaotic disaster originated from the chaos outside the world boundary. Each time it arrived, the Venerable's life would be in danger. They had to use their full strength to fight for a chance of survival. Ordinary Gu Immortals did not know this, but all the past Venerables had gone through these terrifying chaotic disasters. They knew about the terror of this tribulation. And now, Limitless Demon Venerable tested it with his own body. Without even using any defensive methods, he resisted the chaos and returned unharmed. This scene was a huge shock to the present Venerables. As for people like Fang Yuan who knew the details while not having experienced them personally, his shock was not as great as the Venerables. You did it. A while later, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply and said. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable remained silent. No, he hasn't. This is not true eternal life yet. Paradise Earth suddenly spoke. He had a tone and expression of certainty. Everyone looked towards him. Indeed, I have not. This is not considered eternal life. At the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable agreed with the words as he showed an expression of dejectedness. Next, he made a shocking move. He opened his mouth towards the hole of the world boundary and started to suck in. A large amount of chaos was sucked into Limitless Demon Venerable's stomach. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable watched with contracted pupils. They could not help but take in a deep breath. If a Venerable was considered a child, the chaos would be fire. Earlier, when Limitless Demon Venerable placed his hand into the chaos, he was roasting his flesh with the fire. But now, he was even more daring. He was swallowing fire. After Limitless Demon Venerable sucked in a large amount of chaos, he sat down in a cross-legged fashion. At the same time, chaos seeped out of the hole and rushed towards his head, shoulders, and body like a flowing river. Limitless Demon Venerable activated his killer move for the first time. An immensely strong aura burst out and shook the minds of all the Immortals present. Everyone watched silently. They knew that Limitless Demon Venerable was currently giving it a try. This was an advancement. He was trying to advance to the true realm of eternal life. Ever since he was a child, he had maintained a heart of curiosity. He was like an innocent child who was filled with desire to explore the unknown. He wanted to know everything, he wanted to know the truth. He did not pursue fame or fortune. The status of a venerable did not make him feel any pride or arrogance. He had once reached the peak of the world, the end of heaven and earth. But he still wanted to continue moving. Yet, there was no road ahead of him. Thus, he planned meticulously and worked with star Constellation, dragging the entire cultivation world along with his dangerous plan of creating the crazed demon formation. He prepared for 1,000,000 years just for this moment. All of it was to pursue the truth. No road remained ahead of him. Thus, he moved his legs and exerted all his strength to step into the boundless darkness. He wanted to carve out his own road. This was the final push. Limitless was doing his best. A long time passed, but it felt like an instant. Whoosh! Black fire started to spew out of Limitless Demon Venerable's nose and ears. The Immortal's hearts shook. Next, Limitless Demon Venerable opened his eyes slowly and looked at the Immortals, saying plainly, "I failed. No. I am still around." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju shouted and made his move, using all his strength to activate Practice Gu. A wave of profound light shot towards Limitless Demon Venerable's body from Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The black fire on Limitless Demon Venerable was quickly extinguished. Limitless Demon Venerable gained some time to rest. He laughed loudly and shook his head. "Chi-Ju, you can stop now. How can we determine the result before putting in all our effort?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju rebuked in anger. "Are you willing to give up like this? The true eternal life. I want to see it too." Demon Venerable sighed, a complex expression could be seen on his face. "I failed even after 1,000,000 years of accumulation. Don't you get it? Eternal life does not exist." At the next moment. Bam! Limitless Demon Venerable shattered abruptly, turning back into countless fragments of truthful floating ice. "No!" Secret Schemer and Not Immortal screamed in unison, grieving like they had lost their loved one. Limitless Demon Venerable failed. Because Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had too close of a connection with him, the chaos instantly approached him. As it swept past him, he vanished without a trace. The great pseudo-venerable did not even manage to last 3 breaths of time. The power of the terrifying chaotic disaster was evident with one glance. The Immortals were still in a daze. This battle in crazed demon cave that took 1,000,000 years of accumulation and also all the Venerables planning ended like this? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also revived. Paradise Earth changed to Cultivating Heaven path, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his reasoning. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable suppressed everyone in strength, but he still failed to succeed. He died on the road of exploration. Eternal life? It was a mere dream. There was nothing. It did not exist. How could he fail? How could he fail? Not Immortal shouted. Secret Schemer held his head and muttered dejectedly, "There is no eternal life, hee, there is no eternal life, hee." He had gone insane. Does eternal life really not exist in this world? Venerable is the limit, there is no road ahead? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable muttered to herself. She had asked the question that all the Immortals were wondering. But nobody could answer it. Limitless Demon Venerable might be the most qualified in this aspect, since he had already surpassed everyone else by a huge margin. But he had died. It failed. He died from the chaotic disaster. Using his life, it seemed like he exposed a cruel truth to the Immortals. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the sound of wind could be heard. Fang Yuan suddenly made his move, snatching a piece of the truthful floating ice. The Immortals were instantly jolted awake. Limitless Demon Venerable died and turned into pieces of truthful floating ice. Most of the truthful floating ice had been destroyed in the chaos, but a small portion remained. The chaos could not do anything to them. They were the eternal life results derived by Limitless crazed demon formation. They were definitely the essence of his hard work. Limitless demon Venerable died, but his million years of hard work had not gone down the drain. He left behind abundant results. Snatch them. There was nothing else to say. After the Immortals reacted, they attacked almost at the same time. Rumble. A large number of killer moves were activated, colliding into each other and exploding loudly. Heaven shook and the earth cracked. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer did not even manage to make a sound before they died on the spot. But the remaining pieces of the truthful floating ice were intact and still shining radiantly. This was expected. Even the chaotic disaster could do nothing to them. Venerables and pseudo-venerables were also unable to damage them with their killer moves. Rumble. The scene was chaotic. Killer moves influenced each other as the Immortals restrained one another. Get lost. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted angrily. Golden light surged in the sky, exploding fiercely like a crashing tsunami. Everywhere it went, nothing could stop it. Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables quickly dodged. The golden aurora light suddenly turned into a spiral that sucked in a piece of the truthful floating ice. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly and scattered some flying stars. Hundreds or thousands of them radiated with starlight and crashed into the golden aurora, getting mutually destroyed. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not succeed, the truthful floating ice that was taken by the golden aurora was free again. It floated freely in the void. This was the largest truthful floating ice. All of the remaining truthful floating ice fragments were merely its size after being added up. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was attempting to take away half of this eternal life result that took 1,000,000 years to nurture. How could that happen? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not allow him to succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Giant Sun Immortal Venerables' gazes were locked onto each other. Right at this time, Lu Wei-yin suddenly made a move, targeting the small truthful floating ice fragment that was closest to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move, but starlight appeared out of nowhere, sending Lu Wei-yin flying. At almost the same time, Fang Yuan was also stopped by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He wanted to target the other truthful floating ices, but golden light shot down like needles, almost piercing his body. The two Venerables opposed each other, but they held the same attitude towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they were very domineering. They did not want the truthful floating ice to end up with anyone else. Lu Wei-yin and Fang Yuan were obstructed. At this time, the pseudo-venerables had to prepare and wait for another moment to arise when the two venerables fought again. The hole was gradually expanding. Limitless Demon Venerable had already died. Before he died, he was able to suppress the tiny hole. But after his death, the power he left behind was weakening. Even though chaos did not seep out of the hole in the world boundary anymore, that was going to happen soon. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took a look at the hole in the world boundary. He spoke calmly to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation, why don't we have a ceasefire again and deal with these pseudo-venerables first? We can then fix the world boundaries hole and split the truthful floating ice between ourselves. How's that? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded and replied to him with her direct actions. Immediately, starlight danced around and shot everywhere, launching fatal attacks towards Fang Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer moves soon followed. Fang Yuan and the rest had to dodge everywhere. They escaped in distress. Limitless Demon Venerable died and the crazed demon formation was destroyed. Without Limitless retaliation method, the two Venerables were free to attack. Of course, they did not use their full strength, even in the current situation. The reason was that they were guarding against each other. Even so, Fang Yuan and the rest were in dangerous situations. They were often struggling in the face of death. I can't continue resisting these two Venerables' power. Everyone, I'm leaving first. Fang Yuan shouted and dragged Qi-Si Ancestor along, wanting to leave the 9th layer. Paradise Earth frowned immediately. Crazed Demon Cave only had the 9th layer left now. if Fang Yuan left, the two Venerables would not have the opportunity to chase him. Because anyone who left would be giving the other Venerable a chance. It meant giving up the snatching of the truthful floating ice. Because next, as long as either Venerable made a move to seal the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, the pseudo-Venerables would have trouble trying to come in again after they leave. As long as they stalled for some time, the two Venerables would be able to keep away the truthful floating ice. After that, they would be able to easily deal with the pseudo-Venerables. But right at this moment, the two Venerables snorted coldly together. Others can leave, but you, Fang Yuan, cannot. Please leave behind the truthful floating ice that you snatched away earlier. You cannot bring this away with you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable spoke one sentence each, expressing their honest attitude. Among the Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan was the first to get a piece. Everyone else including the two Venerables had not obtained anything yet. And Fang Yuan's piece was quite big too, it was at least 10% of the entire truthful floating ice. At this moment, the two Venerables cooperated again, dealing with Fang Yuan together. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Earlier, the two Venerables worked together to deal with him, but the pressure now was incomparable to before. Soon, Fang Yuan was forced to activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal again. Reverse Flow River was nearly depleted earlier, but after it was replenished during this period of time, the river water had risen slightly in Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's killer moves were quickly reflected back to them. However, for these two Venerables, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was only a slight bother, it was a mere obstacle. As long as they used skillful methods, they would be able to resolve it in some time. Chapter 22:10, Paradise Earth's Death. Paradise Earth, I am willing to share my truthful floating ice with you. Right now, we cannot afford to leave each other in the lurch, we must be united and work together. Fang Yuan shouted. Paradise Earth nodded, Fang Yuan, you are right. Saying so, he made his move. But he disregarded Fang Yuan, he targeted a piece of truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was quickly kept in Paradise Earth's immortal aperture. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable targeted that largest truthful floating ice again. As long as he obtained this, he would be the biggest winner in this Crazed Demon Cave situation. The two Venerables were unable to defeat each other. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to leave, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop him. Don't think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold gaze. Bam! Killer moves collided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to repel Giant Sun Immortal Venerable again, but she could not stop Paradise Earth in time. Heaven Path Method. The Heaven Path method that Paradise Earth used to take the truthful floating ice was very profound. His aura was initially concealed to the limit, even the two Venerables could not detect it. After activation, the move was extremely fast, even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop it in time, allowing Paradise Earth to succeed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, she took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain of heaven and earth looked like a lantern. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used her killer move, she lifted the lantern and shined it on all the Gu Immortals. At the next moment, a tsunami made of endless emotions surged into the Immortals' hearts. Their expressions changed abruptly, they resisted with difficulty. Fang Yuan activated Fortitude Gu while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable instilled Immortal Essence into Familial Emotion Gu. Paradise Earth activated the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth instead to resolve it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snickered, she took out Book Mountain again. Book Mountain shined with dazzling light. All sorts of killer moves were replicated and unleashed on the Gu Immortals. There was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method, Chi Si Ancestors and Demon Immortal Chi Ju's killer moves, Paradise Earth's killer move, and even Limitless Demon Venerable's method. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally unleashed her full strength, using the two killer moves with these two secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores to suppress everyone that was currently present. Her expression paled immediately, the starlight specks around her dimmed. She had consumed over 10 billion thoughts to do this, they were nearly fully expended. Using this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated Book Mountain. Limitless chains flew out to grab the truthful floating ice and send it into her immortal aperture. This truthful floating ice was not the biggest one, but it contained an immortal goo. Nobody noticed this immortal goo except Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Precisely because of it, she was willing to temporarily give up the largest truthful floating ice piece and grab this smaller piece first. After collecting the immortal goo, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately stopped her killer move. She stored away Book Mountain and focused on defense. Her action was very wise. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could no longer control himself. At the next moment, he shouted loudly, golden light shot out fiercely with his retaliation. Attacks rained down harshly, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to retreat continuously. She was like a helpless floating duckweed in the storm. Using this opportunity, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took a piece of the truthful floating ice as well. This was not the largest truthful floating ice piece, but it was the one closest to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Because he knew that he could only suppress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for a few breaths of time, there was no time to take the largest truthful floating ice. As expected, at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recovered and attacked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable again. The two Venerables fought intensely, because they were using their full strength while trying to get the truthful floating ice pieces. They did not have the time or energy to spend on other matters. This gave the pseudo-venerables a good chance. Fang Yuan and Paradise Earth took 3 or 4 pieces each. Lu Weiyin, Shenshang, and Qixi also obtained 1 or 2 pieces. Not long after, the truthful floating ice fragments were all taken except for that final largest piece. The two Venerables had considerable injuries now. Their attempts to take it were all thwarted by the other party. The two Venerables raced against time, attacking the pseudo-Venerables again. This time, they fought with more motivation. After all, the pseudo-Venerables all had some truthful floating ice pieces on them. Oh? While the two Venerables suppressed the pseudo-Venerables, they started to feel a little surprised. Because Paradise Earth was displaying greater battle strength than before. Almost every breath of time, his strength grew by some extent. His aura was already inching closer to the level of a rank 9 Venerable now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with bright light, so that's it. Paradise Earth, because you converted to cultivating Heaven Path, and because this truthful floating ice is closely related to Heaven Path, you can draw strength from it to raise your cultivation level. This is a brilliant method. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke with a tone of admiration, but her killing intent surged correspondingly as well. Earlier, when Fang Yuan asked for help, Paradise Earth ignored him to snatch that truthful floating ice, so this was the reason. Evidently, as long as he could get sufficient truthful floating ice pieces, Paradise Earth would be able to alleviate the flaw of being prematurely revived and become a Venerable again. And this time, he would not be an Earth Path Venerable, but most uniquely, a Heaven Path Venerable. Once Paradise Earth became a Heaven Path Venerable, his strength would likely rise up to the top of the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were not going to sit around and watch this happen. Fate Goo had been destroyed, the entire world was pretty much ruled by them. Nobody would want to see the return of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, especially when this Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable would have far greater strength than them. There was no communication. The two Venerables worked together for the third time. This time, they gave up on Fang Yuan, focusing on Paradise Earth instead. Paradise Earth activated Heaven Path killer moves consecutively to block the two Venerables' attacks, but soon, he showed signs of being unable to continue. Even though the Heaven Path methods were vast and profound, the two Venerables had greater strength now. Paradise Earth fell into a life and death crisis. He shouted at the rest, "Please lend me a hand." Lu Weiyin and Shenshang hesitated for a moment before tossing their truthful floating ice pieces into Treasure Yellow Heaven at almost the same time. Paradise Earth took the truthful floating ices from Treasure Yellow Heaven and quickly used them to raise his cultivation level. His aura grew once more. He was only inches away from reaching Venerable level, I am only one step away, Fang Yuan. Paradise Earth transmitted urgently. Fang Yuan snickered, I can give you the truthful floating ice, but Paradise Earth, can you pay a sufficient price that will satisfy me? Paradise Earth gritted his teeth. He immediately sent the Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance into Treasure Yellow Heaven, along with all sorts of Heaven Path killer moves and his own Heaven Path cultivation experiences. Of course, the most important thing was the alliance agreement. To get the most crucial truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth made a huge concession. Fang Yuan placed a small piece of the truthful floating ice into Treasure Yellow Heaven. The two quickly made the transaction. Haha, Paradise Earth, you can have the final truthful floating ice pieces too. After the transaction was done, Fang Yuan shouted loudly. Paradise Earth's heart shook. Indeed, at the next moment, both Venerables erupted with killer moves surrounding Paradise Earth, barraging him with attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised the lantern high up, endless emotions assaulted his heart. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable grabbed with his hands continuously, attacking Paradise Earth's luck. Paradise Earth was covered in terrifying injuries. He was like a mortal hanging on a cliff, moments away from dying. Xinshang, Lu Weiyin, and even Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor attacked from afar, using killer moves to try to help out Paradise Earth. But it was no use. Paradise Earth gritted his teeth, struggling desperately. The truthful floating ice melted gradually, helping him to push to the level of a Venerable once again. But at the crucial moment, Paradise Earth's killer move had a peculiar mistake. The killer move failed and the backlash triggered. Paradise Earth's cultivation level was stuck at the final step. The two Venerables' attacks arrived and instantly engulfed Paradise Earth. Quickly save him! Lu Weiyin shouted and was the first to move. The other pseudo-Venerables' hearts jumped too as they took action. The two Venerables were not willing to see Paradise Earth getting saved, they chased after him too. The pseudo-Venerables used all their strengths and disregarded their own danger, managing to block Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks with great difficulty. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's starlight still hit Paradise Earth's body. Paradise Earth shouted loudly, veins bulged on his face as he used all his strength to activate a killer move. With his defensive killer move broken, his body became covered in countless holes that were ravaged by the starlight, but his healing method was still effective. Paradise Earth was forcefully holding on to his last breath. At this time, Qi Si made a move, shielding Fang Yuan, who quickly got closer to Paradise Earth's side. Fang Yuan! Lu Weiyin and Xinshang jolted, the light of hope shined in their eyes. The two Venerables' expressions sank slightly. Right as Fang Yuan was about to save Paradise Earth. Boom! Fang Yuan's palm slammed onto Paradise Earth's back and penetrated his chest. Paradise Earth was already at his last breath. Fang Yuan's attack was the fatal blow that he could not endure. At the moment before his death, Paradise Earth's eyes stared wide as he grabbed Fang Yuan's hand. Paradise Earth, rest in peace. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. At the next moment, Paradise Earth's dwindling aura dissipated entirely. He died with eyes wide open. The entire scene shook. The two Venerables looked at Fang Yuan with peculiar expressions. Lu Weiyin's lips were trembling. He broke the silence and shouted in a hoarse voice, Fang Yuan, what have you done? Fang Yuan, this. Xinshang's eyeballs were almost going to pop out. Qi Si Ancestor stopped beside Fang Yuan's main body, showing a strange expression as well. Everyone knew that in this situation with two unrivaled Venerables, Paradise Earth was their only hope of resisting them. But the one who killed this hope was not the two Venerables, but Fang Yuan himself. Was Fang Yuan crazy? He actually did something like this. It was too absurd. Something's not right. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable muttered to himself. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned slightly as well but did not speak. The two Venerables saw that Fang Yuan was keeping away Paradise Earth's corpse into Sovereign Immortal Aperture so calmly, they sensed a slight change in the atmosphere. Fang Yuan, how are we going to get out of this? Xinshang asked anxiously. Without Lord Paradise Earth, how can we resist the two Venerables? Lu Weiyin was stomping his feet and staring at Fang Yuan angrily. Fang Yuan smiled plainly. It is simple, wouldn't it be fine if I am a venerable? Saying so, he no longer concealed his aura, exposing it at this moment. Rank 9 cultivation level. At once, the entire battlefield went silent. Mere tricks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Starlight flowed like water as it surged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan breathed out lightly, a chi tide poured out and blocked all the starlight. At the other end, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also tried to probe. Golden needles shot down like a torrential rain. Fang Yuan waved his hand, red aurora filled the sky, incinerating all of the golden needles. The pupils of the two venerables shrank. Lu Weiyin, Shen Shang, and even Fang Yuan's clone, Qi Si ancestor, were tongue-tied. Even against the attacks of the two venerables, Fang Yuan blocked them perfectly. He displayed genuine rank 9 cultivation level. Did he really become a venerable? Chapter 22:11, Fang Yuan becomes venerable. Rumble. Fang Yuan's killer move shot out, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to retreat. What in the world is going on? Since when did Fang Yuan become a venerable? Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang watched as Fang Yuan fought the two venerables. They had complex emotions and asked Qi Si ancestor urgently. Qi Si ancestor was also confused. He smiled bitterly. I had no clue either. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang were speechless. Fang Yuan had hid this so deeply that he even deceived his own clone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable remained silent. Because they found that Fang Yuan's strength had vaguely surpassed either of them. He was still a rank 8 pseudo-venerable earlier. How did he turn into a genuine rank 9 so suddenly? The two venerables were very confused and suspicious. Strange, very strange. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely. Golden light rained down with imposing might. Fang Yuan responded with a shout. His prepared method was activated, forcefully suppressing the overwhelming golden light. The Tao marks on his body far surpassed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin and the rest felt their hearts jumping. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took in a deep breath of cold air secretly. He focused his eyes and activated a method. At the next moment, his vision changed. He started to observe the luck above Fang Yuan's head. Initially, Fang Yuan's luck was completely hidden. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could only see cooking luck pot. But soon, after Giant Sun Immortal Venerable intensified the force of this move and golden blood flowed out of his eyes, he finally got through cooking luck pot's defense and saw Fang Yuan's true luck. He saw a silver pillar of light that connected heaven and earth. It was grand and condensed. At the base of the silvery pillar, there was a brown grave. It had mostly dissipated now. Only a small part was left. Seeing this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a thought. He sighed to himself, this is Paradise Earth's luck. On one hand, it can stabilize the foundation of the silver light pillar, but on the other hand, it is also digging away and replacing Fang Yuan's foundation. It was the biggest threat to Fang Yuan's luck initially. Now that he killed Paradise Earth, this threat has been removed. This remaining part of the grave is the foundation of Paradise Earth that Fang Yuan has yet to devour completely. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable raised his head again, looking at the top of the silver light pillar. Earlier when they joined forces, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had observed Fang Yuan's luck. Compared to then, Fang Yuan's silver light pillar was no longer blocked by 3 clouds at the top. It shot right through them, truly looking like it was holding up the heavens and supporting the earth. The 3 clouds could only revolve around the top part of the silver pillar. This meant that the 3 venerables could no longer hold Fang Yuan down. Among the 3 clouds, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's cloud had turned into a golden blood-colored cloud. It was at the top. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Spectral Soul Demon Venerables clouds were below his. They seemed to have the trend of tearing apart. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was moved again. Is this hinting that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is quickly breaking free from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not surprised. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was someone on the same level as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was already an incredibly shocking achievement that she could control him. But it was unrealistic to try fully controlling a Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escapes from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control later, what will happen? No matter what, in terms of luck alone, Fang Yuan has truly become a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable believed in his own luck path methods. He was finally convinced at this moment. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable looked towards Fang Yuan with some rage in his eyes. How did Fang Yuan become a Venerable in the blink of an eye? Looking at his expression and attitude, it seemed like he held indifference towards rank 9 cultivation level. What did he take this Venerable status as? If rank 9 Venerables could appear so easily, then what would Giant Sun Immortal Venerable amount to? What would the past Venerables amount to? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also considering rapidly. Fang Yuan has rank 9 cultivation level indeed. I underestimated his craftiness and shrewdness. When did he become a Venerable? Did he have this cultivation level from the start? All the signs do not point to that possibility. He had secretly become a Venerable during a certain moment in the Crazed Demon Cave battle. But, he clearly lacked attainment level. In the contest in Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable ganged up on Fang Yuan and destroyed the refinement path portion of the Primordial Domain. Wait. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly turned his head, retreating as he looked at Fang Yuan, asking, "Did the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance contain refinement path true meaning? So you had the necessary refinement path attainment level long ago." Fang Yuan smiled, but his attacks became even fiercer. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was sent flying by consecutive attacks. Using this timing, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out countless flying stars that flew like lightning, landing on Fang Yuan's back one after another. Fang Yuan staggered from the hit, he almost lost his balance and fell forward. But immediately after, he straightened his back and wiped it with his hand. Starlight specks were shining intensely on his back. They were the down marks left behind by the flying stars. But after Fang Yuan wiped them, all of these down marks were refined into his own. The power of rank 9 refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. It was terrible to her that Fang Yuan had such a method. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system did not excel in powerful individual offensive methods. She mainly relied on consecutive hits. And the key to these consecutive hits were the down marks that the flying stars left behind. With these down marks, the following flying stars would be able to deal increasingly greater damage to the enemy. But Fang Yuan refined these down marks into his own. The flying star consecutive move was easily broken. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to use this move, she would not be fighting Fang Yuan but funding him instead. Fang Yuan easily got rid of the flying star consecutive move and launched his own counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not deal with him head-on, she had to temporarily retreat. He is very proficient with this refinement path killer move. It shows that Fang Yuan came prepared. But he held back the entire time, waiting for the final moment of this Crazed Demon Cave fight and after he became rank 9 to utilize this trump card. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally understood the true extent of Fang Yuan's craftiness. The killer move was prepared long ago, otherwise, it could not be used so quickly after Fang Yuan became rank 9. If he used it earlier, the effect would be great too, but he refused to activate it, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to assume that he was helpless against the flying star killer move. At the final battle, he used it and caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard immediately. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She realized a portion of the truth at this moment as she spoke. "Fang Yuan, well done, you purposely did that during the Primordial Domain contest. You purposely held back and gave up on competing for Primordial Domain, thus Giant Sun and I destroyed the refinement path part of the Primordial Domain. You were purposely pretending to be weak so that we would look down on and put less attention on you. Hearing these words, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's heart lit up. He could not help but feel more anger towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan remained smiling as he said plainly, "Star Constellation, you are thinking too highly of me." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled coldly, "Fang Yuan, don't think of deceiving us anymore." Regardless of whether thieving heaven's true inheritance had refinement path true meaning, before you entered primordial domain, you were already extremely close to Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. After entering primordial domain, you realized that even if you gave up a portion of the refinement path primordial domain, you could still become a refinement path Supreme Grandmaster by yourself. Thus, you purposely held back and let Giant Sun and I seemingly ruin your chances of becoming a Venerable. There were many benefits in this. Firstly, becoming a Venerable would mean breaking through the heavenly Tao blockade. You would need to undergo tribulation and it carries many risks. You have to find the right timing to do so. Once you become a Supreme Grandmaster openly, we would be on guard against you. Secondly, even if you became a Venerable quickly, before the three worlds united, limitless eternal life result was still far away from us. Everyone needed to wait. Furthermore, because of limitless retaliation, even if you became a Venerable, you could not use your strength. Thirdly, if you were not a Venerable, we would subconsciously ignore you. In our minds, even if Paradise Earth was just a pseudo-Venerable, he was still more threatening than you. Finally, everyone was holding back during the Crazed Demon Cave battle. A lot of trump cards were not revealed. For example, you did not know how much I had infiltrated the Crazed Demon formation. Thus, you concealed your methods and waited for the situation to become clearer, after we went through our methods, before trying to claim victory. While defending against Fang Yuan's attacks, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable analyzed and exposed Fang Yuan's schemes to everyone. Be they Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they did not want a third Venerable contesting with them. Paradise Earth was the best example. He was trying to become a Venerable under the attention of the two Venerables. In the end, he got heavily injured because of them. As Giant Sun Immortal Venerable listened to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's explanation, his mind became increasingly clear. With a loud howling sound, he stepped on a giant golden aurora and charged at Fang Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also pincer attacked Fang Yuan from another direction. Chapter 22:12, Refine Goo, Refine Human, and Refine Heaven. Seeing the fierce attacks of the enemies, Fang Yuan quickly dodged for the time being. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pursued relentlessly as he shouted, "Back then, when I fought my way into the door of life and death, I wanted to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trump card and learn of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current condition. But you also went inside. It was truly a great scheme. If you remained in the outside world, you would need to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who went out. But if you followed me, you would be able to see the strength of Heavenly Court and my longevity heaven." At that time, because of Heavenly Court's arrangements, the door of life and death was tightly connected to the immortal graveyard. It could not be destroyed forcefully in a short period of time. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable secretly inspected their lucks. After learning of this peculiar change in Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Spectral Soul Demon Venerables' lucks, he wanted to find out the reason. If possible, he wanted to ruin this intimate relationship between them. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had hidden cards too, but he went inside the door of life and death regardless. Because he had his own trump cards. When he used the blood path method to revive, no matter how severe his injuries got, he would be fully healed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been trying to make the best use of this trump card. He tried all ways possible to probe more of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. From Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's perspective, this was the first time he was fighting against a Venerable. Venerables had immense foundation, he needed to probe carefully. To destroy the immortal graveyard, he had to target the door of life and death. By going inside, he could inspect if there was really a relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If possible, he would destroy that connection and save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before working together. Or if possible, he could even try to take the door of life and death for himself. With all these intentions, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to find out Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method involving emotions on this trip. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left the door of life and death, did Giant Sun Immortal Venerable really not have any way of stopping her? That was not the case. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was happy to see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leave. Firstly, the eternal life result still needed some time to nurture. He had already left behind his investigative method in the Crazed Demon formation, that was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Secondly, 3 parties were contesting in Crazed Demon Cave then, other than Green Lotus Great World's Heavenly Court, and Savage Wilderness Great World's Longevity Heaven, there was also Yellow Earth Great World's Paradise Earth. In the end, through this contest, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forced Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to revive prematurely, causing him to only have pseudo-venerable cultivation level. When Paradise Earth went into the door of life and death, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not use his biggest trump card before leaving. Even though he did not save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he managed to ally with Paradise Earth. Boom! As Fang Yuan retaliated, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move was broken, he was forced back again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable yelled, "Fang Yuan, I am sure you wanted to see Paradise Earth's premature resurrection as well." Such great acting, truly great acting skills. After leaving the door of life and death, I was hit by Qin Ding Ling's method and fell into a disadvantage. I needed you to take action, but you were trapped by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. That was your intentional excuse. You purposely made the Qi-Si clone activate Hu Elevation, that way, the Qi-Si clone would be restrained again, while Jean Boudu was unable to get away. You managed to watch openly as our 2 sides fought and expended each other's strength. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said while gritting his teeth. Back then, he still had an immortal zombie body, he was suppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and schemed against by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. His combat system's foundation was uprooted. Even though the situation was dangerous, Giant Sun was not flustered. Because he still had the greatest trump card unused. Giant Sun held back and waited because he wanted to see the trump cards of these other people. In the end, Paradise Earth made his move. Paradise Earth did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, instead, he tried to help Giant Sun. After failing, he immediately saved Fang Yuan. This showed that Paradise Earth's intentions were not simple either. However, after Fang Yuan was saved, he still refused to help out Giant Sun. Instead, he went to kill the unimportant Qin Ding Ling. This way, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to use his Blood Path trump card, reviving completely. Fang Yuan succeeded in killing Qin Ding Ling, but how could he deceive Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with such superficial actions? Giant Sun was very clear of it in his heart. Since he exposed his true strength, he immediately changed his position and joined up with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan. Because of this, Fang Yuan was attacked by 2 Venerables. He had to expend Reverse Flow River, but still got hit in the end. His immortal aperture suffered calamities and tribulations. Wait. Thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable realized and called out, "During that time, you used the opportunity of your immortal aperture getting hit to obscure the aura and use the chance to break through the heavenly Tao blockade. By stacking tribulation with tribulation, you deceived everyone and got past the final tribulation, becoming a Venerable." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable finally understood everything. Back then, he thought that he had succeeded when he inspected Fang Yuan's falling luck and the aura of calamities and tribulations in his aperture. But to think that Fang Yuan was making use of this to secretly tackle the heavenly Tao blockade and break through an even stronger tribulation. With just Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's method, he could definitely not create black fire in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The black fire was the remnant product of the chaotic disaster. Fang Yuan did not speak, he attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable resisted with difficulty. He stared at Fang Yuan and continued to speak. "Through that method, you became a Venerable without anyone noticing. I originally thought that you were not skilled in aura concealment methods, but to think that your attainment in this aspect is shocking. You have been concealing your aura the entire time." You actually deceived me, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and wait, even Paradise Earth was deceived. Fang Yuan was the greatest liar, he lied until the very end. All of these venerables were toyed around by him. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang looked at each other, feeling the shock in each other's hearts. The fight between the venerables was getting more intense. They started using their full strength, causing the rest to be pushed away to the boundaries of the void, along with the Qi clone. Looking at Fang Yuan, who was holding the upper hand, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang had complex emotions. On one hand, they were shocked and in admiration that Fang Yuan broke through successfully to become a venerable. He was even suppressing two noble existences who were famous in history. But on the other hand, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang were furious. They had a close connection to Paradise Earth, while a large part of his death was attributed to Fang Yuan's scheme. In the end, Paradise Earth had no choice but to expose his great secret. He could absorb truthful floating ice to raise his cultivation level. Fang Yuan purposely made a transaction with Paradise Earth and shouted so loudly, triggering the two venerables to use their full strength on him. In the end, the attacks of the two venerables helped out Fang Yuan. He managed to kill Paradise Earth. Crafty, scheming, evil. Such words revolved around the hearts of Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang. They could not help but describe Fang Yuan as such. Rumble. As the golden light faded and starlight dimmed, Fang Yuan was incredibly domineering. His aura was surging like a rising tiger over 10,000 li. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were feeling bitter internally. After so long, they had already expended many of their trump cards in combat. Their injuries were still lingering, there was simply no time to heal them. In contrast, Fang Yuan had been staying low profile and hiding his strength. His schemes were simply too deep. Boom! The three venerables clashed again. Fang Yuan held the upper hand once more. The two venerables were forced back, they spat out blood together, their injuries becoming more severe. Fang Yuan wore a snow-white robe, his hair was long and fluttering, he dominated the battlefield, with his aura surmounting mountains and rivers. He firmly grasped the upper hand as he suddenly recited. In my youth I knew the hardships of the world. Yet I still aspired to soar above the clouds. A journey of cold winds and uncertainty. A lone traveler experiences a life of ups and downs. A heart of steel forged from countless setbacks. A lifetime of effort to forge one sword. Today my sword aims beyond the clouds. Refine Gu. Refine human. Refine heaven. Fang Yuan's attacks were like a surging tide, enveloping all the surrounding battlefield, approaching from all directions of the world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist them, they retreated time and time again. Fang Yuan grabbed with his hand, the final truthful floating ice went towards him. Don't think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, she had to toss out the door of life and death at the final crucial moment. The door of life and death erupted with an immense suction force, while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable attacked at the same time, his killer move landing on Fang Yuan. In order to take the truthful floating ice, Fang Yuan exposed a weakness and was sent into the door of life and death by the two venerables. Our tactic succeeded. The two venerables looked at each other, having expressions of joy flashing at the same time. But at the next moment, Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. A killer move with all three secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores was activated by Fang Yuan. A road of life was suddenly formed, extending out of the door of life and death. Fang Yuan instantly returned to the battlefield, leaving Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was extremely furious and agitated behind in the door of life and death. The two venerables stared with wide eyes. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyelids were twitching intensely. This was the move that he wanted Fang Yuan to conceptualize when he was trapped in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan kept delaying it and showed an expression of helplessness, eventually failing in his deduction. But now, seeing that Fang Yuan was using it so proficiently, it was clear that he had already practiced it many times. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan already had this killer move. But he still used Danghun Luopa Seal to make an excuse for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and the rest. Seeing that the door of life and death could not trap Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a soft sigh. At the next moment, the door of life and death opened. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable flew out immediately. He was still in an agitated state, his mind was not clear. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable but furiously targeted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Fang Yuan. Using this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to snatch the Truthful floating ice. The scene became very chaotic. Immortal Killer Move, Dang Hun Luo Pasil. With one attack by Fang Yuan, 1,000 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms severed. After Fang Yuan became venerable and passed the Black Fire Tribulation, his Dao marks had already exceeded Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan roared and made a push, eventually taking that final Truthful floating ice for himself. Star Constellation, I've already done my best. From within Spectral Soul's belly, Verdant Great Sun's voice could be heard sighing. Next, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed, becoming blank. His roaring and emotions of hatred vanished. He ignored Fang Yuan and Giant Sun as he charged towards the hole expressionlessly. Bam! With a loud sound, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had actually used his own body to block the whole of the world boundary. The immortals were shocked, the entire scene became silent again. Chapter 22:13, Chudu vs. He Lulan. This was a nameless grassland. The ground was dry and desolate, there was barely any vegetation except yellowish wilting wild grass. The sky was gray and hazy, no sunlight could be seen. A cold and dark wind blew on the faces of the immortals. At this ordinary location, tens of Gu immortals were gathered. All of their attention was placed on two people. The male immortal wore a yellowish-brown leather robe unique to northern plains. He had a red and thick leather belt, as well as pitch-black leather shoes. The loose robe could not conceal his muscular body, while his face was nothing extraordinary. He looked very plain. But nobody present could ignore him despite that. Because his name was Chudu, the Domination Immortal. And opposing him, there was a female immortal. The female immortal wore a half-mask covering her nose, mouth and cheeks, only revealing the upper half of her face, which showed her strong contours, sharp and long brows, bright eyes, and a bold aura. She was Fairy Black Moon, a powerful expert who challenged countless people and had never suffered a loss since her rise in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. As for her true identity as He Lulan, few Gu Immortals knew. Not long ago, He Lulan defeated one of the most prominent members of Lu tribe, rank 7 Gu Immortal expert Lu Chang. She challenged Chudu thereafter. Chudu did not back down, he directly agreed. Once news of this battle was spread, the tension of Northern Plains Gu Immortals rose, they paid huge attention to it. Right now, the time for the two immortals' fight had arrived. Chudu, you have finally arrived. Battle intent surged in He Lulan's eyes, blazing like flames. The contest of strength path, I have been looking forward to this. Chudu replied happily, regardless of the outcome today, Fairy, I would like to invite you to my Chu tribe as a guest. We can exchange our experiences in cultivating strength path. He Lulan snorted coldly, Chudu, I've heard of your great name since long ago. But if you want to exchange pointers, we will have to see if you are qualified. Chudu smiled, please have the first move. He Lulan did not stand on ceremony, her body flew out like lightning, rising up and flying towards the upper clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Waves of human figures descended from the clouds, crashing towards Chudu like meteors. Chudu raised his head and immediately retreated upon seeing this. He was very fast. After pulling some distance, he used his killer move as he pushed with both palms. Boom. A surge of great strength burst out, air currents were generated, He Lulan's strength path phantoms shattered like bursting bubbles against this powerful attack. Chudu pushed with his palms again, clearing out the dark clouds in the sky, exposing the clear skies and radiant sunlight. He Lulan, who had hidden herself in the cloud layer, was also exposed as a result. He Lulan had a serious expression. after the concealment of the dark clouds, her killer move was already prepared. At the next moment, her hands clenched into fists, raising them above her head before slamming them down towards Chudu's direction. With a thunderous sound, air was squeezed and distorted as the fist shadows instantly arrived in front of Chudu. Chudu raised both arms, blocking the attack. Bam! There was a loud collision as he was forced back by 100 steps. But soon, he stopped in the air, shrugging his shoulders. A layer of dust fell from his sleeves. He was completely unharmed. Hei Lulan was not surprised at all. She continued to rain down a flurry of unceasing attacks. Chudu blocked her attacks time and time again while retaliating in response. Both sides were separated by some distance. They attacked with long-ranged methods that caused incredible commotions. The observing immortals were all staring at the two of them with fixed gazes. So exciting, to think that Strength Path Gu immortals would have so many outstanding long-ranged methods. Currently, it seems that Fairy Black Moon and Chudu are evenly matched. Humph, now is too early to make that conclusion, Cho Lao Wu snorted coldly. Strength Path Gu immortals are strongest at close combat. They are still using long-ranged methods to probe each other now. Chudu was firm as a mountain while Hei Lulan displayed many outstanding long-ranged methods. After more than 10 rounds of combat, the two sides suddenly charged and clashed in the center. With that loud sound, all of the immortals jolted. They are fighting seriously now. This is an extremely rare contest of Strength Path. Whoever wins this will be the #1 Strength Path cultivator in the current world. In the current 5 regions, there were very few Strength Path Gu immortals. After all, Strength Path had been declining for a long time, far beyond half a century worth of degradation. Before Hei Lulan appeared, Chudu was publicly recognized as a Strength Path expert in the 5 regions. He had quite the reputation. With the sudden appearance of Hei Lulan, most Gu immortals were shocked by her path. To think that another anomaly would arise in Strength Path. Under everyone's gaze, the two continued to rain down punches and kicks at each other. It was an intense fight. Attacks and defenses were unleashed and put up continually. Each move had an incredible amount of strength in them. Be they Chudu or Hei Lulan, neither had the intention to retreat. They fought strength with strength, ferocity with ferocity. The battle between Strength Path Gu immortals could be said to be plain and simple. It was not as glamorous as other paths. But in the hearts of many Gu immortals present, a chill started to form. Even though Strength Path is declining, Strength Path Gu immortals are not to be underestimated. If I had to fight against either Chudu or Fairy Black Moon, the outcome would be disastrous. Each attack by Chudu or Hei Lulan would cause a thunderous sound that twisted and distorted the air. Air currents surged as wind continued to form from their impacts. Compared to long-ranged methods, Strength Path excelled more at close combat. A Gu immortal with superb cultivation and Strength Path would be threatening in their every punch and kick. Their advantage in close combat was regarding the aspect of attack frequency. Hei Lulan and Chudu fought quicker and quicker. The observing Gu immortals tried to imagine themselves as either party and felt cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. In the future, if I meet any Strength Path Gu immortal, I must not let them get close to me. The punches and kicks are unleashed too frequently. There is no time to prepare killer moves in such a fight. Without killer moves, how can anyone defend against such intense attacks? More than 10 rounds passed again. Chudu gradually gained the upper hand. Even though Hei Lulan was strong and had many methods, her combat experience still paled in comparison to Chudu. Her cultivation time was far less than Chudu. Chudu accumulated his advantage through his immensely rich combat experience. After adding up all these advantages, he started to suppress Hei Lulan. Chen Qing, Yin Wu Kei, and the rest had grim expressions. This cannot go on, I need to take a risk. Hei Lulan's gaze turned sharp as a blade, flashing for an instant. She knew that if she did not change her fighting style now, if this went on, she would definitely lose. At the next moment, Hei Lulan shouted loudly as she rained punches and kicks on Chudu with rapid intensity. Chudu was like a reef by the sea. No matter how intense the waves were, he remained motionless. Hei Lulan was not surprised. While Chudu defended himself, she quickly moved back and started preparing her killer move. Chu-Du smiled as he quickly approached her. Oh no! Chen Qing saw this and gasped aloud. The observing Gu Immortal saw this and knew that Chu-Du had waited for this opportunity for some time. Chu-Du erupted with shocking speed, rapidly getting closer to He Lulan. He Lulan had no choice but to helplessly stop her killer move activation. She fought against Chu-Du with punches and kicks, blocking the other party's unceasing attacks. But because of this, by stopping her killer move midway, the activation failure caused a backlash that caused severe internal injuries to He Lulan. Chu-Du created a battle opportunity. He made great use of it and fought against He Lulan until she could only defend herself. Chu-Du had the complete advantage now. A wave of cheers erupted. These voices came from Chu-Du's godchildren as well as the supreme elders of Chu tribe. Humph, don't rejoice too early. Fairy Black Moon has not used her trump card yet. He Lulan's supporters had grim expressions. They rebuked. Totem killer move, Dark Capital Strength Biao, 1. At the next moment, He Lulan's body shook. A tiger roared, its huge black claws sent Chu-Du flying. The giant black tiger flapped its wings and vanished on the spot, appearing behind Chu-Du. Chu-Du quickly defended himself. Even though he blocked the Dark Capital Strength Biao's attack again, his body was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing towards the ground from the force created. It's here. Fairy Black Moon's signature method, Dark Capital Strength Biao. Someone shouted in excitement. Cho Lao Wu had a cold expression. This was the first time he saw it. This totem killer move is too convenient. It can stay dormant on the skin during normal times and be activated with a single thought when needed. Indeed. Haoshan gritted his teeth. If not for this move, our first Supreme Elder would have obtained victory already. 1. Tiger with Wings. Back. Chapter 22:14. You have won this battle. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was incredibly fast. It was hard to deal with in the first place. More importantly, after He Lulan stabilized her position, she quickly used a healing method on herself before joining the fight again. She had great coordination with the Dark Capital Strength Biao. They attacked from the left and right, firmly suppressing Chu-Du. Chu-Du was in a pitiful state. Many areas of his robe were torn, showing that his defenses were no longer holding up. Blood soon appeared on his lips. His injuries were slowly accumulating. Chu tribe's Gu Immortals had grim expression. In the current situation, they could not see hope of Chu-Du turning this around. The Dark Capital Strength Biao gave He Lulan too great of an advantage. You will lose. He Lulan shouted with momentum, unleashing her killer move, 8-directional strength fight. Chu-Du was surrounded by countless figures. He could not break out for the time being. Suddenly, a shadow casted down from above him. It was the Dark Capital Strength Biao. It opened its mouth to bite at Chu-Du. If this bite connected, Chu-Du would be heavily injured, if not dead. At the moment of crisis, Chu-Du laughed loudly instead. Finally caught you. At the next moment, Strength Path Giant Hand appeared and grabbed forcefully. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was caught unguarded and growled loudly. It wanted to struggle. But after only one breath of time, the Strength Path Giant Hand firmly held onto it and slammed it to the ground. Boom! There was a loud sound as the ground shook, rocks were sent flying and dust clouds rose. Immortal killer move, Battle Strength Transpiration. Chu-Du suddenly erupted with an intense aura as his body expanded to the size of a 10-meter giant. His entire body turned red, all of the pores on his body opened up, as his sweat turned into steam, surrounding his body. Immortal killer move, Heaven and Earth Combined Strength. Chu-Du straightened both arms before clapping them together in front of his chest. At the next moment, the Immortals gasped. He Lulan's expression changed. The surrounding 1,000 li were enveloped by a formless force. The Gu Immortals were restrained and unable to move easily. They felt like bugs that had fallen into oil. Affected by this killer move, the speed of the Dark Capital Strength Biao fell drastically. Its threat towards Chu-Du also plunged to rock bottom. This is a quasi-battlefield killer move. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Chu Du's move was amazing and beyond her expectations. I did not want to use this. He Lu Lan snorted internally, activating the Expend Strength Immortal Goo in her Immortal aperture. This rank 7 Immortal Goo was lent to her by Longevity Heaven secretly. Other than that, there was also a killer move that used Expend Strength Immortal Goo as the core. It was called 70% Expended Strength. At the crucial moment, He Lu Lan immediately activated this move. This move's preparation had no aura and was stealthy. Only when it was used, it unleashed an overwhelmingly extraordinary burst of aura. Chu Du quickly tried to dodge, but he did not succeed. After getting hit by this move, every action or killer move of his took much more effort to complete, by at least more than 50%. While Chu Du's condition fell, He Lu Lan unleashed a flurry of attacks again. The battle was in a heated stage, both sides were stuck in a deadlock. The observing immortals retreated at once. They left the range of heaven and earth combined strength, becoming more at ease as they continued to watch the battle. Regardless of this battle's result, these two are peak characters among Northern Plains rank 7 experts. Such terrifying battle strength, I'm afraid they might be able to challenge rank 8 Gu immortals as well. Chu Du, Black Moon, they are the support pillars of strength path in the current world, undoubtedly. The Gu immortals sighed to themselves. At this point in the battle, be they Chu Du or He Lu Lan, they had earned the respect and recognition of everyone. Such evenly matched opponents made the immortals even more excited to see the eventual winner. Awesome, this is really great. Chu Du had many bone fractures and his robe was dyed red, but he laughed heartily and expressed his excitement towards this battle. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth and did not speak. She had gotten into a disadvantage once again. The reason was still the difference in combat experience. Chu Du was superior to He Lu Lan in every tiny detail. As they accumulated, they eventually affected the entire battle. He Lu Lan tried all ways to regain her footing, but the more she fought, the more tiny weaknesses she exposed, giving Chu Du even more opportunities to take advantage of. He was clearly hit by my 70% expended strength. How can he still have such stamina? Seeing that Chu Du was not getting tired, He Lu Lan could not help but feel a bit shocked. Chu Du had outstanding strength. Even though He Lu Lan was using her full strength, she could not take down Chu Du. Currently, she could only hope that the effect of 70% expended strength would tire Chu Du out. But another 10 or so rounds passed. Before Chu Du even got tired, He Lu Lan was already completely at a disadvantage. The situation was dangerous. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth secretly. She was not willing to fail. In this situation, she could only take a risk and try. At the next moment, the Dark Capital Strength Biao growled and jumped towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan advanced instead of moving aside, entering the Dark Capital Strength Biao's body in midair. With a flash of dark light, the Dark Capital Strength Biao shrank in size, turning into a half-beast half-man form. It became a layer of armor on He Lu Lan's body. It seemed like smoke or an illusion. This was a higher level use of a totem killer move. When the Gu Immortal combined with the totem, their battle strength would surge immensely. Chu Du, time to go down. He Lu Lan shouted. The Biao wings flapped. She instantly arrived before Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms. He Lu Lan's iron fists landed on his arms. The huge force erupted like resounding thunder. The surrounding air was forced aside as Chu Du flew out uncontrollably towards the ground. But Chu Du landed with both feet on the ground, creating a huge and long trench behind him. While he was still retreating, He Lu Lan suddenly appeared above him. Boom! There was another attack as He Lu Lan sent Chu Du flying to the ground again. Bam bam bam! He Lu Lan floated in the air, raining down fist shadows incessantly. The ground shook as smoke appeared. Her terrifying strength caused the spectators to turn pale. Lord Chu Du! Godfather! Chu Tribe's Gu immortals shouted loudly in worry. He Lu Lan was too powerful now. She was almost dominating the scene. Chu Du had no way of retaliating. Enough, stop now, Black Moon. From the pit, Chu Du's voice could be heard as he spoke with difficulty. But He Lu Lan did not listen to him. She continued to punch endlessly. Is Chu Du admitting defeat? Wu Guang was excited as he spoke. Something is not right. Master seems to be in a weird state. Chen Cheng's expression changed. Hearing this, everyone realized that He Lu Lan's gaze was like a wild beast. She seemed to have lost her reasoning. She could only control this killer move through her instincts to slaughter. Chu tribe's Gu immortals were all happy now. There is still hope. Great. As long as First Supreme Elder gets through this, he will win. This killer move is too powerful. If Fairy Black Moon's killer move activation fails, she might face a backlash and even lose her life. But right at this moment, a figure flew out. It was Chu Du. But what Chu Du did next was out of everyone's expectations. He had forcefully endured the rampaging attacks, disregarding his own life to approach He Lu Lan and place his arm on her shoulder. A huge vibration force was emitted. He Lu Lan and the Dark Capital Strength Biao were separated. He Lu Lan regained her senses and her pupils shrank immediately. She was shocked to find out that her left fist had penetrated the right side of Chu Du's chest. But Chu Du used a method to save her and prevent her from suffering the immense backlash from her killer move. Why? At once, He Lu Lan fell into deep confusion and disbelief. But right at this moment, the Dark Capital Strength Biao's ferocity did not lower. It appeared behind Chu Du and bit harshly. Stop. He Lu Lan shouted internally and willed to try to stop the Dark Capital Strength Biao. In this situation, if Chu Du was hit by it, he would definitely die. But the Dark Capital Strength Biao was not under He Lu Lan's control. It was incredibly fierce. Right when He Lu Lan thought Chu Du was about to die, a surge of aura burst out of Chu Du's body. His killer move was unleashed. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was sent flying from one attack. The immortals were shocked. Rank 8 cultivation level? Chu Du became a rank 8 Gu immortal? Our first Supreme Elder is rank 8? When did he advance? He Lu Lan stared with wide eyes and looked fixedly at Chu Du. Why? While speaking, she retracted her left hand from Chu Du's chest and placed it on his shoulder. A killer move was activated by He Lu Lan. It was not an offensive killer move but a healing method instead. Chu Du's expression was pale. He accepted her good intentions as he smiled. Ever since you started challenging people, I started noticing you, Fairy Black Moon. Do you know? Even if you did not challenge me, I would issue you a challenge as well. To have a fair battle. Because Strength Path has been silent for far too long. Your emergence made me really happy. Continue on this path, Black Moon. Revitalize Strength Path and let it shine gloriously again. Chu Du expressed his aspirations. Looking at his dazzling eyes, He Lu Lan was silent. The Dark Capital Strength Biao had returned after being repelled by Chu Du. But now, He Lu Lan regained control of it. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was heavily damaged. It went back onto He Lu Lan's skin. He Lu Lan looked at Chu Du deeply before leaving. Before departing, she said, Chu Du, you have won this battle. This battle that caused a commotion in Northern Plains Gu Immortal ended in Chu Du's victory, but the exact outcome of this fight was far beyond everyone's expectations. Once Chu Du displayed rank 8 cultivation level, he became a higher up in the Gu Immortal world, be they himself or Chu tribe, their reputation soared. And in that intense battle, Chu Du first sealed his own cultivation level to fight against Fairy Black Moon as a rank 7. He then disregarded his own life to save her. Such actions caused the neutral Gu Immortals to gain good feelings towards him. Even those who supported Fairy Black Moon like Yin Wu Kei, Qin Qing, and Wu Guang secretly felt admiration towards him. After returning to Chu tribe, his godchildren suggested to hold a celebratory banquet and invite the immortals, to make use of this result and elevate Chu tribe's status. But Chu Du rejected it without second thought. He was very low profile regarding the result of this battle. However, news that he became a rank 8 Gu Immortal still caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains' current situation. Days later, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven let out even more surprising news that shook the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had revived successfully, while Guyu Fang Yuan had become a Refinement Path Demon Venerable. The world was in an uproar, all the immortals were shocked. Chapter 2215, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Under the setting sun, the surface of the sea was dyed red. Birds were chirping out loud, a warm sea breeze was blowing. This place was some distance away from Eastern Sea's Xia clan, it was not considered close. This place will do. Fang Yuan quickly descended, landing on a relatively small deserted island. Several investigative killer moves were activated. Fang Yuan had complete control over the island, he did not detect any threats or suspicious matters. Fang Yuan directly took out the 5 regional limit formation. Soon, 5 colored smoke mixed together and enveloped the island, before spreading towards the sky and sea. If he were still rank 8, after escaping from Crazed Demon Cave, he would choose the headquarters of Eastern Sea's Xia clan, or go to Immemorial White Heaven in secret and hide himself to recuperate. But Fang Yuan had rank 9 cultivation level now, he was a venerable, he could do things openly without fear. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to attack him now, Fang Yuan would be happy to see that happen. Fang Yuan slowly shut his eyes as his divine sense peered into the sovereign immortal aperture. He had already accumulated several beads of rank 9 immortal essence. Rank 8 immortal essence was known as White Lychee Immortal Essence, rank 9 immortal essence was slightly larger and looked like an apricot, it was orange-yellow in color. It was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan was familiar with the appearance of rank 9 Immortal Essence since long ago, because he had obtained Giant Sun's Immortal Essence as well as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's remaining Immortal Essence. But now, he felt some surging emotions internally. After all, this was his personal Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Using the Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, Fang Yuan activated a method. Refinement Path Killer Move, Refined Self. A pale yellow light that was the size of a fist flowed out from the area near Fang Yuan's stomach. The yellow light flowed slowly around his entire body. The emphasis was on Fang Yuan's injuries. Fang Yuan had over 100 injuries, most of them were only dealt with superficially while he was on the way back. Even now, many of the wounds were still bleeding and covered in golden light or starlight specks, they were lingering on his bones, or his mashed-up flesh. As the pale yellow light appeared, all of the starlight and golden aurora was cleansed. This meant that the Tao marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left on Fang Yuan's body were all refined by him. But the process of refinement was not comfortable, and intense pain could be felt. Fang Yuan's body was shivering, his expression turned pale, soon, sweat covered his forehead. Eventually, the pale yellow light lingered on the area of Fang Yuan's detached arm. After an hour, the light faded away. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, he finally relaxed. After resting for a moment, he immediately used a compound killer move, Man as before. At the next moment, his injuries were fully healed, his arm was also fully restored. But when Fang Yuan exerted strength using that arm, he still felt a sense of weakness from it. But this was already satisfactory to him. Fang Yuan had severe injuries, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were also no better. He was almost certain that their efficiency at healing injuries was lower than him. Because Fang Yuan had the killer move Refined Self, this killer move could refine all of the Tao marks on the Gu cultivator's body into their own. The origin of this move was the killer move that Fang Yuan once used, Self-Cleansing. Using this, in the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan refined all of the Tao marks of the Flying Star killer move, countering Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's consecutive move. His physical injuries were healed, while his soul was at its peak condition. Fang Yuan started to resolve the matter of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had a tribulation earlier because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's killer move. At almost the same time, because of Fang Yuan's secret manipulation, he challenged the heavenly Tao and endured the chaotic disaster. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered huge losses, its foundation had fallen, compared to before the Crazed Demon Cave expedition, it had about 20% remaining. It was simply in tatters, this was a pitiful sight. But I predicted that this would happen before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, I prepared for it. Fang Yuan focused his mind, thoughts were expended, he activated another compound killer move, landscape as before. The year essence pools and the sub-pools in various areas of the sovereign immortal aperture all opened their dams now. The accumulated water of the river of time formed into a vast silhouette under the effect of landscape as before, sweeping through the mini-5 regions as well as all the mini-9 heavens. The silhouette of the water of the river of time soon receded entirely, but what remained were various resource points of mountains and rivers that were completely restored. The Gu Immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture saw this sight and cheered loudly, their morale surged. Fang Yuan lightly let out a breath of air. Back then, when he created the year essence subpools and created time path areas, he had already prepared to use landscape as before for such a purpose. After using this method, the water of the river of time in the year essence pools was almost used up. The sovereign immortal aperture's time difference with the outside world also fell greatly. A considerable amount of time was needed, until the year essence pools could gather enough water of the river of time to accelerate the sovereign immortal aperture's time again. At this point, 40% of the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation had just been restored. Which meant that the sovereign immortal aperture only had 40% in total of losses remaining. This greatly reduced the time, energy, and resources needed to reconstruct his foundation. The 40% of losses were created by the chaotic disaster. Even landscape as before was not useful for this. The Gu Immortals that died from the chaotic disaster were also not able to revive through human sea. He had a lot of other losses as well. The immortal essence expenditure was huge. He once had a vast amount of rank 8 immortal essence, but now, he had about 10% left. It was way below the safety margin. He was in a dangerous state. This was also why Fang Yuan stopped and did not continue fighting against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But the good news was, as a Venerable, Fang Yuan produced Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. It was much more useful than White Lychee Immortal Essence. The bad news was, rank 8 Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus that once helped Fang Yuan greatly in terms of immortal essence storage became much less useful now. At the same time, because the sovereign immortal aperture's time slowed greatly, Fang Yuan's immortal essence production speed was not high. During this period of time, Fang Yuan needed to rest and manage his immortal essence. He also had to refine the natural Tao marks of the outside world. He would need a lot of immortal essence. The lack of immortal essence is huge, while immortal essence stones are barely useful to me anymore. If I ignore everything and raise the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time to the limit, that will not work either. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic disaster every 100 years. Unless they were dream path, pill path, and so on, grand tribulations and myriad tribulations were no threat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was only wary about the chaotic disasters every 100 years. Even though he had already gone through one chaotic disaster in Crazed Demon Cave. That was only the Heavenly Tao blockade. It was far weaker than the chaotic disasters that would occur every 100 years. If the sovereign immortal aperture's time was too fast, Fang Yuan would quickly have to face the chaotic disaster. If he got heavily injured in the process, or even near the point of death, the other Venerables would take advantage of the chance. The replenishment of immortal essence was a problem. Other than this, Fang Yuan also lost a large number of immortal Gu. In the first parts of the Crazed Demon Cave fight, after Gu Immortals died, Fang Yuan did not retrieve their immortal Gu or immortal apertures. In fact, the 7 immortal Gu houses that Fang Yuan took out in Crazed Demon Cave, including Rising Cloud City, were all lost as well. Fang Yuan's losses were so severe that no super force in the world barring Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven could afford to endure them. Thankfully, in the later parts of the Crazed Demon Cave fight, Fang Yuan purposely reduced his losses in this aspect. For example, when Zhang Budu died, the will that he left behind sent many of his precious transformation path immortal Gu into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Other than immortal Gu and immortal essence, many Gu Immortals died as well. Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Warrior, Xiaohe Jian, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and even Fang Yuan's clone Zhang Budu, they had all died in Crazed Demon Cave. There were also those who died in the sovereign immortal aperture when they defended against the tribulations. Most of them were revived through human sea, they had to recultivate to become immortal again. There was also a group of them who could not be revived. Among them was the old combat beast king, a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even Fang Yuan felt that it was a pity. This old man had worked laboriously without complaint, he made great contributions towards the sovereign immortal aperture. But he was killed by the black fire, Fang Yuan could not revive him. Other than these material losses, Fang Yuan also had some hidden losses. Most importantly, he exposed too many killer moves. In the crazed demon cave battle, Fang Yuan had no choice but to expose many of his compound killer moves, as well as trump cards like Refined Self, Totem killer moves, and others. For a long time, these killer moves could not be used, they needed to be modified. When he fights against the Venerables in the future, if he were to use these killer moves without modification, Fang Yuan would be taking a huge risk. But compared to his losses, Fang Yuan's gains were much higher. In the crazed demon cave battle, Fang Yuan had immense gains, he was undeniably the biggest winner out of everyone. Firstly, Fang Yuan ransacked the first 7 layers and obtained a vast amount of chaotic Dao Mark immortal materials. In the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, he used Thieves' Den to gain a vast amount of rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were enough for him to try to refine a rank 9 immortal Gu. The second thing was Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan had about the same amount of the Primordial Domain as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, which was slightly less than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Primordial Domain was extremely valuable, especially for Fang Yuan. The third thing was Paradise Earth's Northern Plains True Inheritance, as well as his Heaven Path Cultivation experiences. These included the method to digest Truthful floating ice and raise one's own Heaven Path Cultivation level. The fourth was Information. After the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan gained an in-depth understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, as well as the Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven that they belonged to. He was no longer kept in the dark like before. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Giant Sun Immortal Venerables methods, their combat systems, as well as Heavenly Court's Door of Life and Death Immortal Graveyard, Transient White Cloud City Suppression Painting Path Formation, Yuan Dan's Pill Path, Longevity Heaven's 8 Extremities Formation, Calamity Luck Altars Luck Changing Golden Light Path, and others. The fifth gain was also Fang Yuan's greatest gain. His cultivation level rose to become Venerable level. This was a peak qualitative change. From now onwards, he went from a chess piece to a player, he could openly plot against the world and rule over the 5 regions. The history of humanity and variant humans would have no choice but to remember his name. At this point, he stood on the same plane as the 10 predecessors, he was like a sun that shone throughout the ages. All other Gu immortals, regardless of their heroism or talent, were mere stars in the sky. Gu Fang Yuan, the 11th Venerable of the Gu cultivator world. A demonic cultivator who became venerable through refinement path. According to Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, his title was Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Chapter 22:16, Crying because of Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea. Shin Clan Headquarters, Purple Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. An elderly Gu immortal stood in front of a stone door as he waited patiently. The elderly Gu immortal radiated rank 8 aura, he was the current first supreme elder of Shin Clan, holding high authority, Shin Tsongxing. Rumble. As the door of the secret room was opened, 2 Gu immortals walked out from within. The person in front wore a gray robe and had shoulder-length black and white hair, it was Shin Shang. As a cultivator of human path, the stay in Divine Emperor City was his fortuitous encounter. After leaving Divine Emperor City, the black fire injury in his immortal aperture was completely healed, his battle strength surged to pseudo-venerable level. Shin Shang walked out of the stone door and stayed at the side, smiling at the Gu immortal behind him, "Please come in." This Gu immortal wore a gray hemp garment, it was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat that could not hide his pale face and weakened state. It was Lu Weiyin, who had survived the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Lu Weiyin bowed slightly and said, "Senior Shin's human path methods are extraordinary, 30% of my injuries have healed already. I can only repay this debt in the future." Shin Shang laughed heartily, "No need to worry about it, don't call me senior either. We fought together in Crazed Demon Cave, having close cooperation. With our friendship, you can just treat me as an equal." Shin Songxing laughed as well. "Seniors, the banquet has been prepared, please come with me." Before Lu Weiyin gave any modest reply, Shin Shang laughed and grabbed his arm, bringing him to the banquet enthusiastically. The banquet was held outdoors in the open, at the peak of Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. There were 3 people in the pavilion. Shin Shang sat at the main seat, Lu Weiyin sat beside him as the guest, while Shin Songxing sat at the end respectfully. There was no need to comment about the beautiful and delicious food and wine on the table. Lu Weiyin only took a small bite before he gazed afar. He saw that the sea was calm as a mirror, having no waves at all. The setting sun was radiating brightly, and the evening clouds were like blazing flames. Such a beautiful sight, Lu Weiyin praised. At this moment, the countless birds and sparrows chirped on the island. Countless purple rosewood branches shook with the cries of the birds, emitting beautiful sounds. At once, the blend of sounds created a medley that spread far and wide, towards the sea and sky that stretched to the horizon. Lu Weiyin could not help but show an expression of indulgence. He shut his eyes to savor the moment. After a long while, he opened his eyes and let out a breath of air. "I've heard of the reputation of Eastern Sishan Clan's Rosewood Myriad Sparrow Island. After seeing it today, it truly lives up to that reputation. After surviving Crazed Demon Cave and seeing this beautiful sight, my heart has calmed down. Sigh, it is great to be alive." Lu Weiyin's strength was at the peak of rank 8, aside from his defense, which was firmly at pseudo-venerable level. However, the battle in Crazed Demon Cave made him feel extremely weak. There were many crises and trials that caused Lu Weiyin to be on the brink of death multiple times. Recalling these dangerous moments, Lu Weiyin still felt some lingering fear now. Shin Songxing showed an expression of curiosity as he inquired, "If not for Heavenly Quartz and Longevity Heaven's declarations, the entire 5 regions would still be kept in the dark. What exactly happened in Crazed Demon Cave?" Not only did Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revive, Yu Fang Yuan even became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven both suffered losses. Even though they had gains too, Fang Yuan was the biggest winner. Thus, they did not describe the details of Crazed Demon Cave to the rest of the world. With this huge commotion, after the initial shock of the Gu Immortals, they started to gain deep curiosity. Shin Songxing was no exception. Lu Weiyin and Shin Shang looked at each other before retelling the complex story of the battle in Crazed Demon Cave together. After Shin Songxing heard their story, he became silent. The pursuit of Limitless Demon Venerable, the scheming Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the powerful Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, the pitiful Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and the immense restraint of Yu Fang Yuan. This battle was at a whole new level. To the extent that even Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Zhan Budu, Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Weiyin, and Shin Shang were mere side characters in comparison. The price of this battle was also shocking beyond belief. Pseudo-venerables like Zhan Budu and Demon Immortal Qi Ju died. Fang Yuan lost about 50 Gu Immortal subordinates, only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities were left. And in Crazed Demon Cave, countless life forms including Nye Kuang Feng, Bu Tian Kong, and Duan who had died. Eventually, Limitless Demon Venerable failed in pursuing eternal life, while Fang Yuan ended up as the biggest winner. Shin Songxing frowned and asked the 2 immortals, "There are 3 things I do not understand. Firstly, if I were Limitless Demon Venerable, why would I rush at that moment and take such a risk? With such strength, couldn't he have suppressed the entire world and built another formation if this Crazed Demon formation was not enough to achieve his goal?" Shin Shang shook his head slightly. Limitless Demon Venerable is a true Tao pursuer. After a million years of preparation and planning, how could he relent without giving it a test? Lu Weiyin added, he could not last long in that condition either. Although he seemed to have revived, he was not a true living Gu immortal. At least, after his death, he did not have a flesh and blood body, there was no immortal aperture either, in fact, he turned back into truthful floating ice. So that's it. Shen Songxing nodded and asked again, secondly, are they really ignoring Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and letting him remain in the void of the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave? Lu Weiyin pondered and said, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was first manipulated by star constellation Immortal Venerable and experienced a surge in emotions. He almost lost his memories and only vaguely remembered Lord Paradise Earth. Afterwards, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was released from the door of life and death by star constellation Immortal Venerable. He actually went to block the whole of the world boundary of his own accord, that was out of our expectations. He did not regain his memories and sanity like what we anticipated. There were no changes in his emotions, it was like he was completely emotionless, but he treated the world boundaries whole as the biggest threat. He used his body to block it and ignored everything else. That was truly a strange condition, as if he was a soul beast. Xin Shang said, us two discussed between ourselves regarding Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition, but we had no conclusion. Now it seems that even the Venerables have no answer, they can merely make guesses. After Fang Yuan gained the upper hand and snatched the final truthful floating ice, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable focused on suppressing the world boundaries whole, the three Venerables stopped fighting. After the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, they are all severely weakened, since the whole is handled by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, ignoring him is the best move for now. Saying so, Shen Shang looked at Lu Weiyin and said, as for what they will do in the future and whether Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can regain his sanity, none of us can guess. Lu Weiyin nodded, his expression turned more solemn. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had a deeply murderous nature, without regaining his sanity, he could only stay in the 9th layer void and not escape. But if he regained his sanity, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would fall into chaos. Shen Songxing asked his final question, and thirdly, Fang Yuan's schemes to become a venerable were exposed by star constellation Immortal Venerable and giant sun Immortal Venerable. But there are still things I cannot understand. How did Fang Yuan get so many new killer moves? He had an endless number of compound killer moves, totem killer moves, and even Dang Hun Luo Pa Seal that made use of Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. I really cannot understand it. I thought Fang Yuan was always specialized in the wisdom path aspect of blocking others' deductions. His wisdom goo was also used up in Heavenly Court, how could he still have so many killer moves? Unless he has made some important progression in wisdom path? But isn't this growth simply too big? So be it if he had Dang Hun Luo Pa Seal, but that killer move that allowed him to escape from the door of life and death used the 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores, he had nearly replicated the road of life. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang shook their heads, they had no idea either. The former sighed, if Fang Yuan was not so unpredictable, he would not have become the biggest winner in this contest. The latter said, regarding this, I have some guesses. The 3 immortals ate and spoke, discussing their theories. After filling their bellies, Shen Songxing took out a cup and made tea for Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang. Lu Weiyin took a look and became quite curious, he asked, is this your 6-sound tea? Shen Songxing smiled, it is just a small creation, allow me to embarrass myself. Lu Weiyin had a serious expression, Shen Clan's 6-sound tea is famous in the world, to think that I am lucky enough to try it. There is a term in luck path called every cloud has a silver lining, there is also another saying there is bound to be great fortune after surviving a huge crisis. Haha, I am really lucky today. 6-sound tea was a set of 6 teacups. These 6 cups of tea had very specific details when it came to the brewing process, temperature, cup used, sequence of drinking, and exact way to drink. Shen Songxing expended rank 8 immortal materials to brew the first cup of tea, it was called Autumnwood Sound. This tea was crystal clear, it was like the sky devoid of clouds, extremely pure and intact. The moment Lu Weiyin drank it, he felt refreshed, his mind became clear, it was pure and cleansed. It was as if he had turned into a carefree flying bird, or a cool breeze, moving casually in the autumn skies, forgetting all his worries. Shen Songxing made the second cup of tea. It was called Cloud Flow Tea. This tea had a special texture. It was soft as cotton, unlike normal tea. It melted when it entered the mouth, turning into a slightly cold stream of water that flowed down his throat. It was drunk in one mouthful without doubt. He made the third cup of tea. It was called River Mournful Cry. But halfway through, tears flowed down Shen Songxing's cheeks. He failed to brew the tea successfully. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. Shen Songxing quickly wiped his tears and apologized. Lu Weiyin's injuries had been treated by Shen Shang. He was also hosted so enthusiastically by them. He knew that the main show was coming. He quickly asked what they wanted to hear. First Supreme Elder of Shen Clan, why are you crying? Shen Songxing answered, thank you for the concern, I am merely tearing up in guilt. It has been 1,000 years since my Shen clan was established. To think that it would face the crisis of extermination during my generation, I, Shen Songxing, am truly incompetent and useless. This beautiful rosewood myriad Sparrow Island and our countless clansmen are all going to perish. Shen Shang sighed deeply. Lu Weiyin asked, are you too worried about Fang Yuan? Precisely. Not long ago, information spread that this Lord Demon Venerable returned to Eastern Sea, picking Immortal Island to set up his 5 profound light chi that encompassed the surrounding 10,000 li. I am truly worried and fearful now. The whole of Shen clan is worried and fearful. In fact, the entire Eastern Sea Gu Immortal world is worried and fearful. Shen Songxing said this, a large amount of tears flowed down his face again. Chapter 22:17, Delicious Wine Becomes Flavorless. The great Shen clan first Supreme Elder was crying with a tearful expression now. Part of it was definitely Shen Songxing's inner fear towards Fang Yuan, but he had deeper goals as well. With the combined announcement of Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven, such news could not be fake. Fang Yuan became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, while news like Qi Si Ancestor being Fang Yuan's clone became known throughout the world. Before this, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had been defending Qi Si Ancestor as they made the Righteous Qi Alliance, to contest against the variant Human Alliance under Fang Yuan's control. It turned out that both leaders were Fang Yuan after all. It could be said that the entirety of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path clans were toyed around in the hands of Fang Yuan. After Shen Songxing found out about the truth, he felt anger and humiliation, but soon, fear and unrest followed. Shen clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It had huge businesses and 7 seas under its control, but how could they face Fang Yuan? Back when Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable, Eastern Sea's superforces had joined together unprecedentedly and nominated Qi Si Ancestor to lead them. This caused their situation to stabilize. Now that Fang Yuan was a venerable, Shen clan and the other superforces could not escape his wrath. Because they were located in Eastern Sea, they could not move elsewhere. Even if they wanted to move, where could they go? Southern border and western desert were impossible, since the absence of a venerable meant that Fang Yuan could chase after them if he was unhappy, and they would be doomed. Other than those regions, Central Continent and Northern Plains each had their own venerable who could resist Fang Yuan. But they already had their own superforces. How could Shen clan and the rest develop there? If they stayed in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan would bully them, but if they went to Central Continent or Northern Plains, would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable not suppress them? The 5 regions' chaotic war was bound to happen. If Shen clan joined either venerable, when war broke out, they would be used as cannon fodder. Thus, Shen Songxing gathered the elite Gu Immortals and discussed for a while. He decided that joining Fang Yuan was the best choice for them. Even though it was quite embarrassing, Fang Yuan was now a demon venerable, everyone would understand their actions. After Shen Songxing made up his mind to join Fang Yuan, he thought about it more deeply. Since he was going to join Fang Yuan, Shen clan had to be the first clan to do so. It would give them more advantages. If Shen clan took the lead and worked with a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin, stirring other Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces to join Fang Yuan, they would leave a good impression on Fang Yuan. Shen Songxing secretly told this plan to Shen Shang. After he thought about it for a while, he decided that it was possible. Thus, they had to convince Lu Weiyin first. Shen Shang felt that they had a good chance of convincing Lu Weiyin. Even though he had only met Lu Weiyin shortly, they had a deep connection. Shen Shang had once received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's guidance while Lu Weiyin was his southern border inheritor. If they looked at this from the Central Continent sect system, they were disciple brothers. Furthermore, during the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang had worked together without any internal conflict. After returning, Shen Shang used his human path methods to heal Lu Weiyin. If he were to use only his own earth path methods, it would take a long time to recover. At once, Shen Songxing cried while Shen Shang drank tea by the side. They were both waiting for Lu Weiyin's response. Lu Weiyin sighed internally. He had already understood that Shen Shang had an unclear relationship with Fang Yuan. They had worked together during the Fate War to fight Heavenly Court. In Crazed Demon Cave, after Shen Shang left Divine Emperor City, he immediately cooperated and fought against Heavenly Court as a result of Fang Yuan's words. Then what about Lu Weiyin? Where should he go? Lu Weiyin had been considering this question for a long time. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the situation of the world changed drastically. 3 Venerables were in a standoff, but there was still the possibility of other Venerables reviving. Everything needed to be reconsidered. Lu Weiyin, who had pseudo-Venerable battle strength, was clear of his own situation. Fighting against a Venerable was courting death. But in certain situations, pseudo-Venerables were still capable of influencing the victory and defeat of Venerables. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave was proof of this. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable got into a deadlock, they first invited Fang Yuan before asking the other pseudo-Venerables to join their side. These people were the crucial pieces needed to tilt victory in their favor. In Crazed Demon Cave, even after the 3 Venerables stopped fighting, Fang Yuan and the other Venerables did not deal with Lu Weiyin and the rest. Other than the fact that they were in poor condition and were wary of each other's actions, thus being unable to take risks, if they tried to kill the pseudo-Venerables and failed, they would be forcing them to join the other sides. Thus, Lu Weiyin and the rest returned safely. Lu Weiyin pondered for a while before saying, "If Lord Paradise Earth were still around, I would definitely follow him. The reason why I helped Fang Yuan to ambush Spectral Soul during the pursuit battle was to use his strength to help Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revive. But now, he has been killed by Fang Yuan." Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, showing anger on his face. If Paradise Earth were to be killed by either Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Lu Weiyin might still feel better. But it was Fang Yuan who killed Paradise Earth. While Fang Yuan managed to escape from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable because of Lu Weiyin's desperate attempt to ambush him. Shen Shang observed his expression and knew that Lu Weiyin's emotions were surging. He understood why Lu Weiyin felt so conflicted as well. Shen Shang did not speak. He had received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help in the past, it was not appropriate to speak now. Shen Songxing had no such issue, immediately urging, "In my opinion, Lord Lu Weiyin, you do not need to be too conflicted. Back then, you helped Fang Yuan mostly because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's will." After pausing for a while, he added, "Furthermore, even though Fang Yuan took Lord Paradise Earth's life, that was merely the final hit. The most important culprits were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." Lu Weiyin sighed as he looked up. He had no choice but to nod as he said, "You are right." He smiled bitterly. The situation has changed, the world is no longer like before. Without Lord Paradise Earth, I, Lu Weiyin, am merely a wandering vagrant. Even though Mushroom Man Paradise is still around, the Mushroom Men have all entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture already, they are Fang Yuan's hostages. I am troubled by both choices, I cannot calm down. Shen Shang, we have a deep friendship forged from battles, I wonder what your opinion on this matter is? I would like to hear your view. Shen Shang coughed before saying, "I will not lie to you, friend, I want to join Lord Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The truth is, back in the Blue Dragon Whale, we had already worked with Lord Fang Yuan. Afterwards, we collaborated in both the Fate War and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Through our multiple cooperations, Lord Fang Yuan had not let us down once. Of course, can we say that Fang Yuan is dependable? That is complete nonsense, he is still a demon venerable after all. But Shin Clan's foundation is here, if we try to move, it will be too risky. After considering the pros and cons, this is the only thing we can do. Gu Immortals could not cultivate without resources. Shin Clan was huge and had many Gu Immortals, they needed even more resources to maintain the cultivation of all their members, while promoting new Gu Immortal seeds as well. Of course, each Gu Immortal had their own immortal aperture. But just the resources inside one's immortal aperture were not enough to be self-sufficient. Otherwise, Treasure Yellow Heaven would not be this popular with everyone. The sovereign immortal aperture was able to be self-sufficient, but it was unique. Even though it could be refined again, the amount of immortal materials needed, including the 10 extreme physiques, and also the tribulation during the Gu refinement, made the risks and investments too great to bear. Hearing Shen Shang's words, Lu Weiyin's expression turned grim as he nodded. Brother Shen has helped me a lot, since that is your decision, then I will follow you this time. Shen Songxing and Shen Shang glanced at each other while muttering internally, sly old fox. With these words, Lu Weiyin wanted to use this decision to repay the favor of having Shen Shang heal his injuries. As expected, a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin was a genius among geniuses, he could not be deceived under most situations. Shen Shang coughed and said, "It is for the best that you have decided to do this. We can help each other out in the future as well." Shen Songxing quickly made use of this conversation, suggesting that Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin should take the lead to get all the other Eastern Sea super forces to join Fang Yuan as well. Lu Weiyin predicted that this would happen, he nodded and agreed on the spot. Shen Songxing brewed his 6-sound tea again. After enjoying the tea, Shen Shang brought the satisfied Lu Weiyin into their secret room again for treatment. Shen Shang's and Lu Weiyin's injuries were very severe. Just one round of treatment was not enough. Even if Shen Shang was using human path methods to get rid of these venerable Dao marks on their wounds, time was needed. On the morning of the second day, Shen Songxing set off and visited the other super clans. His plan to rope them in was quite successful. These super forces were all based in Eastern Sea. They soon heard from Shen Songxing that Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin were going to join Fang Yuan. With the death of demon immortal Qi Ju in Crazed Demon Cave, there were only 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength experts left in the world. Among the 3 of them, Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin wanted to join Fang Yuan, while Qi Si Ancestor, the leader of the Righteous Qi Alliance, was Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone. This trend was simply too overpowering. The other Eastern Sea super clans soon joined in. Of course, not everyone wanted to join Fang Yuan. Xia Xian, Xia Jia, and the other Gu Immortals had already decided to leave Eastern Sea and betray the Righteous Qi Alliance the moment they heard Longevity Heavens and Heavenly Court's announcements. These Xia clan Gu Immortals were truly pitiful. First, their foundation was devoured by the variant Human Alliance, they then joined Qi Si Ancestor to try and reclaim their territory. But the result was that Qi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan had played them entirely, killing the important Gu Immortals of Xia clan like Xia Ruiji. This demon Fang Yuan killed our clansmen and devoured our foundation, this enmity is greater than heaven. Eastern Sea, we will be back one day. Let's go, Zui Xianweng is going to arrive here soon on patrol. Hehe, don't worry, in order to escape today, I specially found some rare wine for Zui Xianweng. With his nature, he is going to be completely drunk today. Xiao clan's Gu Immortals conversed while secretly flying from Eastern Sea to Central Continent along the surface of the sea. Zui Xianweng watched as they left, until they vanished into the horizon. This elderly Gu Immortal sighed deeply, he had a worried expression. He had already regretted his promise to Qin Dingling. He was now Heavenly Court's spy that had infiltrated the Righteous Qi Alliance. Heavenly Court had instructed him a day ago to purposely let these Xia clan Gu Immortals go. I succeeded this time because it was an easy mission, but next time? Zui Xianweng thought about Fang Yuan, who had venerable cultivation level, all the wine that he had become flavorless. How did he suddenly become a venerable out of nowhere? Chapter 22:18, Fang Yuan as an escape route. A tiny bamboo stick, on which 5 cicadas were skewered, was placed above the fire grill. The bamboo stick was unusual, while the fire was also not ordinary. These 5 cicadas were all rank 5 fire path goo worms named purple smoke cicada. Once the infusion of true essence, can emit purple smoke, obscuring a piece of heaven and earth. If in the mortal world, each purple smoke cicada would cause bloodshed among goo masters, but here, they were just food. The person cooking the cicadas wore a white robe and had thick hair. He was sitting on a folding stool that displayed his tall and thin body. It was Northern Plains rank 8 goo Immortal Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu had a hobby that was well known in Northern Plains goo Immortal world. He loved to cook goo worms and create these delicious dishes from time to time. He personally cooked these dishes. Other than for himself, he also gave them to his Baizu tribe members as a reward. Anyone who received such a reward would feel incredibly honored. This was Heavenly Lord Baizu's acknowledgement after all. At times, Heavenly Lord Baizu would also invite his goo immortal friends as guests to enjoy his cooking. At this moment, Chu Du sat in front of Heavenly Lord Baizu. He was the single esteemed guest that was invited. Chu Du continued to chew as the number of purple smoke cicadas on the skewer fell to 1. Brother Chu, how's the taste? Heavenly Lord Baizu grilled his cicadas while smiling and asking. Chu Du smiled too. It has great flavor. To think that after grilling these purple smoke cicadas, they would actually have the flavor of chicken meat but also the sweetness of taro. It is a crunchy snack and 1 skewer is definitely not enough. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed. Everyone knows that I was a lone cultivator initially. Long ago, when I roamed Northern Plains aimlessly, I barely had enough clothes or food. One time, when I failed to capture a goo worm, I accidentally crushed it with my foot. Half a month of effort became wasted as a result. I could not bear to leave it there. I felt angry and regretful. Thus, I cooked that goo worm and ate it. The flavor was terrible and I had diarrhea for 7 days and night. I almost died as a result. After that ordeal, I became more determined and ruthless. I swore that when I made it big, I would frequently eat goo worms to take revenge. Heavenly Lord Baizu had a drifting gaze. Chu Du was solemn. Heavenly Lord Baizu had never said such words to him. He seemed to have the intention to go into a deeper conversation. Chu Du knew that this was the result of exposing his rank 8 cultivation level. They were on equal levels now. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed again as he steered the topic back. My grilled cicadas are just a hobby. There is good flavor but no benefits at all. This is not like those super forces with deep foundations. Their famous teas and wines are passed down for generations and modified each time. Some of their better creations can even grant Dao marks after consumption. Chu Du nodded as he said analytically, ever since the Battle of Etion Mountain and the actions of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who has incredibly profound food path methods, Heavenly Court, which was his enemy, started to research food path and gained much result. The chi tides that swept the world also caused 5 or 6 food path inheritances that I know of to be circulated. These were mostly sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven and were bought by many people, allowing them to benefit greatly. As a result, food paths started to spread among people. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded and sighed. With the destruction of fate, the unification of 5 regions, and the reign of 3 venerables, the chaotic war is about to start. This has never happened in human history. Food path originated from beast men and was purposely concealed by people even when it was spread. But with the great era now, food path cannot be hidden anymore. I wonder how many food path experts will appear in the future. Food path is becoming like this. Strength path will also not stay the same. Brother Chu, I know that you are focused on promoting strength path, that is impossible during normal times, but in this great era, you have a good chance of success. Chudu laughed involuntarily. He had fought against Fairy Black Moon earlier and risked injuries to save her. It showed his aspiration to everyone. Chudu's eyes glimmered. Now is still too early. Currently, there are less than 5 true strength path experts in the 5 regions. Other than me and Fairy Black Moon, there is only the first Supreme Elder of Western Desert's Fang clan, who is the most famous one. To revitalize Strength Path, I need to get more Gu cultivators to choose Strength Path in their cultivation. I cannot change the environment of the world, but I can create more Strength Path experts to push this tide along. Heavenly Lord Baizu finally reached the topic he wanted. He interjected, "Brother Chu, you are forgetting one Strength Path expert." In his early days, he mostly relied on Strength Path methods. And now, he is high and mighty, far beyond the realm of us ordinary people. Chudu was stunned for a moment before realizing that Heavenly Lord Baizu was referring to Guyu Fang Yuan. Chudu knew what Heavenly Lord Baizu's intention was in mentioning Fang Yuan. He cooperated and said solemnly, "Guyu Fang Yuan was able to become a Venerable. It is truly out of my expectations. Back when I first met him, I felt that this person was not simple. He could not be estimated with common sense. Afterwards, I was fortunate to fight together with him several times. I found that this person had a hardy nature. He had both brains and brawn. Anyone with such a nature would not submit to being below others. But he had a special identity. He was the single chosen person by heaven's will to rebirth. He also received the investment of many venerables in an attempt to destroy fate. In his life, he had encountered so many dangerous situations and predicaments that even throughout history, nobody could compare to it. Finally, he managed to take that final step and become one of the strongest people in the world. After my initial shock and suspicion, I analyzed this and felt that it was a natural thing. Heavenly Lord Baizu listened. He nodded, saying, "You are exactly right." Next, Heavenly Lord Baizu subconsciously quietened his voice as he moved his body forward, saying to Chu Du, "I wonder if Brother Chu has stayed in contact with this heaven-refining demon Venerable." Chu Du did not answer openly. He asked, "Oh? Brother Baizu, you mean to say?" Heavenly Lord Baizu shrugged and raised both palms, smiled bitterly. "In the current situation, Brother Chu, why the need to ask an unnecessary question? We became acquainted from our initial conflict. Even though we made our respective tribes, in this northern plains, we are ostracized constantly. In normal times, we both have rank 8 cultivation level. Other than Central Continent, as long as we are alive, our forces can stay strong in any other place. But now, we are in the unprecedented Great Era. Giant Son Immortal Venerable revived, and he has a reputation for being the most caring towards his descendants. My Baizu tribe was established by devouring He Tribe's foundation, which is a Huangjin bloodline tribe. To speak the truth, Brother Chu, I have not been able to eat or sleep well recently. I am filled with worries." Chu Du quickly consoled, "No matter how protective Giant Son Immortal Venerable is towards his descendants, you still have rank 8 cultivation level. Longevity Heaven has been trying to unify the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. If he kills you, he will lose the support of many people. If the current world were ruled by Giant Son Immortal Venerable alone, we might be in danger. But with 3 Venerables in power now, we have hope of surviving." Heavenly Lord Baizu still had a bitter expression. "However, there are countless ways for the stronger party to deal with us. Brother Chu, ever since our tribes were created, the other Huangjin tribes have been ostracizing us. Haven't we seen enough of their methods? Giant Son Immortal Venerable does not need to target us. When the chaos starts, he can just push our tribes to be the cannon fodder. It is a simple thing to get rid of us." Chu Du heard this and nodded lightly. Heavenly Lord Baizu had expressed his inner worry as well. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to contact Fang Yuan through Chu Du. He was not thinking of joining Fang Yuan immediately. After all, Fang Yuan had been given the title of Heaven Refining Demon Venerable by Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. Everyone in the world knew about Fang Yuan's nature. Ruthlessness and cruelty was a part of it. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to leave an escape route for himself, so that he could use it when a crisis appeared. And the truth was, Chu Du had the same idea as him. To speak the truth, I have not contacted Fang Yuan for a very long time. Chu sighed and said the truth. Chu added, everyone knows about my relationship with Fang Yuan. It is too dangerous to contact Fang Yuan now with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's existence. If I get exposed, disaster would strike. Even though he said that, Chu had already made up his mind. While the three Venerables were resting, he would secretly contact Fang Yuan and try to create a backup plan for his Chu tribe. The concurrent reign of three Venerables shocked the world. After the shock, most of the forces and Immortals started to think about their own circumstances. At the same time, Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, who was known as the most famous strength path expert by Chu, was also holding a meeting now. In the study room, Fang clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong sat down and said with a tone of lingering fear, to think that Fang Yuan became a demon venerable. Thankfully, our clan did not reject him and made the transaction with him. Otherwise, if we offended him, we could have defended against him back then, but now, we would face his revenge. Our entire clan would get into a crisis of life and death. At the side, Fang clan's third Supreme Elder, rank 7 Immortal, Fang Huaxing said, the truth is, our Fang clan was deceived by Fang Yuan for so long, but that is nothing big, he is someone who became venerable after all. Fang Dichang snorted coldly, showing a look of displeasure. He had deep grudges with Fang Yuan. Back then, he schemed against Fang Yuan but got killed and captured instead. Even though Fang Yuan released his soul later, that was part of the transaction that allowed him to get a vast amount of soul cores as well as Thieves' Den. Right now, Fang Dichang had another body. Even though he had rank 5 cultivation level, he was already preparing for his immortal ascension. Although his cultivation level fell, his status remained unchanged. After all, his adopted son, Fang Yun, was holding up his faction. He was still trusted by the whole of Fang clan. Even though Fang Dichang's wisdom path methods were weaker now, he still had his unique perspective. He smiled coldly and analyzed, on the surface, Fang Yuan has become a demon venerable and the current situation is unprecedented. Something like 3 venerables coexisting at the same time has never happened, but even among them, there are subtle differences. Look, Heavenly Court exposed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable of creating and cultivating blood path. They also claimed that Fang Yuan was Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. They are the most aggressive side. Longevity Heaven rebuked Heavenly Court and said that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was cultivating blood path to benefit the world. It was his great benevolence. At the same time, they also called Fang Yuan a demon venerable. Among the three, only Fang Yuan has not spoken. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he has been recuperating in Eastern Sea. This shows that he is the weakest among the 3 venerables. In the future, the 3 venerables will have a huge battle. I still have a chance of revenge. Our Western Desert is situated deep in Western Desert. We have a great location. When the 5 regions go to war, the boundaries of the various regions will be chaotic. We only need to lay low and develop secretly. If the 3 venerables have a winner among them, we will join that side. If the venerables die, our Fang clan has hope of becoming an overlord of Western Desert. Fang Gong and Fang Huaxing listened to his analysis and could not help but nod slightly. Chapter 22:19 No, I am Great Love Immortal Venerable. After that, Fang Dichang emphasized, looking at the 5 regions, Northern Plains, Central Continent, and Eastern Sea all have a venerable leader, while Southern Border has a Righteous Path Alliance. Only our Western Desert is still divided and disunited. One can say that Western Desert is the weakest of the 5 regions. In this situation, we cannot take the lead to cause problems or show our stance. If other forces recruit us, we will try to balance ourselves and secretly join them while ensuring that our benefits are the priority. Back then, our Fang clan was attacked because we obtained Divine Emperor City. We cannot commit the same mistake again and become the target of everyone. That is too foolish. Fang Huaxing and Fang Gong nodded again. Even though Fang Dichang had lost his cultivation level, he still had his wide-ranging perspective. Southern Border. Tianlan Mountain, Luo clan's headquarters. In the main hall, most of Luo clan's Gu immortals were gathered. Those that did not come personally also sent their wills instead. Luo clan's first Supreme Elder had rank 7 cultivation level. He looked around before speaking. In the era of 3 reigning Venerables, chaos will ensue. What should Luo clan do? If you have any ideas, do say them now. Luo clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Soon, one of them spoke. This person cultivated Space Path. He was Luo clan's number 1 general, Luo Ran, who had peak rank 7 battle strength, even surpassing the first Supreme Elder. Luo Ran spoke. Everyone, news of the reign of 3 Venerables shocked everyone. After thinking about it, I decided to look at it from another perspective. If I were either of the 3 Venerables, I would first devour southern border and western desert. After all, weaklings are the easiest targets. It is not good for Eastern Sea, Central Continent, or Northern Plains if the 3 Venerables fight now. The wisest decision is to strengthen myself first and take more territory and resources before fighting the other Venerables. Our Luo clan is at the northern end of southern border. We are closest to Central Continent. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wants to interfere in southern border, our Luo clan would have to face her first. Luo clan's immortals nodded with a cold expression. Ever since the disappearance of the 5 regional walls, their pressure had been intensifying daily. They had to search for backup plans and escape routes for Luo clan. Luo Ran continued to speak. With the reign of 3 Venerables, unless our southern border also has a Venerable, even if all the southern border Gu immortals worked together cooperatively, we are not the match of any of these 3 Venerables. As for the other super forces who are deeper inside the region, they might still have the choice of staying out of the war, but our Luo clan is stuck between southern border and Central Continent. When conflict starts, we will need to stick to one side. Once he said that, all of the Luo clan immortals became stirred. One of them stood up directly and shouted angrily, Luo Ran, are you saying that our Luo clan should surrender before fighting? Are you going to ignore the righteousness of our clan throughout the generations? We, Luo clan, defend the glory of righteousness. Are you going to abandon that? Everyone turned to look. The person who said that was Luo Fei. Next, many Luo clan Gu immortals added in their comments that sided with Luo Fei. When our Luo clan had once prospered, we almost threatened Wu clan's position. How can we act so cowardly? Indeed, Venerables are no doubt invincible. But in the current era, with the reign of 3 Venerables, and the possibility that other Venerables might revive in the future is certainly uncertain. We cannot give up now. In my opinion, none of the 3 Venerables now are worth joining. Heavenly Court has the sect system. If our Luo clan joins them, we need to change our clan system. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable is most protective of his descendants. Baizu tribe and Chu tribe are being ostracized by Northern Plains Huangjin bloodline. Meanwhile, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has a lot of enmity with our clan. If we lower our heads to him, I will look down on myself. Seeing everyone's anger and riled emotions, Luo Ran quickly waved his hand. Everyone, I did not consider it through. Luo Fei stared widely. Lord Luo Ran, you are the number 1 expert of Luo clan. If even you have such thoughts, we will be too disappointed. Luo Ran had an expression of guilt. I was wrong. Luo Fei added, according to my view, the situation is not very dangerous. With the reign of 3 Venerables, they are wary of each other while being restricted. They will not make a move easily. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Demon Immortal Qi Ju and people like Xiao Hejian have already died. Fang Yuan lost many powerful subordinates. Right now, his main body is recuperating in Eastern Sea without doing anything. He does not have the strength to interfere in other regions. Additionally, even though our southern border has no Venerable, we have the Southern Alliance and the Alliance leader Wu Yong. During the Fate War, Lord Wu Yong led our southern border righteous path and did not disappoint us even once. Why can't we hold expectations towards him and ourselves for now? After saying these words, Luo Fei sat down. Many Luo clan Gu immortals also nodded slightly, agreeing with her words. Luo clan thought positively about Wu clan. Because back then, Luo clan suffered a loss when exploring Qi Ju Grotto Heaven. They were pursued and had to seek help from Wu clan to preserve their strength. After some time, Luo Zhu announced the end of the meeting. Only Luo Ran stayed behind to talk to him secretly. "Sorry you had to do this," Luo Zhu said apologetically. Luo Ran shook his head. "Joining Heavenly Court was my true intention to begin with. I was just probing them today, but it seems that Luo clan does not want to give up yet. They think that it is too cowardly. On the other hand, that information path Immortal Gu was only the idea of Immortal Crane sect. Even if our Luo clan wants to join Central Continent, we need to contact at least Heavenly Court, right?" Luo Zhu sighed. "Our Luo clan has always been an upright and righteous force. I am too useless to lead everyone. I am worried about Luo clan's safety." "But you are right, now is not the time yet. We need to continue contacting Immortal Crane sect in secret." Central Continent, Immortal Crane sect. Verdant green trees grew as clear winds blew. In a pavilion near the middle of the mountain, a young Gu Immortal was blowing his flute. As the sound of the flute spread, an immortal crane fluttered in the sky. The young-looking Gu Immortal wore a clean white robe. His eyebrows were green and long, extending to his waist. It was the enslavement path Immortal He Feng Yang. He was known as the winged crane flying immortal. "I succeeded in passing my tribulation and became rank 7. But to think that the moment I came out of seclusion, I heard the shocking story of the reign of 3 Venerables. Not only did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revive, there is even a new heaven refining demon Venerable. Yu Fang Yuan." He Feng Yang felt complex emotions. Back then, he was the one who asked Lord Sky Crane to head to southern borders Vu village. He also dealt with Fang Yuan when trying to get Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If I made up my mind back then and took action personally, could I have killed Fang Yuan? This thought emerged in He Feng Yang's mind constantly. But soon, He Feng Yang shook his head. The chances were that he would fail. Because behind Fang Yuan, there was the contest of Heaven's Will and the other Venerables. Also, even if he could have killed Fang Yuan, what was the point of saying it now? Fang Yuan was already a demon Venerable, while He Feng Yang had just gotten past rank 6 and advanced to rank 7. He Feng Yang felt dejected internally, but he also had other emotions like envy. He worked so hard for so many years, but he watched as a mortal like Fang Yuan rose rapidly in strength, eventually becoming a venerable. Fang Yuan had far surpassed him, he could not even see his shadow. But through this flute music, He Feng Yang slowly calmed down. Everyone has their own opportunities. Fang Yuan was able to reach this stage. Other than fortuitous encounters, he also had wisdom and courage to fight. He saw through many chaotic situations and had often gotten into dangerous situations. But I am not without hope. During peaceful times, spending resources on enslavement path is wasteful for the sect. But with the arrival of the 5 regions chaotic war, as an enslavement path cultivator, the sect will think highly of me. They will give me more attention and resources. Furthermore, I acted of my own accord and secretly sent Luo clan an information path Immortal Gu in the name of Immortal Crane sect to try to recruit them. Since Luo clan's first Supreme Elder has not destroyed the information path Immortal Gu yet, this shows a clear attitude. If this succeeds, it will be a huge accomplishment. I will get a lot of sect contribution points. By then, I can exchange for an immortal pill from Heavenly Court so that Little Nine can become an ancient desolate beast. He Feng Yang looked at the 9 palace crane in front of him and smiled. This 9 palace crane was a desolate beast with a close relationship with He Feng Yang. Back then, it was hit by a time path Immortal Gu and regressed in age, becoming younger and younger until it became a baby. He Feng Yang tried his best to save it, paying a huge price for it to recover fully. Eastern Sea. 5-colored smoke rumbled as it contracted, eventually going back into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the nameless island. He saw a wide area before him without any smoke left. Next, a large group of Gu immortals came towards him. When they were 1,000 steps away, they landed on the surface of the sea and kowtowed towards him, showing their subservience. These were Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu immortals. The various first supreme elders of the respective clans were among them. Of course, they were led by the pseudo-venerables, Shen Sheng and Lu Weiyin. Fang Yuan was stunned for a split second before understanding the situation. He laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances. Everyone, please get up. From today onwards, I will treat you equally like my other subordinates. The Immortals showed expressions of gratitude as they said together, we pay respects to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, we are willing to give our lives to Lord Demon Venerable. But Fang Yuan shook his head slowly. At this point, I should make a declaration to the world. He connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and started to make his declaration. What, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable? I do not accept this title. Shang and the rest were stunned. I am not in the demonic path, I am a righteous path member. All my past actions have been to seek blessings for all living beings in the world. I disregarded my own life and experienced countless crises to destroy fate. I granted freedom to everyone in the world. However, corrupt forces like Heavenly Court still try to suppress and slander me even now. They are trying to obstruct me. I was best friends with Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the Battle of Crazed Demon Cave, he entrusted me with his wishes before dying. After becoming venerable, I will emulate Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. I will work for the harmony of the 5 regions. Everyone, do not believe in rumors. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was not killed by me. Star Constellation and Giant Sun cooperated to end his life. Fang Yuan spoke in a righteous tone. Shang and Lu Weiyin stared at him blankly. The other Eastern Sea righteous path leaders were also listening like this was a dream. Fang Yuan suddenly raised his volume. He said in an energetic tone, everyone, I want you to remember, I, Guyu Fang Yuan, am Great Love Immortal Venerable. From today onwards, I will create my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. I will bring benefits to the world and peace to the 5 regions. News soon spread rapidly in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Every Gu Immortal in the world heard of it. Be they Heavenly Lord Baizu and Chu Du who were currently grilling food, or the 3 higher-ups of Fang clan who were discussing secretly, or Luo clan's immortals, or He Feng Yang, they all received this shocking news. But Fang Yuan did not stop, he continued to speak. He placed a list in Treasure Yellow Heaven that contained a vast number of Gu worm names. If any Gu master or Gu immortal paid the appropriate price, he would refine Gu for them. For mortal Gu, he did not restrict quantity, while in regards to immortal Gu, he could even refine rank 8 immortal Gu for them. The 5 regions went into an uproar. This is my promise as Guyu Fang Yuan, a refinement path venerable. Gu worms are the core of our cultivation, they are our foundation. But all along, they have been too rare and hard to refine, especially immortal Gu. Because of this, the first thing that I will do to benefit the world is to refine immortal Gu for everyone. Regardless of our past grudges or enmity, be it friend or foe, I will not mind it, I will refine Gu for everyone equally. This will prove the great love in my heart. I know what you are worried about. But in fact, I have already made many transactions with various forces and Gu immortals. I refined many immortal Gu for them. For example, I've transacted many times with Western Desert's Fang clan, this is all evidence. In Western Desert, Fang Gong, Fang Di Chang, and Fang Huaxing stared with wide eyes. Fang Di Chang, who had earlier emphasized that they should keep a low profile and not cause public outrage, turned pale immediately. Or for example, Southern Borders Wu clan. I have refined more than 1 rank 8 immortal Gu for Wu Yong, the evidence is here. Wu Yong. Luo clan's members. Luo Fei held her head and felt like her heart had broken. Why? Lord Wu Yong, you actually cooperated with Fang Yuan secretly, why? Or for example, Northern Plains Baizu tribe, I have many possible areas of cooperation with Heavenly Lord Baizu, we have been in close contact. Fang Yuan continued to announce. Heavenly Lord Baizu was like a stone statue, the skewer in his hand that he was roasting went up in flames. Chu Du looked at him, seemingly saying, brother, what is wrong with you? Since you have been in contact with Fang Yuan all along, why did you want to use my connection with him? Fang Yuan continued to say, not just Northern Plains, Central Continent is involved too. For example, Immortal Crane Sex He Feng Yang, I have been in contact with him since my younger days, we have truly become acquainted as a result of past conflicts. Slander, this is pure slander. He Feng Yang smashed the jade flute in his hand, he shivered intensely. Finally, Fang Yuan said, "Whether you believe me or not, that is up to you. Risks exist all the time, but what if this is true? Why don't you try first? Everyone, please give me some of your trust. Since long ago, countless people have misunderstood me. Thus, allow me to prove now to the people over the world that I am truly great love immortal venerable." After Fang Yuan's declaration, winds blew on the surface of the sea. The kneeling Eastern Sea Gu immortals raised their heads and looked towards Fang Yuan in a daze. Looking at them, Fang Yuan showed a kind and sincere smile. "Everyone, please get up. You have already joined my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, you will receive greater preferential treatment as the first batch. I guarantee you that." Chapter 2220, Blending of Black and White. Li Xiaobai followed several information path Gu immortals, they carefully waited in ambush. "Xiaobai, black and white heaven are fusing together now, the commotion is huge and the environment is dangerous. Later, when the hound groups fly over, you should focus on watching rather than taking action, do you understand?" A rank 7 information path Gu immortal instructed. Li Xiaobai quickly nodded, "Yes, I will listen to the seniors." He was acting obediently, without the arrogance of a great scholar. All the information path Gu immortals here had a good impression of him. Li Xiaobai had become a rank 6 long ago, he was an information path Gu immortal. Because of his talent, he was also the most favored Gu immortal junior in Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. These information path Gu immortals came from Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, they were at least second-grade officials in the Grotto Heaven's Imperial Court. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had a special system. Gu immortals entered the Imperial Court and most of them held important positions and roles. After Li Xiaobai became a Gu immortal, he also started to work for the Imperial Court. The only exception was old immortal Huayu. He had rank 8 cultivation level and stayed in the background, controlling the entire situation. "They're here." After a while, the Gu immortal in charge of investigation spoke. The immortals quickly displayed several killer moves, they concealed themselves even more deeply. Soon, Li Xiaobai saw a group of remnant heavenly dogs running towards them while stepping on air. These were all space path ancient desolate beasts, they ate space path Gu worms as food. A total of 368 remnant heavenly dogs, and 4 heaven swallowing hounds. Li Xiaobai cultivated information path, he was most skilled at collecting information. After taking a glance at them, he noticed the size of this hound group. Remnant heavenly dogs were ancient desolate beasts, after they grew to an extent, they would become heaven-swallowing hounds. Heaven-swallowing hounds were immemorial desolate beasts that ate 9 heavens fragments, grotto heaven, and blessed lands as food. They had always been a huge threat to the 2 heavens grotto heavens. As the dog group continued to approach, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals started to work together, they secretly used a killer move. This killer move had no commotion or sound, it spread out rapidly. Initially, the dog group had no change, but after more than 10 breaths of time, 3 heaven-swallowing hounds stopped and bared their fangs, looking in the same direction with expressions of vigilance. The final heaven-swallowing hound also slowed down. The 4 heaven-swallowing hounds barked at the same place for a while. Afterwards, 3 of the heaven-swallowing hounds brought most of the remnant heavenly dogs to move on another route, towards a different direction. The final heaven-swallowing hound brought more than 20 remnant heavenly dogs as they continued on their original path. The Gu immortals of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had been hiding all along. After the dog group left their field of vision, they showed themselves and sighed in relief. "Alright, it has been settled. Most of the hounds have been misled by us, they think that direction has sumptuous food, but there are soul beasts there instead. Haha, we have also used information path methods on those soul beasts. Once the dog group goes there, they will think that the soul beasts are hiding in immortal aperture. They will kill each other without us taking action. The remaining heaven-swallowing hound was not tricked by us, it likely has the protection of an immortal goo. But with this number that we lured over, Lord Huayu has enough to work with. Xiao Bai, did you see clearly? When your cultivation level rises to rank 7 in the future, you need to complete such missions often as well. Our profound literature grotto heaven cannot move and is placed in one spot in the sky, but we need to resolve lots of problems before they even occur. Li Xiaobai immediately answered, I will work harder. These goo immortals immediately moved along the direction that the heaven-swallowing hound went earlier. This heaven-swallowing hound brought a few remnant heavenly dogs with it, getting ambushed midway by the battlefield killer move that old immortal Huayu set up in advance. After a large battle, the heaven-swallowing hound died. There was a wild immortal goo after all, but it was destroyed in the battle. There were some remaining remnant heavenly dogs that managed to survive. They escaped along the cracks of the battlefield killer move. They were space path beasts after all, running away was their expertise. But afterwards, they met with Li Xiaobai's group. After a few rounds of killer moves, these remnant heavenly dogs became minced corpses. Li Xiaobai also took action. He used some immortal essence but did not play a big role. However, he showed an expression of excitement and lingering enthusiasm. The other information path goo immortals looked at him and had a deeper impression of him being a cute young junior. Old immortal Huayu collected and stored the battlefield killer move as the immortals quickly greeted him. Old immortal Huayu nodded and looked at everyone. When he saw Li Xiaobai, he smiled at the latter. He liked this young junior a lot and appreciated his talent. In his heart, Li Xiaobai had a good upbringing and was the most talented goo immortal in the last 100 years of profound literature grotto heaven's history. He was the future of the grotto heaven. Sigh. To think that Qi ancestor is actually a clone of heaven refining demon Venerable. Fang Yuan is scheming and crafty, I was deceived by him completely. If not for heavenly court and longevity heaven exposing the truth, I would continue to be used by him. What great love immortal Venerable, such words can only deceive idiots. Sigh, I cannot trust any outsider. Only these goo immortals in front of me are trustworthy. Qi ancestor had once personally helped profound literature grotto heaven. Thus, old immortal Huayu respected Qi ancestor greatly. After joining the righteous Qi alliance, he had been following Qi ancestor's leadership enthusiastically. But now that Qi ancestor's identity was exposed, all of that respect towards him turned into rage and humiliation. Old immortal Huayu had surging emotions, but he kept calm on the surface and controlled the situation. While ordering the goo immortals to clean up the battlefield of all traces, he also sent them to search the area. They were all information path goo immortals. They soon cleared the battlefield of all noticeable traces or clues. Other than that, the investigative goo immortals also brought back some information. The heavenly wind chi wall of the immemorial two heavens has mostly dissipated. The fusion of the two heavens will get more severe as time passes. Not only are the two heavens beasts fighting more frequently, the Tao marks of the two heavens are also undergoing huge changes. Some are conflicting with each other while others are fusing together and creating greater effects. They cannot be separated. In fact, the heavenly wind chi wall had started dissipating long ago. Now that the 5 regional walls were gone and chi tides swept the world, the two heavens fusion also reached the most intense moment. This resulted in the intense commotion. All the grotto heavens that were in the two heavens were facing problems continuously throughout the period. Earlier, the dog group was a huge threat to profound literature grotto heaven, so it was dealt with in advance. But what worried old immortal Huayu and the other information path goo immortals was not just the trouble ahead of them, but also the bigger situation of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. After Fang Yuan returned, he publicly announced himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable and set up his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Immediately, the 2 pseudo-venerables, Lu Wei-yin and Shen Shang, brought the various super clans of Eastern Sea's righteous path and submitted to Fang Yuan. Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance and the Variant Human Alliance jointly entered the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Old immortal Huayu and the others ended up in an awkward position. Speaking of which, they were members of the Righteous Qi Alliance, as were Granny Skeleton and others. But all along, because their foundation was in the two heavens, they were vaguely ostracized by Eastern Sea superforces. But that was nothing originally. Old Immortal Yu, Granny Skeleton, and the rest only needed to continue getting Chi-Si ancestor support. But now, with the exposure of Chi-Si ancestor's identity as their greatest enemy, Fang Yuan's clone, they had all along been trying to gain Fang Yuan's favor. Old Immortal Yu and Granny Skeleton could not help but feel stunned. Concurrently, the changes in the two heavens made them busy and tired as well. Right at this time, Fang Yuan announced himself as Great Love Immortal Venerable and made a declaration that shook the world. The 5 regions Gu Immortal world went into an uproar. Ever since Gu Fang Yuan started cultivating, he had been ruthless and slaughtered countless innocents. He was clearly a demonic path member. How could he change his identity so easily with just some words? If changing one's faction was so easy to achieve, what was the point of the righteous path? Old Immortal Yu scoffed in his heart, but he was clear of the truth. Fang Yuan's declaration was a joke. But with his strength as a demon venerable, who would dare to laugh? Look at those Eastern Sea righteous path forces who submitted at the first second. Even if Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court made fun of his words, what could they do to Fang Yuan? I cannot drag this on anymore. Fang Yuan has already taken an Eastern Sea's righteous path. Our two heavens forces cannot watch anymore. But should we join Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court, or Longevity Heaven? Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was not in the heaven of Central Continent or Northern Plains. This was the reason why Old Immortal Yu joined the Righteous Chi Alliance earlier. Now, joining Fang Yuan was the most convenient outcome. Yet, they would not be able to preserve Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Why? Everyone knew that Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. The two heavens Grotto Heavens were his targets to NX. Since they could not keep their homeland anyway, what was the point of joining Fang Yuan? And honestly speaking, Old Immortal Yu really hated demons like Fang Yuan. Old Immortal Yu started to think more broadly. There were many options in front of him. But which choice should he pick? It was a tough question. Longevity Heaven. At the most central area, there was Calamity Luck Altar. The 4 directions of Calamity Luck Altar had the 4 desolations. And around the 4 desolations, there were 8 areas for the 8 extremities. Above the 4 desolations was golden light that radiated and enveloped the place. Above the 8 extremities was a spreading aura of green light. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already returned to Longevity Heaven for some time already. Whoosh. A soft sound echoed. The final few star path Tao marks on Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's body went ablaze. They vanished completely. My injuries are finally healed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air. Next, I need to refine the luck path Tao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens to regain my strength as a Tao Lord. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not use genuine Venerable level strength in combat. Because they were in the void, there were no natural Tao marks for them to refine. If there were, every action of a Venerable would be amplified and strengthened by the natural Tao marks. They would become very terrifying. This was like how Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the amplification of countless soul path Tao marks in the door of life and death. But strictly speaking, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not considered a true Tao Lord, because he did not have his sanity. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already refined all of the luck path Tao marks in the world back in his time. But after his death, these Tao marks went back to the control of the heavenly Tao. Thus, he had to refine them again before he could use them. Chapter 22-21, Fang Yuan's Principles. Longevity Heaven's luck path Tao marks were originally from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's immortal aperture. Because it did not devour any 9 heavens fragment, Heavens will had not taken over it. As long as he fought in Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would be even greater than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's own luck path Tao marks could not match Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in number. But with the colossal number of Tao marks in Longevity Heaven, he surpassed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. And most importantly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was sane and clear-minded. It is a pity that I cannot fuse this original immortal aperture into my current body. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not lack methods to move an immortal aperture. Once he fused with Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's strength would surge immensely. His luck path Dao marks would greatly surpass and suppress Fang Yuan. By then, he could travel the 5 regions and 2 heavens without any worries. After all, Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's peak cultivation creation. It was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's foundation after passing 3 chaotic disasters. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had only passed 1 heavenly Dao blockade. He had survived the chaos tribulation in Crazed Demon Cave. It could only be considered a small chaotic disaster. But right now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a reason why he could not absorb Longevity Heaven. Because he cultivated Blood Path now. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to use Blood Path as his main path and Luck Path as his specialty. His plan was to cultivate both paths. Since he had planned this for so long already, he naturally had a superb blood-luck dual cultivation method. But he did not have the sovereign immortal body. No matter what he did, conflicts of Dao mark still existed. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had only started cultivating Blood Path officially for a short time. He had many Luck Path Dao marks but few Blood Path Dao marks. This difference was already the limit. If he fused with Longevity Heaven now, he would gain a surge of Luck Path Dao marks that would suppress Blood Path entirely. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's dual cultivation plan would fail. Although I cannot regain Longevity Heaven now, in terms of refining natural Dao marks, I have the biggest advantage, that is my immortal essence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the largest immortal essence storage of the 3 Venerables. Currently, he had 1,000 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. Most of it was left behind in Longevity Heaven during his first life. He had an even larger quantity stored back then, but there was continuous expenditure as time passed, because Longevity Heaven could not produce any more immortal essence after Giant Sun's demise. Eventually, only less than 10% of his immortal essence was left. But this quantity is definitely the highest among everyone. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was confident about this. Because he knew that Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan had just advanced, his rank 9 immortal essence storage was 0. As for rank 8 immortal essence, he definitely had some, but it was a small quantity as well. It was obvious. Ever since Fang Yuan's rebirth, his cultivation level had risen rapidly. He had almost participated in all the major fights. He also refined so many immortal goo and made various immortal goo houses. With such an investment, how could he have a lot of immortal essence left? And the thing that made Giant Sun Immortal Venerable most glad was that Fang Yuan got hit by his Luck Path killer move in Crazed Demon Cave. Fortune and disaster coexists. Even though Fang Yuan made use of this killer move to end up deceiving him, it was undeniable that the sovereign immortal aperture suffered huge losses in the end. Together with the small chaotic disaster, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable estimated that the sovereign immortal aperture was definitely in a pitiful state right now. This was Fang Yuan's situation, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also could not have more immortal essence than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The reason? The reason was quite simple. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era was too long ago. Even if she left behind a large quantity of immortal essence, Heavenly Quartz Goo Immortals would have expended them over the years. In fact, 3 Demon Venerables, Limitless Demon Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, and Red Lotus Demon Venerable, invaded Heavenly Court after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era. When Heavenly Court resisted the 3 Demon Venerables, could they have avoided the use of venerable methods which expended the immortal essence left by the Venerable? Regrettably, the 2 heavens are fusing and the Heaven Path Dao marks are gathering with the change of environment. I had no choice but to retrieve Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Otherwise, my advantage would be even greater. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had no choice but to move Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace back. With Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace in Immemorial Black Heaven, it could continue to arrange Luck Path Dao marks and participate in the operations of heaven and earth, as well as the luck of living beings. It could allow the Black Heaven above Northern Plains to become Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's territory that he could manipulate. Back then, in the Reverse Flow River battle, Heavenly Court organized a group to head to Northern Plains, but they suffered a loss in Immemorial Black Heaven. It was mostly the effect of luck suppression Heavenly Palace. Now, with the fusion of the two immemorial heavens, the luck path Dao marks that luck suppression Heavenly Palace arranged in the past were affected by the change, they became chaotic and broken. If he forcefully protected these luck path Dao marks and resisted the changes of the Heavenly Dao, the whole of luck suppression Heavenly Palace would be affected and face destruction. These days, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had been healing himself while observing this situation. He had a rather clear understanding of it now. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, no matter how the environment changed, the battle between the Venerables was the only thing that mattered. For Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, they were both unprecedented enemies. In the short term, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not find a way to exterminate these two enemies, he could only try to weaken them while maintaining his advantage. The abundance of immortal essence was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's advantage. If I use this advantage well, I will be able to refine the luck path Dao marks of the world first. On this basis, if I fight against either of the two Venerables, I will be able to gain the upper hand. Once I gain the upper hand, I will have to heavily cripple Heavenly Court or Fang Yuan. If I can't do that, a lot of trouble will ensue. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable felt a sense of urgency internally. If he missed the opportunity of using this early period of advantage, as time passed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would plot and scheme deeper as a wisdom path expert, she would get harder to deal with. There was another point, they had to guard against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable secretly reviving the other Immortal Venerables of Heavenly Court. This was the same for Fang Yuan too. Right now, his immortal essence storage was at its lowest. Once it started to rise, with his refinement path ability, he would refine immortal goo on a large scale, his strength would rise greatly, far beyond now. Refinement path Venerable. Thinking of Fang Yuan's declaration as great love earlier, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not help but frown slightly. He could already predict that Fang Yuan's strength would cause a huge impact on the goo immortal world. This strength was so colossal and unprecedented that even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not tell what the future would become because of Fang Yuan's actions. After all, there had never been a refinement path Venerable in history. Refinement path was different from the other paths. Goo cultivation had 3 major aspects: nurture, use, and refinement. Refinement path was one of these 3 aspects. This was a special trait that no other path had. Heavenly Court. Cough, cough, cough. In a tightly shut secret room, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. The injuries from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave had not recovered yet. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path. She was not as skilled as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in terms of healing, who cultivated Blood Path. Goo immortal injuries were usually very troublesome. Venerables were no exception to this. Heavenly Court did not lack outstanding healing methods, but for the case of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, very few were suitable. Because she had too many Wisdom Path and Star Path Dao marks, healing methods of all other paths were barely usable. Human Path was an exception, but in the whole of Heavenly Court, there were no Human Path pseudo-venerable experts. This was the lowest requirement to heal a Venerable's injuries. Thus, other than healing herself, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had no other methods. I still have 671 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned. I did not have many to begin with, some were consumed during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave as well. I still have injuries on me. If I continue healing myself, yellow apricot immortal essence beads would be rapidly expended again. After that, I still need to refine Heavenly Court's Dao marks and the natural Wisdom Path Dao marks of the world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable calculated precisely. She had sufficient immortal essence for now, but Wisdom Path experts calculated 10 steps in advance. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely deducing more than that. The immortal essence storage was not enough for her to refine the Wisdom Path Dao marks of the outside world. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's situation was different from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. There were a large number of Wisdom Path Dao marks in Heavenly Court, but they did not belong to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Because Heavenly Court had annexed 9 heavens fragments, even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contributed her own immortal aperture to this place, her original Dao marks had all been assimilated and taken over by Heaven's will. Of course, during the process of refining Dao marks in the outside world, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's current immortal aperture would still produce rank 9 immortal essence continuously. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that this was an extremely dangerous situation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Heaven Refining Demon Venerable might attack at any time. Thus, the more immortal essence she had in her storage, the better. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable must have more immortal essence than me. As for Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, he is the weakest among us in this aspect. But he cannot be underestimated. This man is very special. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of this as she revealed a complex expression. Fang Yuan's earlier declaration of being Great Love Immortal Venerable shook the entire world. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was wary of Fang Yuan's refinement path ability, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable focused on his nature. In the history of the 10 Venerables, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was noble and grand, Limitless Demon Venerable was a crazed Tao pursuer, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable enjoyed slaughter, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was wild, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was indifferent, while Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was obsessed. But no matter what, each of these Venerables had their own pride and arrogance in some way. But Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable squinted her eyes, she had never seen a Venerable with such a nature. He simply did not know the limit of what the word shameless was, he did not care about his face, he distorted truth and lies, even lying with a calm expression and deceiving with a righteous tone. What great love Immortal Venerable! Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain that this title was part of Fang Yuan's current plan, it was a method to achieve his current goals. If it was said that anyone in the world could go from demonic to righteous, Fang Yuan was the least likely one among them all. If he felt the need to make a move, he would do it regardless of how many innocent lives would be sacrificed. By then, the declaration of Great Love Immortal Venerable and all related promises would be completely forgotten by him like a baseless fart. But if he felt that going back to the righteous path had benefits to be gained, he would make another similar declaration with no shame in his heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had finally understood Fang Yuan clearly now. If I have to say that this person has a principle, then his principle is to have no bottom line. And if I say this person has a bottom line, then his bottom line is to have no principle. This was simply a thoroughly shameless person. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt a headache regarding him, this shameless fellow had already become venerable. And the thing that made it hard for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was that this shameless venerable had an incredibly deep understanding of the human heart, to the extent where he could predict their every thought. His actions were bound to create a huge wave in the Gu Immortal world before gathering countless people to his side. The temptation of Immortal Gu was too great. Even if they could not trust him now, some risk-taking Gu Immortals would still try their luck. Once Fang Yuan displayed sufficient sincerity, the entire 5 regions Gu Immortal world would fall into his palm. Even Heavenly Court will not be spared from this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. Chapter 2222, Fang Yuan's first public deal. Western Desert. The silent desert suddenly exploded as sand flew in the air, a huge mountain-like beast appeared from underground. This beast had the shape of a python, it had a crocodile head and 6 sharp eagle-like claws. Dragon Crocodile. An immemorial dragon crocodile. The dragon crocodile roared, the sound waves spread widely, but there was a trace of fear and panic in its voice. The dragon crocodile had the ability to climb clouds and soar to the sky. After leaving the desert, it flew straight up. But midway, the dragon crocodile's body shook suddenly as it spewed out a torrent of flames from its huge mouth. The dragon crocodile growled in pain as it fell to the ground, creating a huge sand wave as a result. After it struggled for a while, it gradually quietened down and stopped moving entirely. After a while, 3 goo immortals came out of its mouth. 2 males and 1 female. They were from 3 super forces of Western Desert respectively, being Shirkong, Suiqiu Yan Ming, and Tuoba Feng Yan. Shirkong cultivated Earth Path while the other 2 cultivated Fire Path. It was a fact that the most common cultivation path among Western Desert's goo immortals was Fire Path. The final dragon crocodile is dead. According to our 3 clans agreement, this dragon crocodile belongs to Sister Yan Ming. The only female here, Suiqiu Yan Ming, nodded as she opened her immortal aperture's entrance, placing this immemorial dragon crocodile into it. She observed within her immortal aperture and showed a smile on her face. This immemorial dragon crocodile's corpse is good, many Dao marks are preserved. It was all thanks to Brother Feng Yan's plan that we killed it like this. I'm flattered. Tuoba Feng Yan smiled. If not for Brother Shirkang's method, we would not have been able to enter the dragon crocodile's stomach and take this risk. The biggest credit goes to Brother Shirkang. I'm flattered as well, this is our mutual effort. Shirkang smiled as he replied modestly. Dragon crocodiles lived in immemorial black heaven, but recently with the fusion of both heavens, their living habitat was badly affected. After a dragon crocodile group lost in a territorial fight, they had to escape from immemorial black heaven. They wandered along a route, passing Suiqiu, Tuoba, and Shir clans' territories. These 3 clans negotiated and each sent a rank 7 goo immortal expert to get rid of these dragon crocodiles that were in poor condition already. Shirkong, Suiqiu Yan Ming, and Tuoba Feng Yan worked together, spending 3 days and nights to wipe out this dragon crocodile group. But right when they were about to return to their own clans, they received orders from their clans simultaneously. Oh? Yuan clan wants to gather the clans and attack Fang clan together? Hehe, so the first one that acts is Yuan clan after all. Now it seems, because us 3 are the closest to Yuan clan's territory, they sent us this order together. The 3 immortals discussed for a while before deciding to travel together. Even though this is not far from Yuan clan, we still need to rest and reorganize ourselves. Indeed, we need to treat our injuries first. The dragon crocodile corpses in the immortal apertures have to be dealt with too. Shirkang thought about it before smiling. On this journey to Yuan clan, we will pass by Myriad or Desert. That resource point is guarded by my clan Shizhong, we can go there and rest. For resting, the environment of the wilderness was definitely worse than a resource point. Every resource point had an immortal formation, it was safer too. Suiqiu Yan Ming and Tuoba Feng Yan looked at each other before turning to Shirkang and nodding. The latter said, "Then we will trouble you this time." Shirkang laughed heartily, gladly. Myriad or Desert was relatively flat and the surrounding view extended to the horizon. The ground was a cracked rocky terrain with no vegetation growing. But below the desert, there was a different world altogether. A large amount of ores were gathered here. 100,000 rockmen were living here as miners, excavating all sorts of materials for goo immortals. But these rockmen were all mortals, they were goo masters at best. With limited strength, they could only excavate mortal ores. Thus, Shir clan sent a goo immortal to guard this place while simultaneously excavating immortal ores. This was a tough mission. Normally speaking, a goo immortal sent here was someone who got ostracized by the clan. Shizhong was such an example. Shizhong's father betrayed the clan and caused huge losses to them, not just in resources but also goo immortals' lives. In order to gain trust, Shizhong changed his name to Shizhong, 1, to express his loyalty to the clan. But that did not change anything. At this moment, Shizhong's divine sense was moving about in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, the most eye-catching thing now was that huge piece of primordial domain. This is the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sold this to Heaven Refining Demon Venerable Fang Yuan. If I can get a piece, how good would that be? Shizhong felt incredibly envious. The reason why he knew about the origin of this primordial domain was because Fang Yuan had spread the news. The idea was simple. He wanted the world to know that even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a transaction with him. What was there to fear? Of course, now that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was exposed as the creator of Blood Path and had also started cultivating it, he was labeled as a demon venerable by Heavenly Court. Above the primordial domain, there was a will. This will had a human-shaped form, he wore a white robe and had black hair, his facial features were peerless. It was Fang Yuan's will. Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. If I ask him to refine goo, will I be able to obtain wealth goo? No, that is too risky. Wealth goo is my hope of rising up. How can I give the goo recipe to Fang Yuan? If he succeeds in the refinement but does not give the goo to me, I will be making a stupid mistake. There is nothing I can do to a venerable. This thought only flashed in Shizhong's mind for a second. Shizhong had obtained an incomplete immortal goo recipe of wealth goo in his early days. Wealth goo was a legendary immortal goo. If Shizhong could refine it, he would soon become incredibly wealthy and accumulate lots of cultivation resources, breaking free from the clan's restraints. In order to refine wealth goo, Shizhong had secretly used humans to refine goo. If such a demonic act was exposed, he would be in huge trouble. Even though he took such a huge risk, he had tried to refine it for over 100 times, but all his attempts ended in failure. He was still far from success. Shizhong had naturally heard Fang Yuan's declaration, but he did not dare to risk it. Wealth goo was all the hope he had. Oh? Goo immortals are getting closer. Right at this time, the immortal formation suddenly alerted. Shizhong's expression changed. He immediately went out of Treasure Yellow Heaven and controlled the immortal formation. At this time, Shizhong was leading the other two immortals as they stayed in the sky, at the edge of the formation, without entering deeply as they waited. After Shizhong contacted them and verified their identity, he learned of their intention. I am so glad that Brother Shizhong came here. Please, everyone, come in. Shizhong showed sufficient enthusiasm. The three immortals entered the immortal formation and rested for a while. Shizhong held a small banquet and invited them to join. He even specially gave the main seat to Shizhong. After Shizhong rejected it a few times, he sat down on the main seat. As the other two immortals saw this situation, they thought of a rumor and understood why. Compared to Shizhong, Shizhong was a popular person in Shi clan. Not long ago, he had defeated everyone else and obtained sand-heaped blessed land. On this trip, after killing the dragon crocodiles, Shizhong did not need to hand them over to the clan. He sold many of them in Treasure Yellow Heaven directly. Seeing such a treatment, Suqiu Yanming and Tuoba Feng Yan felt very envious. This time, Yuan clan is leading everyone and gathering Yuan clan's forces to attack Fang clan. What do both of you think? After some drinking, Shizhong asked. Suqiu Yanming said, Yuan clan and Fang clan have deep grudges. It is not strange that they are leading this. Since they are using a proper reason, there is no issue with their action. But I think that Yuan clan's decision now will cause problems in the future. That's right, I hold the same view. Tuoba Feng Yan put down his glass. Firstly, with the disappearance of the 5 regional walls, Western Desert has several clans by the borders of the regions. It is difficult to get them to make a bold move. Secondly, Fang clan is not weak. Their first Supreme Elder has rank 8 cultivation level and they most excel in immortal goo houses. Thirdly, Fang clan has a good relationship with many clans. During the Fate War, they had led everyone in the fight, causing their reputation to rise greatly. And fourthly, which is the most important reason. The reason why we are targeting Fang clan is because of their trading with Fang Yuan, but this is also our fear. Who knows what their exact relationship with Fang Yuan is? Shizhong nodded continuously, sighing. Brother Tuoba's analysis is sound and clear, I agree completely. Shizhong did not speak, he was in deep thought. Tuoba Feng Yan's analysis was simple and Shizhong knew it as well, but he had to ask this. Because Sher Kong represented Sher clan, he had to talk with Suqiu Yan Ming and Tuoba Feng Yan to see what their clan's intentions were as well. Now that he knew their views were aligned with Sher clan, Sher Kong felt more relaxed. Come, drink wine, drink wine. Sher Kong raised his cup and smiled warmly. After the meal, the three immortals thanked Sher Zhong before setting off for Yuan clan. Sher Zhong stored away the cups, he had a heavy mood. Sher King's treatment by the clan was too good, it was simply the opposite of him. Earlier, when Sher Kong was in closed cultivation, the clan provided him all the resources he needed. After Sher Kong took Sand Heap Blessed Land, the clan rewarded him immediately. The dragon crocodiles he killed were all kept as his property, it was a lucrative job. As for the journey to Yuan clan, there were no risks and the outcome was basically decided, he would be welcomed by Yuan clan. Instead of a mission, it was like a reward. Sigh, my hope still lies in wealth goo. When can I refine this goo successfully? Heaven refining demon Venerable, no, I will not ask for anyone's help. The risk is too big. Even though Sher Zhong set such a determined goal, after 100 failures in refining the goo, he had already started to feel dejected. His intuition vaguely told him that with his strength alone, the chance of refining wealth goo was slim. Thus, unknowingly, he entered Yellow Heaven again with his divine sense. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan's will suddenly opened his eyes as he spoke in a grand tone. This rank 7 movement Immortal goo, Capture Wind goo, has been refined as per the request of Southern Borders Wu Yong. We will make the transaction now. What? Sher Zhong was shocked. At this moment, every goo immortal who was inside Treasure Yellow Heaven gasped. Under everyone's gaze, Wu Yong's will got close to Fang Yuan's will, the latter tossed rank 7 Capture Wind goo to Wu Yong's will. Wu Yong's will nodded and said nothing, he left Treasure Yellow Heaven with the new immortal goo. Someone actually made a transaction with Fang Yuan. And it is actually Southern Borders Wu Yong. Sher Zhong had a dazed expression. 1. Zhong means loyalty back. Chapter 22-23, Fang Yuan's Protection. Southern Border. Wui Mountain. Wu Clan's Blessed Land Headquarters. Wu Clan's Goo Immortals were gathered, Wu Yong sat at the main seat. Most of the Goo Immortals here were present, only a few individuals had no way of coming and sent their wills instead. These last days, we have received letters from Ba Clan, Tai Clan, Luo Clan, Ho Clan, and the others. Take a look at them. Wu Yong waved his hand, more than 10 information path goo worms flew out. As Wu Clan's Goo Immortals looked through them, their expressions turned grim and dark. The contents of these information path goo worms, to put it mildly, were empty of value. They were merely using a righteous tone to condemn and question Wu Yong as to why he would make a deal with a demon like Fang Yuan. Some of them even threatened to withdraw from the Southern Alliance, arguing that Wu Yong was not qualified to take up the role of the alliance leader. They demanded that the alliance leader should be replaced by a more capable person. These fellows. They are shameless. I can't stand this. There are many super clans involved here, most of them have once worked together with Lu Weiyin, right? Back then, Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan cooperated to kill Spectral Soul and escaped from Heavenly Court's pursuit. Now, they have the nerve to come and reprimand us? They want to change the alliance leader? Hee, in the whole of Southern Borders Goo Immortal world, is there anyone more suitable than Lord Wu Yong? Wu Clan's Goo Immortals discussed among themselves, speaking in an angry tone. Wu Yong did not speak, he drank tea calmly as he listened to the Immortals' conversations. The Immortals got louder and more riled up, their tone became agitated and they wanted to exact revenge on those clans. Wu Yong put down his cup at this point, raising his hand slightly. The Immortals saw this and immediately kept quiet. Many of the Wu Clan Goo Immortals who had stood up uncontrollably in anger quickly sat down. Wu Yong's gaze swept across everyone as the hall fell into silence. This is my Wu Clan. Wu Clan was expressionless, but he was incredibly pleased internally. Ever since he took charge of Wu Clan, He had been leading them through crises, they experienced many battles and even chased after Fang Yuan. Most importantly, Wu Yong had incredible political skills, he gained the loyalty of the whole of Wu clan. Among them, there were not just the original Wu clan Gu Immortals, but also the new lone Immortal external elders, and the newly advanced rank 6 Gu Immortals of recent times. In the earlier discussion, these people did not raise any objection or suggestion towards Wu Yong's decision and method. This showed how much prestige Wu Yong had in his clan. Supreme Elder Ba Chong explained the situation to everyone. Wu Yong said plainly. Yes. As the second Supreme Elder, Wu Ba Chong stood up and said to the present Gu Immortals, days ago, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, no, I mean Great Love Immortal Venerable, personally sent us a message. He contacted First Supreme Elder and insisted for him to undergo a public transaction. Thinking of Wu clan, which cannot block Fang Yuan's rage, First Supreme Elder had to endure the humiliation and agree to Fang Yuan's request. Wu clan's immortals looked at each other. Some had a change of expression, some clenched their fists, while some gritted their teeth. They could feel the immense pressure from Fang Yuan just by hearing this account. Fang Yuan acted in an unrestrained manner. In this situation, it was logical for Wu Yong to be forced into such a transaction. But at the next moment, Wu Yong laughed loudly. Oh Ba Chong, no need to say this to them. We are all one family, I will tell you the straightforward truth. The immortals tensed up and focused. Bright light shined in Wu Yong's eyes. This is not my first transaction with Fang Yuan. Before this, we have already done several secret transactions. Fang Yuan's evidence is not fake. Saying so, Wu Yong paused for a second. Seeing that the hall was silent and that every Gu Immortal still looked at him with a heated gaze, Wu Yong nodded in satisfaction, continuing, the reason for this is very simple. Firstly, be it the previous Fang Yuan or the current Venerable Fang Yuan, he is an existence that we cannot provoke. Secondly, making transactions with Fang Yuan benefited us greatly. Our Wu clan gained several new Immortal Gu recently, they were all Fang Yuan's creations. If we had to refine them ourselves, we would have spent many times the immortal materials without any success. Wu clan's immortals were silent. Wu Yong looked around and went past Wu Ba Chong, his gaze ending up on Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao shuddered and instantly stood up, speaking in a shivering voice, but, now that these super forces are reprimanding us, how should we deal with it? Wu Yong smiled as he nodded at Wu Qiao, good question. Saying so, he extended his hand, all of the information path Mortal Gu flew back to him. Wu Yong blew lightly, a slight breeze went in the air, destroying all of the information path Mortal Gu immediately. These so-called accusations are completely useless. Wu Yong snickered coldly, will they dare to attack us? The immortals were stunned. Wu Yong leaned back on his chair, he was high and mighty as his gaze swept down on everyone. Do you still not understand? Everyone, times have changed. The Fate War, the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, after all these, Heavenly Court's foundation has already been expended. Even though Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she had no choice but to announce that the other two Venerables were of the demonic path. But both Giant Sun and Fang Yuan are also claiming themselves to be Immortal Venerables, they do not agree with the Demon Venerable title. What is immortal? What is demonic? What is righteous path? What is demonic path? The immortals were all shaken. Wu Yong laughed, with the conflict of 3 Venerables now, the 5 regions and 2 heavens will enter an unprecedented great era. If we still use our former judgment to differentiate righteous and demonic, we will only be devoured by the terrifying tides of the new era. Didn't you see how Fang Yuan spent no effort to recruit the entire Righteous Qi Alliance? Our Southern Alliance, against these Venerables, is completely useless and powerless. It is impossible to lead a group of sheep to defeat a fierce tiger. Furthermore, against these Venerables, we are not even considered sheep. The only thing that can fight a Venerable is a Venerable. Us pitiful worms need to survive between the cracks of the Venerables. We need to work hard and absorb more nutrients to strengthen ourselves. If we can gain the pity of destiny, we might have a chance of survival. Give up the so-called pride of the righteous path, break free from the restraints of cheap morals and virtues, abandon your superiority complex as a Gu Immortal. These are all superficial and worthless things. Like the information path mortal Gu I destroyed earlier, a Venerable can kill all of us Gu Immortals with just a simple breath as well. Finally, Wu Yong raised his volume and said solemnly, "Work your very best, spend every minute and second of your life to fight for survival in this terrifying great era." Yes, we have learned much from First Supreme Elder's wise words. Wu Bachong, Wu Qiao, and the other Wu clan Gu Immortals stood up and replied solemnly. Western Desert. Yuan clan headquarters. A banquet had just ended. In the main hall with many used cups, there were only several Yuan clan Gu Immortals left. Rank 6 Gu Immortal Wan Jueqing smashed the cup in his hand on the ground in anger. These hypocritical and vicious clans, they are a disgrace to Western Desert. Don't they have the glory and resolution of the righteous path? Wan Jueqing shouted in anger, his face was flushed red. Jueqing. Wan Xiao frowned slightly. Am I wrong? Wan Jueqing was still furious. These last days, we held a small banquet every 3 days and a large banquet every 5 days, but what about these Gu Immortals? They are all giving vague replies and refuse to give definite answers. Jueqing. Wan Xiao shouted. Forget it, forget it. At this time, Wan clan's first Supreme Elder left his seat with a solemn expression, but his back seemed to be bent and weak. The remaining Wan clan Gu Immortals fell into deep silence. Outside Wan clan's headquarters, Tang Fong Ming and Tang Miao flew in the sky while looking at the stars. They were very relaxed. Occasionally coming out to relax is a good decision, brother. Tang Miao smiled. Tang Fong Ming nodded, having the same feeling. He was the rank 7 Gu Immortal expert in Tang clan who received the most support, but different from Shirkong. The reason why Tang Fong Ming was supported and placed great importance upon was because he had extraordinary talent and aptitude in dream path exploration. This time, they went to Wan clan because Tang Fong Ming's beloved sister Tang Miao wanted to go sightseeing. Brother, Wan clan attended to us really nicely. They are very determined to deal with Fang clan as well. After negotiating with the various clans these days, Wan clan has already relented multiple times. When do you think the alliance army will be formed? Tang Miao asked. Tang Fong Ming smiled coldly. The alliance army against Fang clan is not going to be created. What? Why? Let's take an example. Tang Fong Ming sighed. Currently, the 5 regions and 2 heavens is like a forest with 3 fierce tigers that are exceptionally scary. Tang Miao's eyes lit up. Brother, you mean the 3 Venerables? Tang Fong Ming nodded. Other than these 3 fierce beasts, there are many birds, rabbits, and fish. Right now, a small bird called Wan wants to deal with a small rabbit called Fang. The bird knows it cannot win alone, so it gathered other birds and rabbits to try to pay a high price, in order to bully the individual. However, the rabbit named Fang is currently leaning on a fierce beast. Nobody knows if the fierce beast will get angered if they touch this rabbit. If the fierce beast moves, no matter how many animals the bird named Wan gathers, they will all become food for the fierce beast. Tang Miao was somewhat surprised. Brother, you mean to say that this is the reason why these super forces cannot form an alliance army? Tang Fong Ming nodded again with a solemn expression. No matter how harmonious the banquet is, or how intense the negotiation between Wan clan and the others get, they are all superficial in nature. The truth is that these animals are shivering in fear and deeply alert regarding the beasts. If any of them move in the forest, none of the animals can stop them. Tang Miao took in a deep breath. Thankfully, our Tang clan has been in contact with Lord Fang Yuan since long ago. We have undergone countless transactions. In my opinion, since Southern Borders Alliance leader Wu Yong made a transaction with Fang Yuan publicly, our Tang clan can also. Absolutely not. Tang Fong Ming said, every action by Lord Fang Yuan contains deep meaning. The reason why he exposed evidence earlier and showed the transactions with many forces and Gu Immortals, without mentioning our Tang clan, is because he is protecting us. Our Tang clan cannot compare with Southern Borders Wu clan, or even Fang clan. We are a weak force in Western Desert. Because of our territorial location, we would be easily ganged up on and attacked. At this time, we cannot cause any commotion or raise attention to ourselves. We should only continue to work with Lord Fang Yuan in secret, we cannot waste his efforts. Of course, the information of Yuan clan gathering the forces can be sold to Fang clan as a favor from us. Fang clan and Lord Fang Yuan have many transactions. From this angle, they are our natural ally. Tang Fangming spoke frankly, but he had a clear view of the situation. Tang Miao listened with shining eyes, gaining realization as well. But at this time, Tang Fangming's expression changed slightly. Brother, what's wrong? Gu Immortals are transacting with Fang Yuan again in Treasure Yellow Heaven. There are 3 people this time, among which 2 are from Northern Plains and Central Continent. Tang Fangming replied quickly with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 22-24, Power of a Refinement Path. Venerable. A lump of fire was burning quietly in Fang Yuan's hand. The fire was only the size of an infant's fist, its color changed constantly. If a refinement path expert saw it, they would shout out in shock. Because the change in the color of the flame was only the superficial appearance, the essence was something different. For example, red flame meant fire refinement. When it was white, that was light refinement. When it was icy blue, that was ice refinement. Fang Yuan clenched his fist lightly, the flame disappeared instantly. Fang Yuan kept silent as he fell into deep contemplation. A long while later, he blinked his eyes and retracted all of his scattered thoughts. During this period of time, he had been personally refining Immortal Gu and did not activate 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool at all. He refined more than 10 Immortal Gu that were mostly rank 6 and 7, it was not an accomplishment for someone like Fang Yuan. But in this process, Fang Yuan gained a considerable harvest. His current refinement path attainment level was at Supreme Grandmaster. Any Gu refinement method was very easily discerned by him, he could understand their full profundity. No Gu recipes had hidden secrets in the eyes of Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan could modify most recipes with a single attempt. Even for the more profound Immortal Gu recipes that needed some time to modify and expended a lot of effort to deduce appropriate immortal materials, by simply using Fang Yuan's refinement path intuition, he could just take a look to understand the exact direction that the Immortal Gu recipe should go in. Fang Yuan tried many times, his attempts confirmed that this intuition gave correct answers with certainty. This was the same for modifying refinement path killer moves and Gu refinement methods. Once, when Fang Yuan was refining Gu, he had an inspiration and thought of a new Gu refinement method. He succeeded on the first try. When he personally refined Gu, Fang Yuan could feel a sense of control. This sense of control greatly raised the success rate of refining Immortal Gu. When he refined the various Immortal Gu, when he got to a certain point of the refinement process, Fang Yuan would have a feeling that success was guaranteed. Even if the Gu refinement was going to fail, Fang Yuan still had the sense of control. He could predict the failure of the Gu refinement in advance. After all, even a refinement path Venerable could fail when refining Immortal Gu. On one hand, it was the refinement method. If any human error occurred, failure was guaranteed. On the other hand, the various paths still had their own constraints. For example, refining Fire Path Immortal Gu would need a large amount of Fire Path Immortal materials. Fang Yuan's control over the Fire Path Immortal material would be much lower naturally since his Fire Path attainment level was way inferior to Refinement Path. But when I tried to refine Refinement Path Immortal Gu, the success rate is basically 100%. Of course, I have not tried to refine rank 9 Refinement Path Immortal Gu yet. Fang Yuan had already confirmed this point. Refinement Path Immortal Gu would use a large amount of Refinement Path Immortal materials. Fang Yuan's control over these Refinement Path Immortal materials was 100%. On this point, be they old eccentric Tian Nan, old immortal Kong Ju, or long-hair ancestor, they could not compare to Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was a Refinement Path Venerable, he could refine the natural Refinement Path Dao marks of the outside world. Refinement Path Immortal materials contained Refinement Path Dao marks, they were also subjected to this. Thus, Fang Yuan had perfect control over these immortal materials. Thus, as long as there were no errors in the refinement method, with few immortal materials from other paths, the refinement path Immortal Gu's refinement would have a success rate that was infinitely close to 100%. In terms of Gu refinement success rate, Fang Yuan had already surpassed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. This was under the condition that he had little practice and was not proficient in many refinement path methods and killer moves yet. Even though Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable now, he still had a long way to improve in terms of refinement path. Other than practicing more and gaining experience, in the future, when my other paths' attainment levels rise, my success rate in refining Immortal Gu of those paths will also rise rapidly as well. It is a pity that I cannot retrieve the primordial domain in Treasure Yellow Heaven yet. Fang Yuan did not have a way to retrieve the primordial domain, thus, he kept the primordial domain that he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He continued to pay the fee for storing it there. Thinking of Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan recalled the 3 Gu immortals that transacted with him earlier. These 3 came from Southern Border, Central Continent, and Northern Plains. They had opened transactions that used their real names, thus the 5 regions Gu immortals learned of the details. The Southern Border Gu immortal was a member from Qiao Clan, which was Wu Clan's vassal. The open transaction between Qiao Clan's Gu immortal and Fang Yuan was likely instructed by Wu Yong to alleviate the political pressure on Wu Clan. Other than that, there was the Lone Immortal from Northern Plains and Demonic Immortal from Central Continent. The truth was, after Wu Yong's transaction, there were many Gu immortals who wanted to secretly contact Fang Yuan for Immortal Gu refinement. But Fang Yuan's rule was that the transaction had to be openly done, thus, many Gu immortals hesitated. Only a few Gu immortals, because of their own nature or external pressure, accepted Fang Yuan's rule of an open transaction. Afterwards, Fang Yuan chose these 2 people. They did not have high cultivation level, they were rank 6 Gu immortals that were at the bottom of the Gu immortal world. Maybe it was because of their identity at the bottom, these 2 were more inclined to take risks and try to change their current situation. It was like how poor people often disregarded their lives, while rich people were cautious and scared of dying. Of course, these 2 people were no longer in Northern Plains and Central Continent. Nobody knew what Heavenly Quartz and Longevity Heaven's reactions would be after they made a transaction with Fang Yuan. These 2 Gu immortals were not stupid, they escaped to another region immediately. In the past, this action would have many drawbacks. But with the dissipation of the regional walls and the unification of the 5 regions, as well as the movement of Qi tides, the heaven and earth Qi of the 5 regions became the same, there were no longer differences. Thus, no matter which region a Gu immortal went to, they would not be restricted by heaven and earth Qi. The following period is crucial. Fang Yuan did not know what the reactions of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be, he was anticipating them with alertness and wariness. According to his deductions, there were 4 possible reactions from the 2 Venerables. First, they could send subordinates to kill these 2 rank 6 Gu immortals. This was easy, Fang Yuan purposely chose them back then because they were weak. If these 2 died at the hands of Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan would be very happy. Second, the 2 Venerables cooperate to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very wary against this situation, but he wanted to see this as well. Third, the 2 Venerables target Treasure Yellow Heaven instead. This situation would be the same as crippling the foundation of Fang Yuan's Great Love Gu refinement plan. But the possibility was too slim. Ever since Treasure Yellow Heaven appeared, it had existed until now. During this time, Heavenly Court, Longevity Heaven, Shadow Sect, and other geniuses and outstanding experts wanted to find Treasure Yellow Heaven, but they all failed. Even now, Fang Yuan did not know where Treasure Yellow Heaven was. It was truly an extremely mysterious existence. Fourth, which was the most likely situation that the 2 Venerables would choose, was to ignore Fang Yuan's Gu refinement business since they could not stop it anyway. They would target other aspects, like elevating their cultivation and forces, to try and use other advantages against Fang Yuan's Great Love Gu refinement plan. The truth is, ever since we left Crazed Demon Cave, the contest between me, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already begun. Whoever can develop the best will have the greatest advantage in our upcoming fights. Advantages may not become victory in the end, but as advantages accumulate, the eventual outcome will be affected for sure. Fang Yuan had a clear recognition of his standing among the three Venerables. Recalling the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan was aware that he could win because he had the most accurate combat tactics. Because Fang Yuan only showed pseudo-venerable battle strength, and because the Venerables had been using him as a pawn all along, they did not think much of him subconsciously. Be they Giant Sun Immortal Venerable or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they treated each other as the greatest threat. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of room to maneuver. But Venerables were not so easily deceived. Thus, Fang Yuan purposely exposed his ambition and refinement path, causing the two Venerables to find out that he was trying to become venerable through refinement path. After that, when he had sufficient accumulation in refinement path attainment level, he purposely gave up the fight over primordial domain in front of the two Venerables. With the refinement path portion of primordial domain destroyed, both Venerables knew that Fang Yuan could not become venerable in the short term. They let their guard down against him. On this basis, Fang Yuan continued to expose his weakness. For example, Jean Boudou had been extremely high profile in the few fights he was in. It caused a huge headache for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Thus, Fang Yuan purposely let him die at Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's hands. Or for example, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, and other methods that the Venerables knew about. Fang Yuan purposely used up these methods so that the Venerables would be even less on guard against him. Fang Yuan had even planned to sacrifice the Qi-Si clone purposely. But even at that extent, the two Venerables were still not assured about Fang Yuan. At certain times, they worked together to try to eliminate him first. That was the most dangerous moment for Fang Yuan. He had both internal and external threats. His life was hanging on a thread in many situations. After all, spring-autumn cicada could not be used. Thankfully, Fang Yuan got through those ordeals and finally saw the light of day at the end of the tunnel. The two Venerables consumed each other's strength, while Limitless Demon Venerable's appearance and Paradise Earth's Venerable Ascension attempt caused the two Venerables' attention to be shifted to them. Eventually, Fang Yuan took a chance to kill Paradise Earth and repel the two Venerables, becoming the greatest winner in this battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Other than the proper combat tactics, the most important criteria for victory was that Fang Yuan had made all sorts of preparations before the battle started. Fang Yuan obtained Ability Goo and Fortitude Goo. They were extremely useful in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan raised the cultivation level of his subordinates, allowing White Rabbit and Miaoying to fight against Duke Mei and Duke Tong. Fang Yuan deduced and modified many killer moves like Dang Hun Luo Pasil, Road of Life, several hundred totem killer moves, Heaven Envy's heroic geniuses, and countless compound killer moves. Fang Yuan even created the artificial earth vein and defensive food path methods. He also prepared dream path killer moves. Most of them were used in Crazed Demon Cave. If he had not made ample preparation, even if Fang Yuan had the proper tactics, he could not last until the end. I became a refinement path venerable and gained the most benefits in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable are placing a huge focus on me now. I need to do everything to raise my strength and develop further. That is how I can accumulate my advantage in the contest of three Venerables. The results of development now would be the crucial factors affecting the victory of the contest of three Venerables in the future. Chapter 22-25, Enemies on one hand, Cooperation on the other. Northern Plains. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable held on to an information path Mortal Goo as he thought to himself and sighed with a calm expression, to think that as a Venerable, I will actually be unable to do anything against a mere Northern Plains rank 6 lone immortal. With Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's temper and nature, Gu Immortals publicly transacting with Fang Yuan were simply provoking him. In the past, such a Gu Immortal would have already died countless times. The pride of a Venerable was not to be trampled. But now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable summoned one of the 8 extremities and said, "Go, secretly transmit to the Huangjin tribes to try to recruit this person. Whoever succeeds will receive my special reward." "Yes." The member of the 8 extremities answered and left respectfully. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not make any statements personally, it would be disadvantageous to him and longevity heaven. But he could let the Huangjin tribes take action. This was the political skill of an experienced ruler. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew that Fang Yuan's great love Gu refinement plan could not be stopped. It was an open scheme that everyone could see, but the desires of Gu Immortals could not be suppressed. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable tried to stop it, or if he ordered people to kill this Northern Plains lone immortal, he would lose the hearts of the people in longevity heaven. He might be able to suppress it for a while, but the more he stifled it, the deeper this discontent would accumulate, and when it erupts in the future, a huge problem would occur in longevity heaven. Eventually, the result would be simple. Northern Plains lone immortals and demonic cultivators would find Fang Yuan for public transactions. After that, they would leave and escape to the other regions. Most likely, they would go to Eastern Sea, which was under Fang Yuan's control. That was the same as Fang Yuan using Immortal Gu to lure these lone immortals and demonic cultivators of Northern Plains to Eastern Sea, strengthening his own heaven and earth great love alliance. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would not fall for such an open scheme. Fang Yuan is too arrogant, he does not have enough immortal essence, but he dares to publicly provoke us. We need to retaliate. If the battle in Crazed Demon Cave let Giant Sun Immortal Venerable learn of Fang Yuan's battle strength, then currently, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable learned of Fang Yuan's shrewd and ruthless political skills. Thinking about it, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable took out an information path Immortal Gu from his immortal aperture. The information path Immortal Gu quickly flew towards Central Continent. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also thinking of a way to deal with Fang Yuan's method. She called for He Fengyang and personally talked to him before giving him a mission. When He Fengyang left Heavenly Court, he was still in a confused state. The mission that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave him was to publicly transact with Fang Yuan and refine a new Immortal Gu. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's countermeasure was even more simple than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's. Since Fang Yuan declared that he would show his great love to the world, refining Gu for enemies and allies alike, Heavenly Court would use this to their advantage. It was a fact that they could not stop his scheme, thus, making use of it to gain benefits was a wise choice. Of course, Heavenly Court and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not make transactions with Fang Yuan openly, this was still not acceptable. After all, they had denounced Fang Yuan as a demon venerable earlier. As for the transaction between Fang Yuan and He Fengyang, be it success or failure, Heavenly Court would stay indifferent towards it, showing a political attitude that they would not care about the actions of the 10 great ancient sects in this aspect. This way, the 10 great ancient sects would get involved and obtain many immortal Gu, that would raise the strength of Central Continent as a whole. If Fang Yuan were to reject them or state an absurd price, it would go against his earlier declaration, causing him to lose his credibility. Weakening Fang Yuan's credibility was also a sort of victory for Heavenly Court. Qin Ding Ling appeared with 2 information path Immortal Gu. Oh? After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a look at them, she fell into contemplation. The first one came from Southern Borders Wu Clan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked into it. Southern Alliance leader Wu Yong, the first Supreme Elder of Wu Clan, wanted to have an open transaction with Heavenly Court. Wu Yong seemed to have forgotten that he had led the Southern Alliance to oppose Heavenly Court during the Fate War. A hint of appreciation flashed past Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. This Wu Yong is truly remarkable. Earlier, he had transactions with Fang Yuan, now, he wants to transact with Heavenly Court too. His ambitions are not small. But it is good too, agreeing to this will benefit Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a decision to hold transactions with Wu Yong immediately. On one hand, she was showing her attitude that she was tolerant towards any transaction with Fang Yuan. On the other hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was also trying to pull Wu Yong to her side. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were very close now. If she rejected him, he might likely join his side. This was not something Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to see. As for the second information path Immortal Gu, it came from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The content was simple. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to cooperate with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take action against Fang Yuan together. Of course, they were not going to ally without any basis. After all, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had cooperated to a certain extent against Fang Yuan, who became Venerable. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended. The Venerables had not gotten much stronger since. If the two Venerables joined hands against Fang Yuan now, they would only be asking for humiliation. It would not end well. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's idea was to continuously use luck path methods to survey Eastern Sea and investigate heaven refining Demon Venerable. If Fang Yuan made any attempt to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu, a huge fluctuation in his luck would be observable. By then, they would use the chance to deal with him. Right now, Fang Yuan was very strong. Both Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be repelled by him, but his advantage was not big enough, so the two Venerables were still quite calm. However, once he refines a rank 9 Immortal Gu, he would have to expend a huge amount of Immortal Essence. Especially during the crucial moments of Gu refinement, if the two Venerables find a chance to attack Fang Yuan's major flaw, he would be at his weakest. If Fang Yuan fails the Gu refinement, he would suffer a terrifying backlash as well. After all, the refinement of a rank 9 Immortal Gu was extremely significant. Regarding Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's suggestion, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable agreed without second thought. The truth was, she had her own set of investigative methods to spy on Eastern Sea as well. She was guarded against Fang Yuan, who could be refining rank 9 Immortal Gu at any time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable placed great focus on Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment. The contest of three Venerables was neck and neck. If either side gained a rank 9 Immortal Gu, their strength would rise immensely. That would no longer be a contest of equal strength, even territories could be lost then. The truth was, even if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not send a letter, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have sent one to him. If Fang Yuan was truly given the chance to display his specialty and refine a rank 9 Immortal Gu, he would gain the biggest advantage. That was something neither of the two Venerables wanted to see. This secret plan to stop Fang Yuan from refining rank 9 Immortal Gu started with the subtle cooperation of the two Venerables. If Fang Yuan takes a risk to refine rank 9 Immortal Gu, we will strike. But even if I cooperate with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, I still need to mind my Immortal Essence expenditure. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable understood that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had more Immortal Essence than her, but if she expended too much Immortal Essence when targeting Fang Yuan, even if she spent the same amount as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, it would not benefit her. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's biggest advantage was in Immortal Essence quantity after all. If that situation occurred, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's advantage would be even bigger then. That was also part of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's secret scheme. Eastern Sea. Oh? Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. Currently, he was refining Immortal Gu while communicating in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He also considered the arrangements and development of his Immortal Aperture with great ease. Now, he had received He Feng Yang's request for a transaction in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He Feng Yang is actually asking me for an open transaction. It seems that this is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's idea. Fang Yuan immediately understood the truth. Without Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's permission, how could He Feng Yang dare to do this? Worthy of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan praised. It was a wise and logical countermeasure. The contest of forces and the fight between experts had never been as simple as allies and enemies. But according to the specific situation, one needed to have the flexibility to change sides. Sometimes, your enemies could become your allies. You could even work together with your enemies while simultaneously plotting against them. But this reaction was within Fang Yuan's expectations. Regarding He Fengyang's request for a transaction, Fang Yuan's will agreed on the spot. If he rejected this, it would weaken his credibility and reputation. Furthermore, what reason was there to reject it? This was beneficial to Heavenly Court and Central Continent, but it was even more useful for Fang Yuan. After all, he was the seller who set the price. It was natural that Heavenly Court and Central Continent were going to benefit. This was a mutually beneficial transaction where both sides got what they wanted. The losing side was naturally Longevity Heaven. When Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable become stronger, Longevity Heaven would be left behind. But once Longevity Heaven sees this situation, they would want to catch up. Even if they were unwilling, they would make transactions with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan would obviously not reject them. By then, he would be the party that benefits the most out of this. Since you want a rank 7 Immortal Goo, hand me the 9 Central Stone Forest. Fang Yuan quoted his price to He Fengyang. 9 Central Stone Forest was an Earth Path resource point. It could be used as an Earth Vein node. The exact value when compared to a rank 7 Immortal Goo was not clear. For the short term, the rank 7 Immortal Goo was definitely more valuable. But for the long term, a 9 Central Stone Forest that could continuously produce Earth Path resources definitely surpassed just one rank 7 Immortal Goo. This quote was very expensive, far higher than Fang Yuan's earlier price for refining Goo. He Fengyang could not make a decision, but he had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's orders. On the whole, this price was still in the acceptable range, so He Fengyang agreed to it. In the future, when Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven transact with me further, I will ask for more Earth Path resource points for fixing Earth veins in my Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had already started to prosper and develop. The current plan was to construct a water vein. Since the Righteous Qi Alliance joined Fang Yuan, they had to show their sincerity. Fang Yuan gave orders without holding back. He asked the clans to contribute a batch of water path resource points. I have tens of yellow apricot immortal essence beads now. I cannot take a risk in refining rank 9 Immortal Goo yet. These immortal essence beads are insufficient. Let's refine those Heaven Path rank 8 Immortal Goo first. Chapter 22-26, Light Fire. Southern Border. A group of 5 Goo Masters were sprinting rapidly on the road. The leader had rank 4 cultivation level. He had an ordinary face but was exceptionally capable. It was Shang Clan's Goo Master Xiaoyan. Moving Fire Goo. He was activating a Fire Path Goo Worm now to travel. Each step he took, flames would be ignited on the ground, causing a huge trail of fire to burn along his path. Behind him, the 4 Goo Masters all had rank 2 cultivation level. They were gritting their teeth as they followed him. Lord Xiaoyan, let's rest for a while, we don't have enough primeval essence. While running, a rank 2 Goo Master suggested. Xiaoyan slowed his speed but he was still running. This was the wilderness. If Goo Masters did not have sufficient primeval essence, they would face great risks in surviving. A rank 2 Goo Master was also not qualified to explore the wild. They lacked the capability and strength. But right now, Xiaoyan had a mission to do. According to the information, if I am any later, the fire in the village will be unstoppable. I need to hurry there now. Last time, I was misled by the enemy's information and went out to search for Fire Path Goo materials, causing Lady Shang Xinci to face great danger. This time, I need to work hard and complete this mission to make up for my mistake. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan made up his mind. He ordered, "You 4, go rest, I will head there first. After you are done resting, catch up to me." Yes. The 4 Goo Masters answered. Xiaoyan's speed rose to its limit. He quickly went into the forest. A few hours later, he arrived at his destination, a small village that was under Shang Clan's control. Lord, you finally came. The village has already prepared some wine. The village head was a rank 4 Gu master. He spoke to Xiaoyan politely. But Xiaoyan waved his hand. The fire is more important, we need to resolve this issue first. The village head was overjoyed. Lord is wise. Please come with me. To speak the truth, I have been very anxious these days. The village head brought Xiaoyan to the back of the mountain. Xiaoyan saw that in a crevice at the back of the mountain, there was a white dazzling flame burning intensely. That's right, this is light fire. Xiaoyan stared from afar as his pupils shrank. This light fire is too big, it covers a range of at least 200 paces, this is beyond my capabilities. Light fire was a type of special fire, it was a rank 5 Gu material. From what Xiaoyan knew, this Gu material could be used to refine rank 5 light path or fire path Gu worms. From the perspective of a Gu Immortal, the essence was clear. This light fire contained fire path and light path Dao marks. To think that I could not find any special fire earlier no matter how I searched. But once I took this mission, I found such a large area of light fire. Lady Shang Xinci purposely gave this mission to me, she is simply too kind and merciful. Sigh, this gratitude. Xiaoyan sighed internally, he gradually understood Shang Xinci's intention. He slowly got closer to the light fire. As the distance shortened, he felt deeper emotions internally, he became angry for no reason. This was not strange. This was the effect of the light fire, the closer one got to this Gu material, the angrier they would become. Xiaoyan tried to use fire path methods and quickly kept away a lump of the light fire that was the size of a basin. Xiaoyan nodded internally. His earlier evaluation was right. Such a large field of light fire could not be taken by him alone, but he could keep most of it. Afterwards, the 4 rank 2 Gu masters would arrive and help him to complete this mission successfully. But they had to be quick. Gu materials like light fire would spread and grow rapidly in the day. But now was night time, the light fire's growth was suppressed. This was also the reason why Xiaoyan rushed there at full speed while leaving his subordinates behind. Before they get here, I need to make arrangements in the surroundings in case of enemies. Xiaoyan immediately used his alert methods near the light fire. Guarding against others was a necessity. Furthermore, in order to retrieve this light fire, Xiaoyan had to use his full strength. Why are there still mortals in the surroundings? While surveying the location, Xiaoyan found that there were many mortals praying within the mountain's forest, towards the fire. The village head quickly guaranteed that he would chase these mortals away. For the following period, he would not let these mortals interrupt Xiaoyan and his subordinates. Next, the village head explained the reason. It turned out that because the sky had gotten strange recently without white heaven or black heaven, day and night could no longer be differentiated. Thus, the Gu masters of the 5 regions and even mortals were deeply shocked and fearful. On a certain night, fire rain fell from the sky. Lumps of heaven flames landed in the range of 10,000 li around the village. These mortals were shocked by the phenomenon and thought that heaven was angry and punishing these mortals by burning them to death. Thus, they were all kneeling here and praying for forgiveness. Foolish. Xiaoyan snorted coldly, but his expression became milder. He could understand them. When the sky first changed, he was also extremely fearful. But with the information from Shang Xinci, he learned that even though this was a huge event, it was not dangerous to them. Even if there were danger, it was not something that Gu masters at Xiaoyan's level should care about. At the same time, immemorial white heaven. Or more accurately, in the fused black and white heavens. A few tens of thousands of li away, Fang Yuan watched the huge sun from afar. The sun seemed to be moving forward slowly, but it was traveling rapidly on a fixed route, going from east to west, before U-turning and going back from west to east, repeating the process endlessly. Whenever the sun went to the extreme east of immemorial white heaven, or the extreme west, 12 hours would pass exactly. With the swap of black heaven and white heaven, the 5 regions would be enveloped by the night sky. And in white heaven that was above black heaven, the sun would go on the return route from west to east, spending 12 hours to reach the starting point. By then, black heaven and white heaven would swap again. Thus, in the view and perception of mortals, the sun had always appeared from the east of white heaven when the night sky fades. When it was dusk, the sun would vanish into the extreme west as the night emerges. The sun was very large. Among the 11 Venerables, even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who had the largest body that resembled a mountain, was far inferior to the sun. The size of the sun, in Fang Yuan's estimation, was about the size of giant Hero Sea area, and that was one of the largest sea areas in Eastern Sea. Originally, in immemorial white heaven, the sun's travel route had absolutely nothing in its way. But now, with the fusion of both heavens, the environment changed abruptly and chaotically. While Fang Yuan was observing, a large area of black clouds blocked the sun's path. Whenever the sun moved forward by a little, a large portion of the black clouds would dissipate. Of course, the sun was not completely unharmed. From time to time, sparks would fall off the surface of the sun. These heaven flames would land on the black clouds or scatter elsewhere. An even smaller portion of them would land in the 5 regions. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the collision of the black clouds and the sun was like the collision of 2 groups of Tao marks. The former was dark path and cloud path, while the latter was light path and fire path. The black cloud is bound to lose, but the sun's expenditure is also considerable. With such an intense change, it is no wonder that heaven form has turned chaotic, and is also at the brink of breaking apart. Fang Yuan was originally refining heaven path Immortal Gu. The reason why he suddenly changed his plans and came up to the 2 heavens of Eastern Sea was because of heaven form. Heaven form was left by thieving heaven demon Venerable. It was considered half a thieving heaven true inheritance. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable had encountered a natural heavenly spirit in immemorial white heaven by chance. This natural heavenly spirit could not be brought out of white heaven or placed into one's grotto heaven. It was filled with heaven's will that was constantly replenished at all times. Even thieving heaven demon Venerable could not use his human will to refine it forcefully. After thinking long and hard, he found a solution. He forcefully condensed it and created an immortal killer move, calling it heaven form. The refinement of heaven form needed a long period of time and generations of wills to cleanse. One day, it would be truly refined by a Gu Immortal. By then, it would be usable. Afterwards, this heaven form killer move was obtained by the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs who made the 1,000-year bet, eventually ending up in Fang Yuan's hands. Heaven form was a huge help to Fang Yuan, especially in terms of invading the 2 heavens grotto heavens, as well as displaying great use during the Fate War. Heaven form was like a 1-legged crane that was covered in snow-white feathers which had no dust or dirt. It had a long beak that was red in color. When activating it, it would spread its wings and fly elegantly. When it was inactive, it would shut its eyes and stand on 1 leg, its neck would coil up on its back as it rested silently. Heaven form had been kept in immemorial white heaven all along. Fang Yuan could not take it away. Because its foundation was in immemorial white heaven. Now that immemorial white heaven and black heaven were fusing, heaven form's foundation was affected. Fang Yuan had to help it in time and stabilize its form, otherwise, without external aid, it would be destroyed. Chapter 22-27, Fang Yuan's Loving Consolation. The white crane-like heaven form cried out in front of Fang Yuan. It was in great pain, its body twisted and curled up at times. Fang Yuan's fingers were spread like blooming flowers as he activated his refinement path killer move. Traces of green and fragrant wind moved around the white crane like chains coiling on its body, stabilizing its form. Heaven form was originally declining in condition, but after using this method, its collapse was slowing down. But that was not enough. The white crane continued to cry out. "Don't worry, I am around, I will protect you." Fang Yuan continued to console it. This was a killer move from an information path Gu Immortal, because it was special and had refinement path effect. Langya Land Spirit kept a copy of it. After Fang Yuan's modification, he abandoned the original name and called it Loving Consolation, It seemed like information path but was actually a refinement path method. After returning to its roots, the effect was greatly elevated. This move could allow the Gu Immortal to use words of consolation on an incomplete Immortal Gu to affect the refinement process. For example, if on the brink of failure, Fang Yuan consoled it repeated as such. I know you can do it. Work hard. You can definitely succeed, believe in yourself. If these words of consolation reached the incomplete Immortal Gu that was about to break apart, its condition would stop worsening. It could even recover and succeed in refinement in the end. However, this move had certain restrictions. Firstly, the effect was continuous. Each sentence had little effect on the process. Only through an accumulation of non-stop speech could there be an evident effect. Thus, during refinement, if there was a sudden accident and this move was not used in time, or maybe the effect of this move could not catch up with the speed of deterioration, then the refinement process could not be salvaged. Secondly, this move could only be used on an incomplete Immortal Gu. That was to say, the refinement must reach a certain stage before this could be used. Otherwise, without an incomplete Immortal Gu formed, this move could not even be used. Many Gu recipes refined Immortal Gu immediately. There was no intermediate step of forming an incomplete Immortal Gu first, thus, this could not be used in such situations. But Fang Yuan could use it now. Because this situation was a little special. Heaven form was originally intact, but with the fusion of black heaven and white heaven, it suffered major injuries and could be treated as an incomplete Immortal Gu. Of course, the basis was that Fang Yuan was a refinement path venerable and had the attainment level and methods to treat the rank 9 killer move, heaven form, as a Gu worm undergoing refinement. Don't worry, with me around, you can rest assured. Fang Yuan continued to speak gently. But heaven form's cries were getting louder. Suddenly, heaven form's snow-white feathers started to blaze up. It was originally an ember, but the fire soon grew after a few breaths of time, becoming the size of a human palm. Fang Yuan immediately took action, breathing in deeply and activating his killer move as 2 lumps of qi that were white and blue respectively blew out of his nose. The 2 breaths first landed on the feathers and extinguished the flames before turning into frost and preventing the fire from starting again. Thankfully, I used this refinement path killer move before. I am considerably familiar with it. Fang Yuan was glad internally. If not for that, he would not be able to handle it in time. The larger the fire, the greater the cost Fang Yuan would have to bear when he dealt with it. If the fire spread throughout heaven form's body, then this killer move would be destroyed. Even Fang Yuan could not save it then. You must pull through, your master believes in you. Fang Yuan said lovingly. The white crane's cries became louder and sharper. What's going on? Bright light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. Soon, he realized the problem. A wave of black poisonous liquid appeared in the white crane's body and started spreading rapidly, corroding everything and causing the killer move to be nearly destroyed internally. The white crane vomited intensely as black liquid came out of its mouth. Fang Yuan grunted and knew that he could not use a fire refinement method, otherwise, it would trigger the previous fire. Thus, he pointed. Instantly, 100 green light specks flew into the white crane's mouth like a swarm of insects. The green light spread around the poisonous liquid and grew rapidly. Stalks of green grass grew rapidly, absorbing all of the poison in the white crane's body. Fang Yuan flicked his finger again as golden light flowed like water, entering the white crane's body and cutting all the grass away. Powder also entered the white crane's body and helped to heal it at this time. Everything will be over soon, there is light at the end of the tunnel, don't give up. Fang Yuan encouraged it again. But the white crane screeched intensely, its body started to twitch like it was shocked by lightning. Next, its long and elegant body started to inflate like a balloon. It got larger and larger, seemingly reaching its limit and about to explode. Fang Yuan quickly stretched out his hand and grabbed with 5 fingers as a huge rod appeared in his palm. Just one refinement path killer move is not enough. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed rapidly like sparks in his mind. He manipulated the Gu worms in his immortal aperture and prepared another killer move. At the next moment, sharp icy spikes appeared on the huge rod. Boom! Fang Yuan exerted strength into his arm and slammed down on the white crane's body. It immediately cried out in pain and looked at its master in utter disbelief. But Fang Yuan was still smiling gently. "You must believe in master, believe in yourself too." Boom. Fang Yuan waved the rod and slammed down again. The white crane's inflated body was forcefully deflated. Powerful air currents gushed out of the holes on its body that were left by the spikes. Boom. Fang Yuan smiled gently. "White crane, be good, work harder." Boom. Fang Yuan smiled sincerely. "White crane, you are so cute, persevere on, we will succeed eventually." Boom boom. Fang Yuan smiled mercifully. "No matter what you experience, don't ever give up. With me around, I won't let you die." The huge rod slammed down once more, while the white crane had already broken down mentally. Boom. After a loud impact, it nearly fainted. There were no movements anymore. However, its body returned to the original size. It no longer was inflated but was covered in injuries. It was barely still alive, no longer displaying the power of a rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan stored away the huge rod with icy spikes. He nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself, "Although it is my first time trying these two moves together, my refinement path Venerable intuition is not wrong, there are no mistakes at all. The effect is just as strong as I expected. This move is not like loving Consolation, it has wide usage, I can practice it more in the future. Next time, if such a situation happens, I will use this again." As if the crane heard Fang Yuan's words, its corpse shook intensely and its mouth was tightly shut. With the fusion of white heaven and black heaven, heaven form fell into a deep predicament. Fang Yuan had to guard it at all times and use refinement path killer moves to stabilize it whenever an issue occurred. The difficulty is not high now, but the future is uncertain. By guarding heaven form, I am also restricted greatly. The more I try to save it, the more immortal essence I will waste. Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence to begin with, this made the problem even worse. But I cannot abandon heaven form. Fang Yuan had to preserve this killer move. From his luck inspection through Cooking Luck Pot earlier, Fang Yuan analyzed and found that heaven path was his best choice in getting past his current predicament. Like now, while guarding heaven form, he was also refining other heaven path immortal goo in the sovereign immortal aperture. A new heaven path immortal goo was refined. This heaven path immortal goo looked like a crystal spider. It was clear and transparent with no flaws on the body. The spider's 8 legs were slim and long, its body was also small and raised high by the 8 legs. Rank 8 Heaven Path Immortal Goo, Heavenly Web. This goo was the core of the Heaven Path killer move, Heavenly Web Protection Veil. Back then in Crazed Demon Cave, Paradise Earth used it multiple times. It had outstanding defensive properties. It was definitely on par with Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. After Fang Yuan killed Paradise Earth, he found that there were only 2 Heaven Path Immortal Goo in his immortal aperture. One was Heavenly Web Goo, the other was Heavenly Birth Goo. Heavenly Birth Goo was used by Paradise Earth to revive, it was also his core immortal goo when converting from Earth Path to Heaven Path. There were also many other immortal goo. Like Information Path Immortal Goo Summary, it could allow a goo immortal to deduce the general summary of a complicated information. Or for example, Rule Path Immortal Goo Normal, it could allow the target to recover to their normal condition. By using these immortal goo, Paradise Earth formed many Heaven Path killer moves like Heavenly Web Protection Veil, Emotionless Heaven and Earth, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm, and others. These immortal goo were all destroyed by Paradise Earth's will before his death. Currently, Heavenly Web Goo was refined. Fang Yuan had to refine Heavenly Birth Goo next. Heavenly Birth Goo could heal immortal goo. When used with Fang Yuan's refinement path killer moves, it could have an effect on heaven form. Fang Yuan had his own heaven path accumulation before this, rank 8 Heavenly Secret Goo, Heaven's Envy Goo, and the Heaven Envy's Heroic Geniuses killer move that he used in Crazed Demon Cave, as well as the heaven form that he was saving now. After making huge gains from looting Paradise Earth, Fang Yuan gained a large increase in Heaven Path Foundation. Especially in Paradise Earth's Heaven Path research results, there is a method called Obscured Heavenly Secret that can use the power of Heaven Path to conceal oneself. It is very useful to me. Fang Yuan's greatest objective was the killer move Obscured Heavenly Secret. After that, it was to refine Heavenly Birth Goo and stabilize Heaven form. Obscured Heavenly Secret could be modified. In theory, the more Heaven Path Immortal Goo used in the move, the greater the concealment effect. Fang Yuan had to resolve his predicament of insufficient Immortal Essence. He had two choices right now. One was to develop his Immortal Aperture. But accelerating the time in Sovereign Immortal Aperture was not a good idea. Fang Yuan could only expand his Great Love Goo refinement plan and try to get more resource points added into his Immortal Aperture to raise his Immortal Aperture origin core and produce more Immortal Essence. The other solution was to advance Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was extremely helpful to Fang Yuan. Without it, Fang Yuan would have run out of Immortal Essence in Crazed Demon Cave. It had such an incredible effect, whoever used it would understand why it was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital goo. Fang Yuan was now a rank 9 Venerable. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was not suitable for him. If he advanced it, rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would definitely allow Fang Yuan to break out of this predicament. However, if he tried to advance it now, the information would no doubt be exposed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were watching him closely. Fang Yuan knew this clearly. He was now rank 9, rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot could only barely help him. When he tries to refine rank 9 Immortal Goo, his luck would fluctuate immensely. Against Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Cooking Luck Pot would not conceal the luck entirely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Venerable. It was even harder to conceal the information from her. The moment I refine my rank 9 goo is also my weakest moment. The two of them will definitely cooperate to attack me. Thus, this Obscured Heavenly Secret killer move is the crucial factor. Cooking Luck Pot could not deceive Giant Sun Immortal Venerable because it was Luck Path. But Obscured Heavenly Secret was Heaven Path. It was like how Fang Yuan had little countermeasures against Pill Path and Painting Path. Against Heaven Path, even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be helpless. But this method has a hidden threat. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had assimilated with the Tao 3 million years ago, while Heavenly Court has an immense foundation in Heaven Path research results. How long can Obscured Heavenly Secret conceal the truth from her? Chapter 22-28 Control of Immortal Essence Stones. Central Continent. 3 rank 6 goo immortals were surrounding an ancient cloud beast and attacking it. Be careful. The ancient cloud beast suddenly transformed and raised its speed, attacking the woman among the 3 immortals. The female immortal was not fazed. Her white blouse moved like a blooming flower, a vague silhouette blocking the cloud beast's attack. But this ancient cloud beast also attacked more fiercely. Even though it was blocked, it did not retreat. Instead, it changed its form and enveloped the female immortal entirely. From outside, it looked like the ancient cloud beast had devoured the female immortal. Fairy Lian Yun. Shi Jingyi shouted and wanted to activate an information path killer move anxiously. But beside him, Yu Yizi stopped his action. Wait. If you use this move and pierce the cloud beast, what if you injure Fairy Lian Yun? Shi Jingyi stopped and gritted his teeth. Then what do we do? Yu Yizi, who had the appearance of a young man, showed a solemn expression. In this situation, I can only try to use that move. What move? Shi Jingyi felt that it was too dangerous. Don't tell me you are not familiar with it yet? But Yu Yizi had already started preparing the move. Sensing the aura of the killer move, the cloud beast enveloped Zhao Lianyun and rushed towards them. Shi Jingyi immediately used his method to try to stall the ancient cloud beast. He opened his mouth wide and his tongue could be seen. The information path killer move activated as Shi Jingyi spoke rapidly without stopping. The power of words affected the ancient cloud beast's body as a formless power accumulated and stalled its movement. After more than 10 breaths of time, Shi Jingyi finally heard Yu Yizi's voice. He deactivated his killer move with joy and dodged to the side. Yu Yizi's palms aimed at the ancient cloud beast as 2 beams of light shot out of them. The beams were pale blue, after landing on the ancient cloud beast, they started to dissolve. Zhao Lianyun, who was trapped inside the cloud beast, struggled intensely. She put in more effort and finally broke free from it, regaining freedom. Alright, my turn. Shi Jingyi saw that Zhao Lianyun had escaped and quickly made his move, cooperating with Yu Yizi and using an offensive killer move. 2 killer moves landed on the ancient cloud beast. With a loud sound, this ancient cloud beast exploded on the spot. The ancient cloud beast's corpse turned into lumps of clouds, most were immortal materials. After Zhao Lianyun and the rest collected the materials, they rested on the spot. It was my fault, I got trapped by the cloud beast and caused our immortal materials to not be high in quality. Zhao Lianyun apologized. This loss is nothing. We only have rank 6 cultivation level but fought against an ancient cloud beast. Winning is already a huge achievement, we cannot ask for more. Yui Yizi consoled. Shi Jingyi talked loudly. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, we have not been able to meet up often. While the 2 heavens are fusing together, with beast groups escaping from the 2 heavens to Central Continent, we are able to meet again to stop the calamity. Why bother fussing over the small details? The friendship of the 3 immortals was built up during the Reverse Flow River battle. Even though Fang Yuan was the biggest winner in that battle, the 3 of them had performed very well in the battle. They were saved by Wei Lingyang, who risked his life, and they managed to hair-raisingly escape with their lives under the reinforcements of Central Continent later. After they returned to their sect, they received a lot of nurturing. Zhao Lianyun smiled and said after Shi Jingyi, since we do not mind the small details, I would like Shi to accept this gift. Saying so, she landed an information path immortal material to Shi Jingyi. Shi Jingyi was very happy. Wait, this is trash talk petal flower? This is an immortal material that I need to refine my immortal goo. He did not stand on ceremony, he took this rank 6 immortal material and inspected it carefully. Zhao Lianyun turned to Yu Yizi and smiled as she handed him a refinement path goo immortal true inheritance. I got it. Yu Yizi was very happy. The refinement path inheritance I cultivate is called 8 refinement gates. To think that the rumors are true, a certain generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House actually created the 9th gate on the foundation of this inheritance. Fairy Lianyun, how can I repay you? Zhao Lianyun shook her head and smiled. This is something within my abilities, it is also your good luck. Thankfully, I am the current generation fairy, otherwise, I cannot have such authority to take the true inheritance. As for thanking me, of course I need something too. Zhao Lianyun said in a casual tone like she was joking, when you become rank 7 or 8 goo immortals, try to take care of me. Shi Jingyi and Yui Yizi's expressions turned slightly dim. They knew about Zhao Lianyun's situation. Zhao Lianyun had Thieving Heaven Demon Venerables rank 9 killer move Divine Concealment. She was unable to undergo tribulations, so her cultivation level could not advance. In contrast, Shi Jingyi and Yu Yizi's cultivation levels had increased significantly since the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Shi Jingyi gritted his teeth and said, to speak the truth, I have been trying to find a way for you to break through this limitation. Goo immortals go through tribulations because of the heavenly Tao's balancing. Heavens will manipulate calamities and tribulations to form. Fairy, you cannot undergo tribulations because divine concealment hides you from heaven's will. The solution is simple, you just need to unravel divine concealment. Divine concealment is a rank 9 killer move, the difficulty of breaking this killer move is too high. But with the reign of 3 venerables now, breaking a rank 9 killer move is not impossible. But destroying the killer move is too wasteful. I think, maybe you can find Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to help, she is a wisdom path venerable, I am sure she has a solution. Zhao Lianyun smiled bitterly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is high and mighty, how can someone like myself even get to meet her? Fairy Lianyun, do not look down on yourself. The fact that you own rank 9 Love Immortal Goo means that you will not be ignored. Yui Yizi urged, but to get Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, according to the rules of the 10 great ancient sects and Heavenly Court, you will need to pay a huge amount of contribution points. But now, you used your contribution points to exchange for this true inheritance that you gave me, thus. I hope you will take all these cloud beast immortal materials. Shi Jingyi laughed heartily. Then I will do the same. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Zhao Lianyan immediately shook her head. I understand your concern. If I bring back these cloud beast corpses and hand them over, I will get more contribution points than what I spent for the true inheritance. Even so, the amount that I lack to get Star Constellation Immortal Venerables help is still too much. It is better to invest in you two first and raise your strength to rank 7 or 8 before you come back and help me. Wouldn't that be more efficient? Zhao Lianyan made a lot of sense. After listening to her, Shi Jingyi and Yue Yizi decided to keep the cloud beast corpses. Even so, Fairy Lianyun, please accept these immortal essence stones. Yeah, in the following fights, a lot of immortal essence will be expended. At the crucial moment, you can replenish it using immortal essence stones to deal with dangerous situations. Shi Jingyi and Yue Yizi spoke again. This time, Zhao Lianyan did not reject them, she took both of their immortal essence stones. I do not have many immortal essence stones indeed. In fact, the sect is rarely giving out immortal essence stones now. Do you know what's going on? Zhao Lianyan asked. Yue Yizi and Shi Jingyi shook their heads, they were in the same situation. Shi Jingyi was an information path cultivator after all. He had heard some vague rumors. The 10 great ancient sects are all lower sects of Heavenly Court. All of our immortal essence stones are distributed by them. Ever since the Fate War, Heavenly Court has started to reduce the amount of immortal essence stones distributed. By now, they have basically stopped giving out any immortal essence stones. The 10 great ancient sects have their own immortal essence stone storage, but to save for the future, they also stopped handing them out. Yue Yizi also said, recently, when transacting refinement path immortal materials in Treasure Yellow Heaven, I also noticed this. There are increased transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but most of them are done through resource trading. The circulation of immortal essence stones has dwindled. Is Heavenly Court trying to influence the 5 regions Gu Immortal World through immortal essence stones? Zhao Lianyan's eyes shined with bright light. All along, the immortal essence stones in the market of the 5 regions and 2 heavens were from Heavenly Court. If Heavenly Court had control of the source, their influence would be huge. The group that was most heavily affected were the rank 6 Gu Immortals, and they also had the largest number in the Gu Immortal world. As one's cultivation level rose to become rank 7 or 8, their dependence on immortal essence stones would fall. And this was very inconvenient for Zhao Lianyan. There were mainly 2 aspects. Firstly, having the transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven was inconvenient. Secondly, once Zhao Lianyan had little immortal essence, she would not be able to replenish it quickly without immortal essence stones. Don't tell me that Heavenly Court is trying to reduce the number of transactions among the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions so that they can prevent the lower-ranked Gu Immortals from fighting in advance? Zhao Lianyan thought to herself. The phenomenon of reducing immortal essence stones became noticed by more Gu Immortals. Because there was only one source, which was Heavenly Court, other forces could not do anything about it. During normal times, immortal essence stones were used as currency for Gu Immortals to trade, but during war times, they were important tactical resources as Gu Immortals could replenish immortal essence with them. After realizing this phenomenon, the various forces of the 5 regions started to buy immortal essence stones and stock up on them. This made the supply of immortal essence stones became even lower than before. Naturally, Fang Yuan had noticed this himself. Heavenly Court is trying to weaken the strength of the other forces before war erupts, while raising the value of their own immortal essence stones? He was very interested in the secret behind Heavenly Court's immortal essence stones. Be it Shadow Sect's true inheritance, or Paradise Earth's true inheritance, he had not found any clues. Even during the Fate War when Fang Yuan attacked Heavenly Court and destroyed the Immortal Graveyard, he did not find out the secret of the immortal essence stones. Heavenly Court limited the flow of immortal essence stones. It caused a huge headache to countless forces and Gu Immortals, but for Fang Yuan, the problem was small. 1 immortal essence stone was equivalent to 1 green grape immortal essence bead. Each of Fang Yuan's yellow apricot immortal essence beads were worth 1,000,000 immortal essence stones. Several days had passed since Fang Yuan arrived in the immemorial heavens and stabilized heaven form. Let's start. He let out a breath of air and started to prepare an immortal killer move. Heaven Path Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. Chapter 22-29, Giant Sun's Attack. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. Jade green water flowed like a large dragon, moving rapidly on the surface of the sea. Several rank 6 goo immortals were chasing and trying to stop it. Quick, the water is flowing towards you. Watch this. Boom. The water flow rippled, a huge wave of over 100 feet rose. I blocked it. But be careful. 2 rank 6 goo immortals were engulfed by the wave instantly. Damn it. The remaining goo immortals used their methods to desperately stop it. In the end, the jade green water flow did not manage to escape the sea area. Once time was up, white light surrounded 10 li of the sea surface. He Chen Qiu appeared and shouted, grabbed the air with his hands. Immediately, the surface of the sea rippled and surged with waves. After more than 10 breaths of time, a water path formation was built on it. This water path formation had a rank 7 water path immortal goo as the core. The main formation had already expended a batch of water path immortal materials. As the jade water flowed into the water path formation, it turned into a spiral whirlpool that moved on its own, emitting splashing sounds. The rank 6 goo immortals here flew into the sky. After seeing this, they cheered uncontrollably. He Chen Qiu inspected the formation again and ensured there were no issues before he also let out a breath of air. At this point, the jade green water flow resource point had been placed here. Jade green water flow was a rank 7 immortal material. It had a very famous trait in that it would always be moving without ever stopping. After Fang Yuan created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and took in the Righteous Qi Alliance, he extorted Eastern Sea's Righteous Path for a batch of water path resource points. This jade green water flow was one of them. He Chen Qiu was in charge of placing this jade green water flow here. He made an immortal formation and ordered the rank 6 goo immortals to trap this jade green water flow, preventing it from escaping elsewhere. After several days of effort, it was finally completed. From this day on, the resource point would not only produce jade green water flow, it would also be one of the water vein nodes. With further development in the future, this might form into a jade green water flow sea area. Divine Rift Whirlpool, 7 Treasure Sea Spring, Underwater 1000-Year Profound Ice Island, Cleansing Water Region, Rolling Pearl Water Treasury. These last few days, Mini Eastern Sea gained more than 10 water vein nodes. Only 3 more are needed before we can form one water vein ring. While He Chen Qiu was thinking, one of the rank 6 goo immortals asked politely, Master, I wonder what other instructions there are. He Chen Qiu waved his hand at them. A time path killer move was immediately activated. Their wounds healed at once. You may go back. He Chen Qiu said. The goo immortals left after expressing their gratitude. They were very busy and needed to go around the place to resolve problems and stabilize the environment of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The number of missions in Star Collection Hall was innumerable. While watching them leave, He Chen Qiu sighed to himself. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture faced 2 main problems. The first problem was that strange phenomena were still occurring commonly. The Sovereign Immortal Body's non-conflicting Dao marks was the root cause. The more Dao marks there were, the greater the problem. After Fang Yuan became Venerable by passing the mini-chaotic disaster, he gained a huge number of Refinement Path Dao marks. At the same time, he had been building resource points recently. They were also made of Dao marks. The second problem was that the Sovereign Immortal Aperture lacked manpower. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, he lost about 50 goo immortals. A portion of them had died in the mini-chaotic disaster. They could not be revived. Among which, there was the Combat Beast King. Most of the rest revived. They were all goo masters now. The current situation was quite peculiar. These people could not quickly ascend to immortal yet. Thus, even throughout the sovereign immortal aperture, the strongest people were He Chen Qiu, Wu Shui, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miaoyin, and the other rank 8 Gu immortals. Establishing resource points and setting up formations, these were tasks that only He Chen Qiu and Wu Shui could do. Although they did not cultivate formation path, they were still Fang Yuan's clones and shared his attainment levels. Other people simply could not do it. He Chen Qiu had already entered the liver life formation multiple times recently. He had no time to rest at all. Maybe I should ask the main body to give orders and deploy a portion of the Merman Imperial Court's merfolk Gu immortals to help us. He Chen Qiu thought to himself. Compared to the humans, the variant humans were more reliant on Fang Yuan. They were less likely to betray him. At the same time, Mini Eastern Sea did need to relocate and move in a number of merfolk as well. Compared to the other 4 mini regions, Mini Eastern Sea only had hairy men on the 3 major continents. Although the population was not small, other areas had no variant humans at all. They were too empty. The sovereign immortal aperture was developed and managed by the clones and subordinates, while Fang Yuan's main body focused on guarding heaven form. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan's huge rod continued to slam on it. This time, there were no ice spikes on the rod, it was burning in flames instead. Heaven form was gritting its teeth, not daring to emit any cries as it curled up into a ball. The frost that appeared on its body out of nowhere was smashed by the rod before being melted by the flames. As the black and white heavens became fused to a greater extent, heaven form's condition was getting more unstable. But Fang Yuan was still quite relaxed. While stabilizing heaven form, he also activated obscured heavenly secret repeatedly to practice it and gain more insight about the move. The obscured heavenly secret killer move that he used now was the version that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had. Paradise Earth did not have heavenly secret immortal goo, thus he used heavenly web goo as the core with a large amount of heaven path immortal materials. After these heaven path immortal materials were used, Fang Yuan's body became covered in a new layer of heaven path Dao marks, resembling a fishing net. Whenever anyone made deductions or tried to investigate of Fang Yuan, this layer of the fishing net made from the heaven path Dao marks would rapidly change form, the lines would contract and twist rapidly, distorting everything from the original state. Thus, obscured heavenly secret's true effect is not to conceal myself from all deductions, but to perfectly mislead them and cause them to arrive at a wrong result. Fang Yuan had already recognized the essence of this move. Once the fishing net's heaven path Dao marks are depleted, this obscured heavenly secret would lose all effect. Conversely, the more heaven path immortal materials I consume, the more heaven path Dao marks would be used to construct this fishing net, which would cause this obscured heavenly secret killer move to become even stronger and long-lasting. Because of this, Fang Yuan saw hope of deceiving the 2 venerables. Theoretically, as long as he had enough heaven path Dao marks, he would be able to prevent the 2 venerables from finding out that he was refining heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Right now, Fang Yuan had more than 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. Once he reached the minimum requirement, he would start refining goo. Fang Yuan was anxious to refine heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus because he knew that now was the best time to do it. The battle in Crazed Demon Cave had just ended, the 3 venerables' methods were all exposed, while they could not modify their methods yet. Thus, in a fight, Fang Yuan had a greater advantage. After all, he had more Dao marks than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. If he missed this chance, once the 2 venerables modified their methods, the result of their fight would be uncertain. Immortal essence stockpile is my weakness. If I do not use this chance to fix this flaw, in our standoff in the future, my immortal essence reserves will always be below the 2 of them, I will always be restricted by this. Fang Yuan knew he had to take risks. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly shouted, his eyes widened, his gaze pierced through Longevity Heaven and cast down on all 5 regions. Good, with the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Dao marks, I can see all the luck of the life forms in the 5 regions. Heavenly Court first looked at Heavenly Court. After a while, he turned to Eastern Sea but could not find Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was shocked, he quickly searched and found a type of luck in the mixed black and white heaven. This luck was burning like a furnace, there were cracks on the surface and little firewood at the bottom. There was an immortal crane that resembled a cloud or mist within it, burning slowly in turmoil. Heaven form? Instantly, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes burst out with bright light. He laughed heartily as he understood Fang Yuan's current condition. This heaven form killer move is left by thieving heaven demon Venerable. It was used by Fang Yuan during the Fate War to invade Heavenly Court. With the fusion of both heavens, heaven form's foundation is unstable, it needs Fang Yuan's protection. This rank 9 killer move is extraordinary, with Fang Yuan restricted by it. Now is the time for me to strike. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan exposed heaven form. Longevity Heaven had cooperated with him multiple times, thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable knew about this information. After seeing this, the Northern Plains Immortal Venerable set off to Eastern Sea. He moved quickly and resolutely, without a moment of hesitation. In the mixed black and white heaven, Fang Yuan sighed while smiling slightly. He had sensed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's investigation earlier. He purposely dispelled obscured heavenly secret to test it out. The result was that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable moved out to attack him. Since Giant Sun is coming, what about Star Constellation? A dark light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 2230, Star Constellation's Attack. Eastern Sea. Deep within icy sea area. In the pitch-black bottom of the sea, a huge ice mountain filled the vision of two Su Clan Gu Immortals. These two Su Clan Immortals had rank 7 cultivation level, one was Su Chen, he was specialized in healing methods. The other was Su Mingwan, he cultivated dark path. The two Gu Immortals were traveling within a rank 7 Immortal Gu house. This Immortal Gu house was called Moving Frame Pavilion. It was a rarely seen strength path Immortal Gu house. The body of the house was like a pavilion, with 8 big thick blue gold pillars supporting the pavilion roof and pressing down on the pedestal. The blue gold pillars were not straight, but bent with an obvious curvature. The two ends were inwardly curved and the middle section expanded outwardly. On the whole, the entire Moving Frame Pavilion looked like a huge bird cage with the two Su Clan Gu Immortals inside it. The Moving Frame Pavilion emitted a layer of dark blue light, blocking the sea water that was outside it. Even so, a cold chill still permeated the place. After facing the icy mountain for some time, the eyebrows and hair of the Su Clan Gu Immortals were covered in frost. So cold. This ice mountain is made from 1,000-year profound ice. Moving Frame Pavilion does not have enough defense against it, we need to act quickly. Su Clan's Gu Immortals conversed while activating Moving Frame Pavilion together, unleashing a strength path method. Instantly, there was a loud sound as a corner of the 1,000-year profound ice mountain was cracked by a formless force and floated towards the two Su Clan Immortals. After reaching a certain distance, Su Chen immediately took action to move this 1,000-year profound ice into his immortal aperture. Boom boom boom. Moving Frame Pavilion continued to exert strength as pieces of the 1,000-year profound ice mountain were moved into their immortal apertures gradually. But good times did not last long. The surrounding ice poison starfish were alarmed by them and quickly approached aggressively. Su Clan's two immortals tensed up immediately. I will lure them away, you should take as much as you can. Su Chen immediately flew out of Moving Frame Pavilion. In this deep sea, even though he was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, trying to lure away the ice poison starfish group was still a risky thing to do. Su Mingwan, who was left in Moving Frame Pavilion, was not safe from danger either. Who knew what would happen next? It was not easy to retrieve the 1,000-year profound ice, even for a super force like Su Clan, which sent 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals along with an Immortal Gu house that could rival rank 8 Gu Immortals. It was still full of danger. But there was nothing else Su Clan could do. As an Eastern Sea Righteous Path super force, after joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, they were extorted by Fang Yuan and had to contribute water path resources. Fang Yuan's requirement towards the water path resources was very high. He needed them to be usable as the water vein nodes. Naturally, Su clan did not lack such resource points, but they did not want to give up their personal wealth. Coincidentally, Su clan was situated close to Icy Sea area. Deep within this sea area, there were abundant ice and snow immortal materials. Thus, they planned to collect the profound ice here and hand it to Fang Yuan to satisfy his request. Quick, be quicker. Su Mingwan raised his speed to the limit, but he still had insufficient 1,000-year profound ice. There was no helping it, without Su Chen, his efficiency plummeted. And worse was that a shark group in the sea got disturbed by them. They swam towards moving frame pavilion. Sigh, we have no choice but to retreat. Su Mingwan sighed deeply, feeling helpless inside. He had only found this underwater 1,000-year profound ice mountain after much trouble, but after this excavation, the environment would be greatly affected, causing a chain of reactions to occur. The stable ecology would instantly become chaotic. The beast groups here would start fighting against each other. Even if they did not fight, they would be wary against each other. If any commotion occurs, they would attack together, and more terrifying, a beast tide might occur. For the following period, trying to excavate 1,000-year profound ice here would have much greater risks. Su Mingwan and Su Chen's best choice was to leave and find other suitable targets next. But right when Su Mingwan was about to leave, there was a surging aura above the sea. Su Mingwan's expression changed intensely. This aura was grand and imposing, it was mighty and unstoppable. All of the sharks that were swimming were intimidated, they escaped in panic. Su Mingwan's expression was filled with shock. This is a Venerable's aura. At the previous moment, he felt that a huge sun had flown above his head, across the sea area. Giant sun Immortal Venerable. He is attacking Eastern Sea? Su Mingwan was flustered and panicked. He quickly informed Su Chen about this. Su Chen was not far away, he was also stunned at the moment. Quick, tell First Supreme Elder about this. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable seems to be moving towards our Su clan. Su Chen could not help but shout in fear. Are the two Venerables' battle going to take place in our Su clan's territory? Su Mingwan was shocked by this guess, his face was as pale as white paper. However, contrary to their guesses, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not move straight ahead, his speed fell quickly as he stopped above Icy Sea area. Next, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's rank 9 aura spread out in an unrestrained manner, showing his grand and domineering attitude. The entire sky rippled with golden light. The golden light spread rapidly to the sky and sea, expanding in all directions. Sensing the terrifying aura of the Venerable, almost all the underwater life forms escaped in panic. Thanks to this, the two immortals' predicament was resolved. But they were not happy about it. Instead, they started to guess, what is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable trying to do? Oh? Giant Sun stopped at Icy Sea area. In the immemorial two heavens, Fang Yuan quickly sensed this situation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not conceal his traces at all, it was like he was trying to tell Fang Yuan openly, I have arrived. Immemorial two heavens. So his plan is to stop above Icy Sea area after all. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable recovered to some extent, but his battle strength would not have risen by much. After leaving Longevity Heaven, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Dao marks would be far inferior than Fang Yuan. Thus, for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, even if he saw Fang Yuan's situation, attacking him abruptly would not have any benefits, only Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would gain from this. It was very wise that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to enter Eastern Sea. He was currently refining Eastern Sea's natural luck path Dao marks. Once he refines all of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, then Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would have a territorial advantage when fighting in Eastern Sea. Even if he was not in Eastern Sea, he could activate Killer Move from Northern Plains that would be effective in Eastern Sea. One could say that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was planting a tower in Fang Yuan's base camp. It could inspect Eastern Sea's situation during normal times, and in battle, the activation of Luck Path Dao marks would allow him to launch attacks on the entire Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could not do much to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He could not leave, unless he abandoned heaven form to return to Eastern Sea and face him. But in that case, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only had to retreat and leave, while Fang Yuan would lose a rank 9 killer move. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not retreat and fought against Fang Yuan in attrition, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves would dwindle further. In the event they fought, although Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would be at a disadvantage, he would not be killed so easily. Fang Yuan had expected this to happen. Long ago, when the heaven vein of the immemorial two heavens started to fuse, Fang Yuan had already deduced the crisis of heaven form. This problem occurred after the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. From Fang Yuan's perspective, this situation was already very good. The collapse of heaven form was a problem. Fang Yuan needed to try to resolve it while using the chance to create an opportunity to refine heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. He did not have enough immortal essence now. It was not time to advance the goo, thus, he could also not expose obscured heavenly secret yet. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable checked on Fang Yuan, he immediately retracted this move. For a person like Fang Yuan, his own weaknesses and flaws were things he could exploit to use against his enemies. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was already influenced by him. Next, it was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's turn. Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's beautiful eyes looked at Eastern Sea. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she muttered. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to stay in ICC area. It was really an amazing choice on his part. ICC area was at the westernmost part of Eastern Sea. It was closest to Central Continent. By refining the luck path Dao marks of Eastern Sea, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also trying to threaten Central Continent. After sensing Fang Yuan's issue, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made a move. But he did not fight against Fang Yuan. This shows that his battle strength has not risen much, and he is also guarding against me. Thoughts collided rapidly in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. If there were only Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable in existence, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would definitely fight his way to the immemorial two heavens now and attack Fang Yuan. After all, he had abundant immortal essence. Even though Fang Yuan had higher battle strength, he could not kill Giant Sun. A battle of attrition was very beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. After the battle, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves would shrink. He would not be able to utilize his advantage as a refinement path Venerable. Even rank 9 killer move heaven form would be affected and might get destroyed. But with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable around, the situation was different. If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable pitted himself against Fang Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would benefit the most. From this point, it could be seen that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was helping Fang Yuan. Heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable squinted slightly. This rank 9 killer move could not be allowed to exist. During the Fate War, this was the killer move that allowed Fang Yuan to break into Heavenly Court. As long as heaven form existed, Fang Yuan could break into any grotto heaven in the immemorial two heavens. This was a huge threat to both Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. After thinking about it, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable came up with a plan. At the next moment, she connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and contacted Fang Yuan. Great love Immortal Venerable, I want your help in refining some immortal goo. What do you think? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable said while smiling. In the immemorial two heavens, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. He had also expected Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to find him. Fang Yuan understood the intention of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He said, "What immortal goo do you want? Also, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how will you deal with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable replied immediately, I need Star Thought Immortal Goo, Star Eyes Immortal Goo, and Permanence Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before replying, sure, but I need to see your sincerity first. Okay, here is my sincerity. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, she turned into a star rainbow that flew straight for northern plains. Chapter 2231, Refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very daring. She flew rapidly and went deep into northern plains, the former location of Imperial Court Blessed Land. She did not target any of the Huangjin tribe members. She acted like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, staying in the sky and starting to refine the natural wisdom path down marks of northern plains. At once, starlight shined in the sky, spreading rapidly to the surroundings. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move into longevity heaven directly. Although it seemed like this was the best opportunity to attack longevity heaven, since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was far away in Eastern Sea, the truth was that it was not easy for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to enter longevity heaven. Grotto heavens were condensed into one spot in the sky. Unless the Immortal Aperture's entrance was open, outsiders could not get in easily. This was also why heaven form had immense value. Furthermore, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to get inside longevity heaven, she could not destroy the rank 9 grotto heaven in a short period of time. By then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would come back and defend the grotto heaven. He would fight against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In that case, if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable gives up on Fang Yuan and fights Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead, not only would there be risks of getting injured, he would expend more immortal essence as well. That would benefit Fang Yuan too much. In this contest of 3 Venerables, they were mutually wary of each other. While thinking of ways to attack the others, these Venerables also had to maintain their own development speed. This situation was very complex now. If one acted rashly without consideration, they would be courting death. Having judgment was very important. If one made an appropriate move with just the right intensity, they would gain a bit of advantage in this stalemate of the 3 Venerables. The 3 Venerables knew this, thus, each of their actions contained deep meaning and considered the reactions of each other. In most cases, they reacted according to the situation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already calculated her current actions clearly. This was the most advantageous move for her. Firstly, Fang Yuan had to be weakened. This person was too shameless and had no bottom line. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind, even if they had the same battle strength, Fang Yuan would still be a bigger problem than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Currently, Fang Yuan's circumstances were very troublesome. The difficulty of maintaining heaven form would only increase with time, because more than half of his heaven path research results came from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She knew about this clearly. Fang Yuan had to guard heaven form while expending immortal essence. This depleted his already low reserves. And now, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to Eastern Sea to refine its luck path down marks. This was a way to weaken Fang Yuan as well. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable requested immortal goo from Fang Yuan in exchange for making a move. This was also a way to weaken him. In addition, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was also weakened by this move. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had the advantage of immortal essence. This was something that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knew. With this advantage, if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not disrupt him, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's down mark refinement rate would always be higher than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Additionally, for Heavenly Court, Northern Plains Gu Immortal World had a bigger threat than Eastern Seas Gu Immortal World. It was a well-known fact that Northern Plains Gu Immortals had outstanding battle strength and bravery. This was something that Eastern Sea lacked. Star Constellation. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who was in ICC area, gritted his teeth. His expression turned ugly. But he did not move from his position. He continued to refine the luck path down marks. Because Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not attack longevity heaven or the Huangjin tribes, this was not something that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not endure. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went beyond this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable would return and fight with her. This was undeniable. If a strong enemy tried to step over one's bottom line, there had to be fierce retaliation. Otherwise, the enemy would think that one was easy to bully. Then in the future, life would only get tougher. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not step over Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bottom line, so there was no intense desire for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to return to Northern Plains. so what if he returned? By then, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could just leave, but could Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chase after her and barge into Heavenly Court? Even if he reached Heavenly Court, could he fight against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable? Would Fang Yuan not benefit from that? If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not chase her, if he returned to Eastern Sea, what if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went back to Northern Plains again? If they did this repeatedly, what would be the point of it all? Was traveling not costly on Immortal Essence? If Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did that, he would not be able to refine many of Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks, yet he would spend a lot of time and Immortal Essence. Was that not a huge joke? The situation was different for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Even if she attacked or retreated multiple times, she would still get Fang Yuan's Immortal Goo. Thus, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose not to move. He continued refining Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks. But at this time, Fang Yuan approached Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, why must we behave like this? We are both victims of Heavenly Court. They have the deepest foundation and Central Continent is the strongest region. This is an undeniable fact. Furthermore, not long ago, Heavenly Court denounced us as demon venerables. We need to join hands and deal with Heavenly Court instead. Look at the situation now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has openly gone to Northern Plains to refine the wisdom path Dao marks there. She is simply disregarding your existence. Fang Yuan urged him while suggesting, why don't we have a transaction? I will pay you Immortal Goo in exchange for you refining Central Continent's Dao marks. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable laughed as he replied, Fang Yuan, it seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made such a transaction with you too. Since the 5 regions are one, and the regional walls no longer exist, I can not only refine Eastern Sea's luck path Dao marks here, but also Central Continents. If you want me to let Eastern Sea off, I need to see how many Immortal Goo you can give. When Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were still bargaining, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contacted him again. Fang Yuan, you have already seen my sincerity. It is your turn now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable asked for Immortal Goo directly. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment before sending Permanence Goo into Treasure Yellow Heaven. Speaking of which, this Permanence Goo belonged to Heavenly Court at first. Back then, Fang Yuan had obtained it after destroying Heavenly Court's Immortal Goo house, Eternal Yacht, in the River of Time. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable received Permanence Goo, she inspected it before hearing Fang Yuan's new suggestion. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Longevity Heaven or any of the Huangjin tribes, he would pay her even more Immortal Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled, if I do that, it will not be just 3 Immortal Goo. Her attitude was quite similar to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable who was talking on the other end. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a wisdom path Immortal Venerable after all. In this situation, she was gaining the most benefits. Fang Yuan was merely trying to stall for time now to undergo refinement. As long as he refined rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, these losses would all be worth it, even if he had to increase the chips. But the problem for Fang Yuan now was that he lacked Immortal Essence. It seems that I must accelerate the time of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Right now, Fang Yuan's gaze was like a hawk. He stared at heaven form sharply, it shivered in response. Fang Yuan did not want to raise the speed of time in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, but there were no alternatives. At this point, he had already paid a considerable price to get this opportunity. And Fang Yuan's biggest worry was that such an opportunity seldom knocked twice. In the future, he might not be able to do this anymore. If the opportunity presented itself, he had to grab onto it. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone He Chen Qiu started to use Time Path killer moves. One after another, killer moves were activated. The raging water of the River of Time was drawn into the Year Essence pool. Next, through it, the water was diverted to the respective subpools. The time path zones that the Year Essence pool controlled had faster time flow now. It was obvious when compared to the surroundings. And this difference was expanding and getting more evident. After Fang Yuan became venerable, the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time became quite close to the 5 regions, but now, after he used this method, the difference became larger again. This was a huge threat, of course. Normally speaking, a chaotic disaster occurred once 100 years, now, it might arrive in 70 or 80 years. Once Fang Yuan's chaotic disaster arrived, the other Venerables would find the chance to attack him together. At that time, he would face both internal and external threats. Fang Yuan had a determined expression. He resolved himself after making this choice. Whether this gamble was worth it would depend on the future. As the sovereign immortal aperture's rate of time rose, the production of yellow apricot immortal essence also started to accelerate. The development of the immortal aperture was improved greatly as well. The 3 Venerables were in a deadlock now. As days passed, the 5 regions Gu immortal world focused on these 3 Venerables, observing their actions and discussing their possible future decisions. Because He Chen Qiu used too many time path methods in this period, he had to recuperate and rest. Thus, Wu Shui led the other Gu immortals and formed the first water vein. Fang Yuan was facing greater difficulty in maintaining heaven form now. While Star Constellation Immortal Venerable asked him for a second immortal Gu. Star Eyes, Star Thought. After hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan chose to give Star Thought Immortal Gu to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. On this day, Fang Yuan finally used this killer move officially. It marked the start of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus Refinement. This time, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Fang Yuan. It contained a few more Heaven Path Immortal Gu. Not only was it stronger and thicker, it could even allow him to control the range of Obscured Heavenly Secret to a certain extent. Fang Yuan was not stingy now. He directly used 60% of his Heaven Path Immortal materials. At almost the same time as Obscured Heavenly Secret's activation, within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the refinement to advance Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus also started. Inside 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Wu Shui, He Chen Qiu, and around 10 Hairy Man Gu Immortals got to their stations and started to wait for the refinement to start. This was an incredible group that gathered, but they were only helping out now. The divine sense of Fang Yuan's main body was present now. He was going to refine Gu personally. Rumble. Jade light shot out, surging like a flowing river. Fragrance spread everywhere, causing people to feel delighted. This was just the first step, but a small mountain of rank 9 wood path immortal materials were already expended. Rank 9 immortal Gu were all extraordinary, while Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's vital Gu. It was also the most helpful Gu to Fang Yuan now. This was a huge uncertainty. Therefore, Fang Yuan soon sensed a huge fluctuation in his own luck. Chapter 2232, Furnace Luck. Fang Yuan willed in his mind. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Cooking Luck Pot started to activate. Fang Yuan diverted his gaze and looked up above him. He saw that his rank 9 Refinement Path Luck was like a furnace. The furnace seemed to be made of clay. There were many cracks on the surface that made it look like it was poorly created. At the bottom of the furnace, there was a pile of firewood burning intensely. This showed that Fang Yuan was currently using all of his immortal essence reserves. Within the furnace, 2 lumps of clouds were intertwined. One lump was an immortal crane cloud that was white in color with black spots inside. It resembled heaven form. This cloud was close to breaking apart, but each time it was about to collapse, heat would be emitted from the furnace to forcefully gather it again. The other lump of cloud was smaller. It resembled a green lotus. The green lotus cloud was the opposite of the immortal crane. The latter was close to breaking apart while the former was too tightly compacted. Most of the furnace's heat was used on this green lotus cloud. It was trying to melt a piece of limestone. The green lotus cloud was mostly condensed, only a small portion melted and spread out, flowing towards the cracks of the furnace and sinking to the bottom, as if it was trying to take root. The furnace is too crudely made. It is filled with cracks. That shows that my foundation is not stable. the sovereign immortal aperture also has another hidden threat. Because it has not gone through an actual chaotic disaster, there is huge room for improvement. The immortal crane cloud is heaven form, while the green lotus cloud is my attempt at refining heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. What about the luck of other venerables? Fang Yuan tried to look, but he could not see anything beyond the furnace luck. When he was rank 8, his luck was like a silver light pillar, while the other 3 venerables' lucks were like clouds floating around him. Right now, he had become a refinement path venerable, but he could no longer see the venerables' lucks. Fang Yuan knew the reason. Other than the 2 venerables' defensive methods, the main reason was that cooking luck pot's rank was too low. It was only rank 8, it was already outstanding to be able to see Fang Yuan's own rank 9 luck. Of course, there were still specific details that could not be seen through it. If it had to observe the other 2 lucks and see how they related to Fang Yuan's own luck, the difficulty would be beyond cooking luck pot's capability. But even if I can see the luck relationship, I cannot use it as reliable information. Fang Yuan thought. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan used luck inspection multiple times. Now that he recalled it, the luck phenomena regarding Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable were quite accurate. The main reason for what he saw was that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was split into 3 existences, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in his normal state, and they were also not luck path cultivators. The Golden Aurora luck of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was clearly not reliable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revived through blood path methods, but this important information was not shown in the luck phenomenon. At the same time, his combat system had a terrifying after effect. This was also not exposed. The Golden Aurora luck that symbolized Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was suppressed most of the time. Evidently, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used luck path methods to conceal his own luck and mislead Fang Yuan. He was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, the former luck path venerable. He was also clear of how cooking luck pot worked. It was not strange that he achieved this. Fang Yuan was currently thinking of using obscured heavenly secret to deceive the 2 venerables. The truth was, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had already been doing this before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. For Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Gray fire was burning intensely, it was huge like a mountain. Woodpath immortal materials were put inside one by one as they melted like candles. At the bottom of the fire, there was a 10,000-year profound ice. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was sealed within the profound ice. The Goo Immortals present were tense and nervous originally, but more than 10 days had passed since the refinement started. All of them were starting to feel excited and joyful. All of the immortal materials have successfully melted. At this rate of progress, in just 10 or so days, the advancement will succeed. What sort of incredible goo refinement method is this? On the surface, it looks like the fusion of ice refinement and fire refinement, but in essence, this is the perfect combination of the profundity of the human isolation style and hairy man natural goo refinement method. There are also many crucial points that are filled with mystery. Even if we participated personally and watched the entire process closely, we cannot understand the deep meaning contained within. Master is truly worthy of being a refinement path venerable, the difference between us is night and day. But right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression sank. Oh no, the goo refinement is going to fail. An intense refinement path intuition filled his mind and body. Fang Yuan bore no doubt towards this intuition. At the first instant, he realized the truth. There was a problem with the processing of the Woodpath Immortal materials. These Woodpath Immortal materials seemed to be fine, but there was a tiny flaw in each step of the process. As these flaws accumulated, they became significant enough to destroy the entire refinement attempt. If he continued, there would be no point. Fang Yuan made a decision to terminate the goo refinement attempt. What? Why did we stop? Everything was gone smoothly. Fool, Master made a decision, it has to be right. We are too weak, how can we understand him? Immediately follow his orders and do it. Within 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the 10 or so Gu Immortals worked chaotically as they gradually stopped the Gu refinement. After a day and night, under the full effort of Fang Yuan and the rest, the first refinement attempt stopped. All of the rank 9 immortal materials that they invested were wasted. The Gu Immortals all had mild injuries, even 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was damaged. But what made Fang Yuan feel the most loss was the expenditure of yellow apricot immortal essence. As the main person involved in this refinement, he suffered the most severe injuries. Immortal killer move, refined self. Fang Yuan used his killer move and refined all of the wood path and refinement path Dao marks while feeling glad internally. Thankfully, I became a venerable and gained such precise refinement path intuition. Even during the process of refining a rank 9 immortal Gu, I still hold the initiative. Having the initiative made this situation completely different. Like this time, Fang Yuan sensed that he would fail and immediately stopped. By doing this, he suffered much fewer losses and most importantly, their injuries were also kept to a minimum due to their precaution. Rank 9 Immortal Gu refinement was not a simple thing. Without intuition, if one failed suddenly, more than half of these Gu Immortals would die, while 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would be destroyed completely, or if he was lucky, a small portion might remain. But Fang Yuan would suffer much deeper injuries, it was certain to incapacitate him. But now that he took the initiative to stop, the loss of resources and Gu Immortals, and the Immortal Gu House's damage were kept to a minimum. Rank 8 Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was also intact with no damage taken. Of course, this had to do with the refinement plan that Fang Yuan came up with meticulously. This time, he chose to use ice refinement to isolate rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus first. He would only use it in the last few steps. If only I could get some success Dao marks from infallible blessed land, that would be great. Or maybe, if I can raise my wood path attainment level, my ability to process these wood path immortal materials will increase, it will help this situation. Fang Yuan speculated inwardly. Even Fang Yuan had not understood completely what the secret behind infallible blessed land's success Dao marks was. He was a refinement path venerable. Theoretically, he was the number 1 person in refinement path in the world. His supreme grandmaster attainment level allowed him to grasp every single refinement path method in the world. But infallible blessed land was the racial inheritance of hairy men. Even until today, Heavenly Court had not managed to take control of it. They were very wary against it. Success Dao marks were too helpful for Gu refinement. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, it not only contained refinement path profundity but also the essence of human path. This could be speculated by reading / The Legends of Renzu / Precisely because of the human path profundity, Fang Yuan could not replicate the success Dao marks now. After a temporary rest, Fang Yuan healed himself while stabilizing heaven form. He also used investigative killer moves to observe the 2 Venerables' actions. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was in ICC area, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went deep into northern plains. They were both focused on refining natural Dao marks. The best situation is to maintain the status quo. For this goal, Fang Yuan was willing to pay more immortal Gu to them. This was a necessary investment. However, the 2 Venerables are unable to fully refine the natural Dao marks of both regions. I do not have much time left. Fang Yuan understood this clearly. It was a simple thing. Eastern Sea and Northern Plains were huge and contained innumerable Dao marks. Even these 2 Venerables could not refine them all in a short period of time. This was an easily proven fact. He only had to check historical records and see how long the Venerables took to roam the world after reaching rank 9. The 2 Venerables are limited by not just time but also immortal essence. Once the 2 of them run out of immortal essence reserves, they will not be able to continue refining natural Dao marks, they will stop then. After all, they need to keep a portion of their immortal essence for combat and potential unexpected occurrences. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This Gu refinement failure was very disadvantageous to him. Because it did not fail early but only occurred past the halfway mark, he had to start all over again. Fang Yuan had too little time. He estimated that there was only 1 chance left. No, 1 chance is too few. It has been tested that even as a rank 9 refinement path venerable, my success rate of refining rank 9 immortal goo is far lower than rank 8. It seems that I need to gamble harder. Fang Yuan immediately ordered for He Chun Chiu to take action in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture again. Time path killer moves were used in succession, Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow rose again. But Fang Yuan paid a huge price for this. Because he had just used time path killer moves earlier, the effect of the current methods were too little. In order to raise the time flow forcefully, Fang Yuan had to use other time path methods. And the result was that He Chun Chiu's time path Dao marks were all used up in the process. It could be said that this time path clone was basically useless now. But in the current situation, with Spring-Autumn Cicada being unusable, it was not a huge concern that the time path clone became useless. After everything was prepared, Fang Yuan started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus again while racing against time. Chapter 2233, Black Heaven's Heavenly Spirit. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Quick, take my place, I can't hold on anymore. I'll come. Huff, we finally got through another stage. Within 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the assisting goo immortals were all breathing roughly. After the first failure, Fang Yuan continued to experience 2 more failed attempts. He had no lack of rank 9 wood path immortal materials, but time was pressing, he had no choice but to use more aggressive methods. He changed the procedure of the goo refinement. Rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus had to be protected, but the steps before that became more simplified. As a result, the expenditure of immortal essence became more intense, each step became more complex and needed the full effort of the assisting goo immortals. Evidently, they were reaching their limit. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. A few days passed, but the 2 venerables did not move, the situation was getting more troublesome for him. Not only was there little progress in refining rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Heaven form was also becoming harder to protect. The fusion of the immemorial 2 heavens had reached the most intense moment. In the sky above the 5 regions, black and white mixed together while changing rapidly. Day and night alternated at a rapid speed, mortals and beasts looked up in fear, they felt like the apocalypse was impending. Even the sun's route had changed. Everything that stood in its path, be they the black clouds or the soul beast army, they were all obliterated. The heaven form white crane cried out profusely. Fang Yuan tried using refinement path methods but could only slow down the accumulation of its injuries. Heaven form was getting more and more damaged. But Fang Yuan had already reached his own limit, he could not modify heaven form anymore. After all, he was currently refining a rank 9 immortal goo. The most crucial factor is time. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable are about to stop as well. Fang Yuan had already given the 3rd Immortal Goo Star Eyes to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he could still stall for a bit of time. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had been wasting time conversing with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, using the suggestion of transacting Immortal Goo to delay the inevitable. During this period, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had used their own investigative methods to probe Fang Yuan's situation. But because of the outstanding effects of obscured heavenly secret, Fang Yuan managed to conceal the truth. Fang Yuan had already expended a lot of immortal essence, his reserves were hitting rock bottom, meaning his battle strength had also fallen. If the truth was exposed, the 2 venerables would join hands to attack him. Deep in northern plains. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the fusing heavens as starlight flashed across her eyes. It is about time. Now is the most intense moment of the Heaven Veins fusion, it is also the most important moment. If Fang Yuan gets through this, he may likely get to keep heaven form. But how can we let this happen? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled, she moved and vanished on the spot like a stream of starlight. She quickly returned to Crazed Demon Cave. Because she was familiar with the place, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable easily arrived at the 9th layer void. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped here, upon seeing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he roared and charged at her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was prepared for this. She blocked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks while activating a method to form an opening. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew through this opening as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased after her, causing them both to arrive in Northern Plains. What? At almost the same time, Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had a sensation. Is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thinking of releasing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to slaughter living beings of my Northern Plains? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable frowned. He had considered this possibility earlier. But this was not the style of Heavenly Court. As expected, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable did not guess wrongly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable retreated while luring Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to the two heavens. He, Fang Yuan is in trouble. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable relaxed his mind. He started to observe the show as a spectator. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you doing? Fang Yuan immediately questioned her in Treasure Yellow Heaven, speaking furiously. I gave you 3 immortal goo earlier. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Precisely so, I will tell you this secret that nobody knows. Back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not want to create Soul Path, his goal was killing Path. He is a person chosen by fate, he had immense innate luck and countless fortuitous encounters. Once, when he explored Immemorial Black Heaven, what do you think he saw? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spoke in a delicate tone. Upon hearing her words, Fang Yuan's expression sank as thoughts emerged in his mind. This was not hard to guess. Firstly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in the right state of mind, he lost his sanity and even went to fix the hole in the world boundary in Crazed Demon Cave. Secondly, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was currently trying to lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to the immemorial two heavens. She wanted to give Fang Yuan trouble. But what kind of trouble was it? Even though heaven form could only remain in immemorial white heaven, it could still move around despite being on the brink of destruction. Thus, in theory, as long as Fang Yuan avoided battle and brought heaven form around at a quick speed, he only had to get away from Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. By then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable without sanity would only attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. After all, she was the most threatening person to him. But now, since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took such an action, she definitely had ways for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to target Fang Yuan instead. With Fang Yuan's current predicament, the most likely answer became obvious. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable explained the truth, it seems that you have guessed it. Indeed, back then, before Spectral Soul became a Demon Venerable, he had already obtained food path methods. Once, when he explored Immemorial Black Heaven, he by chance found Immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul was eager to create killing path, he sensed the opportunity of that from the heavenly spirit. Thus, he used food path methods to devour this immemorial black heavenly spirit into his stomach and fused it with himself. Immemorial Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Back then, since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could find a natural heavenly spirit in Immemorial White Heaven, why was there no such thing in Black Heaven? The reason was that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. Fang Yuan, I will keep those 3 immortal goo. I need to return to Northern Plains and refine more wisdom path Dao marks. I will leave Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with you. After saying this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable turned around and left. Seeing that she was leaving, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable showed a hesitant expression. Staring at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who left, he turned towards Fang Yuan as there was something that attracted him even more. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still in the heaven above Northern Plains, but he had already sensed heaven form which was in Eastern Sea. Evidently, after he devoured Black Heaven's heavenly spirit, although he did not manage to create killing path, he still grasped a lot of profundities that allowed him to create soul path. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped in the 9th layer, he could not sense the 5 regions and 2 heavens, but once he arrived in the immemorial 2 heavens, he clearly sensed the heavenly spirit. Black heavens and white heavens heavenly spirits originate from the immemorial two heavens. They are like a blessed land's land spirit and a grotto heaven's heavenly spirit, they hold authority and control over the two heavens. Precisely so, heaven form, which uses white heaven's heavenly spirit as the core, is able to find many of the grotto heavens in white heaven. It can even help me invade heavenly court. Now, with the fusion of both heavens, the two heavenly spirits of black and white heaven are also seemingly fusing together. No matter which side devours the other, they will gain a huge boost in strength and become the new core of the newly fused heaven. All sorts of reasons flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Over at the other side, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable made his decision. He charged towards Fang Yuan's direction, seemingly following his instincts. He had a huge body that was no longer human, but he had genuine rank 9 cultivation level. He was extremely fast and simply looked like he was teleporting in black heaven. Fang Yuan sighed, seeing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was getting closer. He took heaven form and started to fly away. The sun. The sun was something that existed in immemorial white heaven. It was the biggest counter to immemorial black heaven. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable devoured black heaven's heavenly spirit, he would also face such restrictions. Fang Yuan did not move all over the place. Firstly, heaven form was very unstable now. If he moved quickly, it might break apart. Secondly, the sun was a favorable environment for heaven form. And thirdly, if Fang Yuan went elsewhere to fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the other two Venerables might sense his weakness and take action. Fang Yuan's main focus was to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus now. He had to stall for more time and complete the refinement. Roar! Spectral Soul Demon Venerable started to chase Fang Yuan. Black-colored gas spread out into countless chains that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted and used a bit of his attention to destroy the black chains. His speed rose again as he approached the sun. As the distance shortened, the intense heat and light forced Fang Yuan to shut his eyes. If not for his defensive methods, he would have already been incinerated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased relentlessly. He spit out a grand soul river while shooting countless soul spears and triggering explosions. He used all sorts of methods to stop Fang Yuan, but midway, the sun's light limited the power of his methods. By the time they reached Fang Yuan, the methods broke apart by themselves. Heaven form was crying more pitifully now. The closer it got to the sun, the more light path and fire path down marks there were. Heaven form could not take much more. I can't get any closer, otherwise, heaven form is going to break apart. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He followed after the trail of the sun, maintaining a certain distance. But then, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finally arrived, he started to fight against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought as he retreated. He had to defend heaven form while dealing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He also had to refine the rank 9 immortal goo. Thoughts were being consumed rapidly in his mind. His immortal essence reserves reached a critical level. The situation was perilous. This could not go on. If he fought now, his weakness would be exposed. Obscured heavenly secret could not hide anything in that case. A ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He knew that those two Venerables were currently watching the commotion here with their full attention. I can only sacrifice heaven form now. At the next moment, Fang Yuan secretly activated obscured heavenly secret. But this time, the heaven form immortal material he chose to expend was the core of heaven form, the immemorial white heavenly spirit. Heaven form cried out as it looked at its master in fear. But in a few breaths of time, it vanished from existence entirely. A vast number of heaven path down marks that piled into a dense mountain shrouded Fang Yuan immediately. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became enraged. Fang Yuan had destroyed heaven form in front of him and left nothing behind. At the next moment, Soul Path killer moves erupted, attacks surged like a huge tidal wave in the sky. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He turned around and flew towards the sun. Chapter 2234, Refinement completed. Immortal killer move, 7 kills rainbow. Fang Yuan pushed with his palm as a rainbow light shot out. Bam! With a loud sound, the rainbow light expanded by tens of times its original size. The huge heavenly beam swept around and destroyed all of the surrounding soul smoke. After getting a clear path, Fang Yuan raised his speed and successfully broke out of the soul smoke. At once, the intense sun filled Fang Yuan's vision. The terrifying light and heat wiped out the soul smoke that trailed behind him. Spectral soul demon Venerable shouted furiously, tearing its thin layer of soul smoke and chasing again. Still following me? Cold light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. At the crucial moment, he sacrificed the white heavenly spirit. Without the burden of heaven form, it was like he had put down a mountain on his back. Earlier, he could not get close to the sun because of heaven form. Without this worry anymore, Fang Yuan approached the sun even more closely. The terrifying white light almost blinded his eyes. The temperature rose intensely. Even with 3 defensive methods, Fang Yuan still felt difficulty in breathing. He was covered in perspiration. Spectral soul demon Venerable, who was behind him, activated killer moves again. Hundreds of arms that were thick as huge trees appeared. Black smoke surged from his body, spreading to the surrounding few li. Spectral soul demon Venerable got closer to Fang Yuan while covered in thick smoke. He wants to use a battlefield killer move to trap me? Surprise flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes as he took action to destroy the black smoke. Spectral soul demon Venerable immediately suffered a backlash. His aura weakened greatly. Most of Fang Yuan's attention was on sovereign immortal aperture. He had not stopped focusing on the matter of refining heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus. Frankly speaking, the current spectral soul demon Venerable was giving Fang Yuan very little pressure. The lack of sanity was spectral soul demon Venerable's greatest weakness. Like earlier, he followed his instincts and tried to use a battlefield killer move to trap Fang Yuan. It was too stupid. Fang Yuan easily broke it and caused him to suffer a huge backlash. Earlier in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth were inside the door of life and death. Spectral soul demon Venerable had incomparable battle strength then. But now, without the soul path environment, spectral soul demon Venerable's threat became much lower. And most importantly, spectral soul demon Venerable is not in a good condition now. He must have paid a huge price to deal with that hole in Crazed Demon Cave. This means that the hole has likely been fixed by spectral soul demon Venerable already. Fang Yuan knew that if there was a hole in the world boundary, the heavenly Tao would use methods to heal itself. But because the chaos outside surged endlessly, self-healing was very difficult. The larger the hole, the more difficult it would be. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable created a hole that needed several Venerables to work together to mend it. But the hole in Limitless demon Venerable's Crazed Demon formation was the smallest. The formation resisted the chaos and kept the hole small, allowing Crazed Demon Cave to exist for so long. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable went to fix this hole. He used his own foundation to resist the surging chaos, allowing the heavenly Tao to have an opportunity to fix it. Thus, there was no surprise in this outcome. If the hole still existed, with heavenly quartz stance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not lure Spectral Soul Demon Venerable away. The truth was, if the hole was still around, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not come out either. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, he would focus on the hole as his first priority. It is a pity that ghostly concealment has no effect, otherwise, I can get away from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan inherited Thieving Heaven True Inheritance's ghostly concealment, but the Venerables knew about this. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had ways to counter it. Ghostly concealment was created in Thieving Heaven's time. After 300,000 years, it is already outdated in the Venerables' eyes. Fang Yuan wanted to modify it too, but he lacked theft path and soul path attainment levels. But even without ghostly concealment, Fang Yuan could still get away from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. At the next moment, the battlefield killer move that he prepared for a long time activated. The killer move expanded and enveloped Fang Yuan. it then condensed into a small dot and vanished completely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked the original spot with countless attacks, but there was no effect. He could only move around the area while growling in anger. I cannot waste this chance, such an opportunity will not come again. Inside the battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. He started to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus with his full strength. This was his last chance. Within 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, flames surged as an icy river melted, pieces of rank 9 immortal materials were placed into the fire like cheap vegetables. At the core of the fire, there was a droplet of red liquid. It was as dense as molten lava. The red molten liquid was covered in a layer of golden radiance. It slowly dripped onto Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Under Fang Yuan's full control, the red molten liquid slowly permeated and spread around the surface of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. All of the Gu Immortals were silent and did not dare to breathe heavily. Because they knew that these last few steps were the most crucial. If he fails, rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would be heavily damaged or even destroyed. Fang Yuan went missing. At the moment Fang Yuan entered the battlefield killer move, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used their strongest investigative methods. Under the protection of obscured heavenly secret, they only saw that Fang Yuan went into the battlefield. They did not find out the truth that he was refining Gu. So he used this move after all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was sane, Fang Yuan would not do something so stupid. But because he was currently unable to think, it was a brilliant decision to do this and avoid him. He wants to use the sun to weaken Spectral Soul? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable guessed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed at the spot where Fang Yuan vanished, but the sun was still moving forward. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. She immediately contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and gave a suggestion to work together. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable could not help but feel moved. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not suggest to make a move on Fang Yuan. Instead, her new target was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not clear-headed now. He had also left the door of life and death. Even though he had Venerable cultivation level, he was the weakest one. Now was the best time to kill him. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable regained his sanity, then there would be a new chess player in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. That was something neither of the 3 Venerables wanted to see. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable not only contacted Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, she also spoke to Fang Yuan. This old woman is brewing a good scheme. Not only did she get Immortal Gu from me, she also refined Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks. After destroying my heaven form, she wants to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. The methods of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals usually came consecutively. They were hard to deal with over time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the strongest Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in history. Her methods and schemes made even Fang Yuan and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wary. However, it was undeniable that this suggestion was very tempting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in such a state. He had strength but not sanity. He was the best prey. Normally, I will definitely be moved. But now, refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan still agreed to the suggestion. It was too suspicious if he refused. On one hand, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable might think that he was lacking immortal essence and did not want to take action. It might cause them to pincer attack him. On the other hand, if Fang Yuan hid in the corner, the 2 Venerables would not truly fight Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. They did not want him to reap the benefits as a spectator after all. Currently, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the 6th drop of red molten liquid had already entered Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. Fang Yuan agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable while contacting Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, I'm afraid Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a deeper scheme in mind. Don't forget that she once controlled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is likely that she will use us to weaken him before attempting to take control again. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable responded quickly. Heavenly Court is still very strong. while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's schemes are unfathomable. However, we must try to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If he regains his sanity, it will be a problem for us all. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also agreed to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's suggestion. This was beneficial to him after all. He had abundant immortal essence now. If everyone fought, they would use up immortal essence. His advantage would become even greater. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable went into the two heavens. They started to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After a few rounds, under the urging of the two Venerables, Fang Yuan had to cancel his battlefield killer move and join in the fight with his main body. It could not be helped. If he did not go out, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would break his battlefield killer move together and force him out. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not think clearly now. He was helpless against a battlefield killer move, but the two Venerables were different. Starlight shined while golden light surged. Fang Yuan's totem killer moves also followed after them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was encircled and ganged up on. He landed in a pathetic state and lost several hundred arms. He retaliated fiercely with soul rivers and black soul lightning balls that exploded continuously. His main target was still Fang Yuan. If he devoured the white heavenly spirit, his ability to think would return. Is that why he hates me so much? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth but did not dodge. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, he reached the final step. The 99th molten liquid landed on heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus and started to spread. Rumble. Fang Yuan's vision turned dark, his body was covered in the cries and screams of anguished souls. Multiple layers of defensive killer moves erupted as Fang Yuan bled from his 7 orifices. His soul was shaking intensely. What happened? Did he make a mistake? The two Venerables retreated to the side. In the earlier situation, Fang Yuan should have had time to dodge. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other. They did not make a move. They would not save Fang Yuan, of course, but due to conflicting Dao marks, if they attacked him, they would be weakening the soul path attack. Using this chance created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack, Fang Yuan stalled for the last bit of time he needed. Boom! For Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool erupted with unparalleled light. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully elevated at this moment. Its rank 9 aura surged like a tsunami, spreading rapidly and filling the entire aperture. Chapter 2235, Spectral Soul Alone is Nothing to Fear. Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. And above rank 5. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus that he obtained from Langya's sect was finally raised to rank 9 at this moment. This rank 9 immortal goo still had jade green lotus leaves. Its surface was bright and smooth, like it had a layer of glaze. At the center of the lotus, there was the bud of a lotus flower. The lotus flower had pure white jade-like petals. They were flawless and perfect, seemingly out of this world. Once rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was refined, it activated on its own, absorbing the surrounding primeval energy to convert them into clear dew beads. These pure dew beads gathered as they flowed along the glazed leaves, gathering into the bud at the center droplet by droplet. The white jade flower bud absorbed the dew droplets and started to turn pink at the top. Fang Yuan personally refined this immortal goo. He was clear about this. The white jade flower bud would gather more dew droplets and turn from white to pink, and from pink to bright red. When the flower petals turned red completely, it would bloom and reveal the jade green lotus pod inside. Within the lotus pod, there would be 81 lotus seeds. Each of them was a yellow apricot immortal essence bead. After the yellow apricot immortal essence beads were extracted, the lotus flower would contract and turn white again. Next, it would absorb the clear dew droplets and restart the process again. Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables Vital Goo, ranked 6th on the Immortal Goo list. Information flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. all of them proved the immense value of this immortal goo. But the truth was, Fang Yuan knew that this sixth placing of the heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus was too much of an underestimate. The reason? Before Fate Goo was destroyed, Venerables were invincible, they ruled their own era as the sole supreme entity. Even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had rank 9 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus and became the richest Venerable in history in terms of immortal essence, this advantage was useless in his life. In his era, he was the only Venerable, he had no use for most of his rank 9 immortal essence. Without any opponent, even an expert could only live his life mundanely. But now was different, Fate Goo was destroyed and the reign of 3 Venerables appeared, others might even revive later. Oh heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, in my hands, you will shine brightly like never before. Fang Yuan was joyous. This result made all the earlier risks worth it. Even though he paid a terrifying price. Adding in his earlier failures, Fang Yuan used up 30% of his rank 9 wood path immortal materials. The crisis is not over yet. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly to himself. Surrounding him, a black soul river surged endlessly. Break! Fang Yuan shouted and activated his killer move, he barged out like a shooting star. Without the goo refinement burdening his thoughts, he had a lot of usable strength now. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked again while Fang Yuan retreated. Fang Yuan, let's cooperate to attack him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reminded. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also stared at Fang Yuan intently, he used luck path methods unceasingly to try and see how much immortal essence Fang Yuan still had. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his expression was livid as he said angrily, "Are you two bullying me because of my age? We were all meant to attack together, but I ended up facing the brunt of his attacks. Not only did you two not help me, you even let Spectral Soul Demon Venerable go off while you watched this by the sidelines? Is this your so-called cooperation?" Saying so, he activated a compound killer move as yellowish-brown light shot out to block Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent before smiling and saying, "Fang Yuan, you are mistaken. Even though we cooperated, our Tao marks conflict, making a move would have had negative effects instead." Saying this, she waved her hand as a large amount of stardust landed on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, breaking several hundred of his arms. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also took action, golden light descended like sand and grinded away at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. Fang Yuan relaxed his mind at this moment, he sighed to himself as he thought, this obscured heavenly secret killer move is really useful. The situation earlier was simply too perilous. As long as the 2 Venerables sensed something wrong with Fang Yuan, they would attack him without restraint. But at that worst timing, he had too little immortal essence and could not fight them. If they attacked him, Fang Yuan would have no choice but to try and run. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the white heavenly spirit anymore, this was still a worthwhile trade-off. Even with all of Fang Yuan's methods, it was only because he expended the white heavenly spirit that he could deceive both Venerables at such a close range. But Fang Yuan did not know how long he could continue to deceive them. As Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared, he activated Burning Soul Bursting Luck to block Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's golden sand. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still charged at Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan destroyed the white heavenly spirit, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bore huge hatred towards him. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he did not fight back with force, he flew towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable instead. The 3 Venerables fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, they had their own positions that were far away from each other. But now, Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable moved quickly, they got close to her rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly as starlight flew out of her mouth and rained down like a storm. The starlight rain surrounded Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's body like a river while shooting stars of various sizes shot out of the ripples. Instantly, countless flying stars appeared in the battlefield, it was a dazzling sight. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had such a move to summon so many stardust specks in a short period of time. Fang Yuan shook internally. These stardust specks were harmless to him. He only had to wipe them to refine all of these star marks, he had the perfect counter to this combat system. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not do that. Because he was not sane, after getting hit by the Stardust Specks, his body became covered in injuries. He roared angrily, but his injuries accumulated. Good chance. Fang Yuan turned around and fought again. He unleashed another killer move. This was a refinement path method. The killer move shined with intense radiance, enveloping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and eroding his soul beast body wherever the light went. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply as she shouted, "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" The reason was that although Fang Yuan hurt Spectral Soul Demon Venerable with this move, the Refinement Path Killer move was also used on the Star Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan got rid of over half the star marks that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable accumulated over this time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable benefited from this and went back to a relaxed state. A small blunder, it is just a mistake. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. After a few rounds went by, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also frowned. He spoke with a tone of anger. "Fang Yuan, what are your true intentions?" Fang Yuan said innocently, "I am trying to attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable along with you. But we have conflicting Dao marks, and a lack of cooperation normally. This will get better if we continue to fight." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly together. Fang Yuan was doing this on purpose. He was acting like a nuisance, disrupting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's attacks. After a few more rounds, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shouted angrily, "Fang Yuan, enough is enough. The immemorial soul beasts you released are all countered by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After devouring them, he recovered by 30%. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. I did not know that he had such methods. Saying so, he brought out a few more immemorial soul beasts. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with starlight specks. She stared at Fang Yuan and said in an icy cold tone, "You are still letting more out?" Fang Yuan smiled plainly. "Star Constellation, don't worry, I used a method on these immemorial soul beasts. This is part of my plan. Just watch." Not long after, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable saw that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's injuries were recovering even more rapidly. His mental energy also recovered as well. Before the two Venerables questioned him, Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "Oh, it seems that my plan failed." Giant Sun Immortal Venerable stayed silent while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to speak, but Fang Yuan suddenly snorted coldly, "Give me a minute, I need to prepare a powerful method." Saying so, he flew up to the sky and looked down at the battlefield. The two Venerables looked at each other before taking action to obstruct Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After Fang Yuan's preparation, a huge field of fire clouds appeared above him. From them, flaming meteors descended. They were all around the size of mountains. There was a long trail behind them as they crashed into Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Following his instincts, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared towards the sky, but he saw that these meteors flew past him without landing on him at all. Countless meteors flew across the battlefield, descending rapidly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression turned colder as her eyes sparked like lightning. Star Constellation chessboard appeared above her head. A large number of pieces flew out of the chessboard and hit the flaming meteors rapidly, destroying them. Fang Yuan was confused. "Star Constellation, what are you doing?" "These flaming meteors are very useful to me. I have a second move to use with them." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. "If I did not stop them, these meteors would have pierced the heavenly wind chi wall and landed in Central Continent." Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "Star Constellation, we are trying to kill a Venerable. Are you unwilling to pay a small price like this? If this happened in Eastern Sea, I would not have interfered. With this level of sincerity, you think we can kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable today?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, don't go overboard. Among the three of us, who do you think has the least sincerity?" Fang Yuan's expression also turned cold. "Star Constellation, do you think I am such a person? To kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, I gave you multiple immortal goo and even lost my heaven form killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable were speechless. It was clearly Fang Yuan's poor planning that got him targeted. He was too weak and unable to protect his rank 9 killer move, but now, from his tone, he wanted to seek compensation from them? How could that be possible? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable spoke. Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is targeting you. The two of us are helping you to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. But Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Do I need your help? I can easily take care of this. You two can return to Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. I will fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in Central Continent and Northern Plains to the best of my abilities, and I will take his life in the end. Just Spectral Soul alone is nothing to fear. Chapter 2236, Secretly Unsealing Truthful Floating Ice. Fang Yuan said while unsealing more immemorial soul beasts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable moved rapidly, grabbing these immemorial soul beasts and devouring them into his stomach. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyelids were twitching while Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression turned dark. Earlier, Fang Yuan emphasized on the word Central Continent, Northern Plains. He was clearly using these regions to threaten them. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suggested that they should kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, regardless of her motive. This suggestion itself was a good one. But because of Fang Yuan's actions, he was clearly disrupting the two Venerables and using it as a threat to extort something from them to make up for his losses this time. The two Venerables smiled coldly to themselves. They understood why he would do this. If they placed themselves in Fang Yuan's perspective, they would do the same thing. After all, Fang Yuan was a new Venerable. He did not have a deep foundation like the other two. He lacked immortal essence as well. These reasons caused him to lag behind the two Venerables. If they fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would face the greatest risk. Even if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was killed, in terms of snatching battle spoils, because Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence and would not be able to last longer in combat, it was likely that he could not outdo these two Venerables. In fact, after they kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, if he runs out of immortal essence, the two of them would attack him immediately. Fighting in this situation was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. As for the two Venerables? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable secretly transmitted. Giant Sun, Heaven Refining Demon Venerable spent a lot of immortal essence to guard Heaven form. He is currently at his weakest. You know that he is a greater threat than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Why don't we? Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable interrupted. Star Constellation, you can make a move first, I will support you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted. Giant Sun, your words lack sincerity. Whoever attacked Fang Yuan first would face his retaliation first. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable said that nicely, but if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked, would he still help? What was in his best interests was to watch Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable fight it out. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to work with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to fight against Fang Yuan. The truth was, she felt more wary against Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable also wanted to see Fang Yuan's death. They all knew that Fang Yuan had the least amount of immortal essence among them. But how low was low? They had to make sure of this quantity first. According to their investigative methods, Fang Yuan still had a portion of his immortal essence reserves. If either of the two Venerables wanted to kill Fang Yuan, they would need to pay a terrifying price. And in this situation with three Venerables, they simply could not take the risk. The two Venerables working together was the best choice for them. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not trust each other at all. They were also worried that if they forced Fang Yuan's hand, he might attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals had their own unspoken rules. They would not attack mortals or Gu Masters. This was something very disgraceful, especially for a Venerable. their pride would not allow them to make such actions. But with Fang Yuan's principles and bottom line, he would not hesitate to do so. Both Venerables agreed on this point with no uncertainty. Giant Son Immortal Venerable was the most protective of his descendants. How could he allow Fang Yuan to slaughter them openly? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the second immortal king of Heavenly Court. How could she watch as Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects get destroyed by Fang Yuan? She would become a great sinner of Heavenly Court. Thus, both Venerables did not dare to act excessively. Sigh, now it seems that we cannot kill Fang Yuan or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable this time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself, in that case, what's the point of wasting time here? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to retreat now. Giant Son Immortal Venerable was thinking of the same thing. Giant Son Immortal Venerable still felt some grudge towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He transmitted to her secretly, I have to say, Star Constellation, if you really want to use Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to deal a blow to Fang Yuan, you should have stalled for more time so that he would waste more immortal essence on heaven form. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. The fusion of the two heavens was short and intense. Now is the most unstable moment. It is extremely hard to sustain heaven form. Fang Yuan is a refinement path venerable. With his ability, he should have been able to protect the killer move while resisting Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Who could have thought that he would resolutely sacrifice the white heavenly spirit and give up on this rank 9 killer move? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable showed an expression of pity. She did not know the truth. Fang Yuan had done his best at that time. The refinement of a rank 9 immortal goo took too much of his attention. He had no choice but to give up on heaven form. Giant Son Immortal Venerable sighed as well. Star Constellation, don't you understand? Even though Fang Yuan is a demon, he is extremely cautious. He seems to be taking huge risks at times, but he is extremely vigilant inside. Although many of his actions seemed rash and risky, he had done so because of Spring-Autumn Cicada. He was greatly assured. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. She did not want to talk with Giant Son Immortal Venerable secretly anymore. She spoke out loud, in that case, forget about it. We'll meet again, everyone. Saying so, she turned around to leave. Giant Son Immortal Venerable smiled at Fang Yuan and left just as quickly as her. Fang Yuan purposely moved slightly slower than them. He was stunned before retreating, but Spectral Soul Demon Venerable pursued him. Fang Yuan transmitted to the two Venerables, you two left so abruptly, you still want to talk about sincerity? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has lost his sanity. Are you going to let him slaughter the innocent lives in the world? You two are so cruel, you are vicious people, how can you call yourselves Immortal Venerables? After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Son Immortal Venerable heard his words, they could not help but think of his mistakes earlier, which helped to heal Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable kept quiet and did not reply. While Giant Son Immortal Venerable smiled and said, Fang Yuan, we underestimated you in Crazed Demon Cave, which resulted in your success. But now, you have to work harder. There is no need to say such things in the future. How can simple words affect the battle between Venerables? Powerless excuses will only sound like the expression of the weak. Good, good, good. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said these words forcefully before he went silent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bore deep hatred towards Fang Yuan. Even though the two Venerables left, he still chased Fang Yuan relentlessly. After Fang Yuan toyed around with him for some time, he used the same trick to activate a battlefield killer move and conceal himself again. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his target, he remained at the area and growled angrily, refusing to leave for a long time. Good, while Fang Yuan is trapped, I can use this chance to refine Heavenly Court's wisdom path Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned to Heavenly Court and said in satisfaction as she saw this. Giant Son Immortal Venerable was still on the way back to Northern Plains, he thought. In this contest of 3 Venerables, Fang Yuan suffered the greatest losses. Not only did he lose the rank 9 killer move Heaven Form and several immortal goo, he also expended some immortal essence. If he was not crafty enough to help Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he will be in a worse state. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's eyes shined with bright light. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined many Northern Plains Wisdom Path Dao marks. The size surpassed the Luck Path Dao marks that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined in Central Continent. The reason was because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's emphasis was on Fang Yuan's Eastern Sea. Although he refined some Central Continent Luck Path Dao marks, the total quantity was only half of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was not assured. After returning to Longevity Heaven, he used Luck Path investigative methods. With some buzzing sound, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable first checked Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck. It had gotten slightly stronger. He looked at Fang Yuan's luck. It was still the same broken furnace as earlier. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable then inspected his own luck and frowned lightly. Even though my luck grew stronger, the external threat has grown significantly. What is going on? Where is this threat coming from? There were too few things that could threaten a Venerable. Fang Yuan? No way. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head. The other Venerables? Like the possible revival of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable or others? The most likely ones are from Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gained a lot this time, while Heavenly Court's two other Immortal Venerables have yet to revive. It seems that my greatest enemy is still Heavenly Court. In comparison, although Fang Yuan is a Venerable, his foundation is too thin. In the contest of Venerables, one step behind will cause him to lag by many steps later. In the future, if we maintain our advantage, we can just guard against his possible retaliation. Currently, in terms of Venerable battle strength, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the least threatening. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was the strongest, especially in Longevity Heaven. Using his previous life's Dao marks, he could forcefully inspect the luck of the other Venerables. This was something that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not do. But in the outside world, without Longevity Heaven's Luck Path Dao marks, even if Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used similar methods, he could not reach such an effect. Maybe I can try to attack Heavenly Court. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable suddenly had such a thought. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refines Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks, she would receive a greater amplification than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. This was because not only had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable contributed her own immortal aperture into it, all of the previous generation Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had also done the same, becoming part of Heavenly Court's foundation. But Giant Sun Immortal Venerable soon shook his head, rejecting this idea. Firstly, he did not have Heaven form. The Luck Path method he used to invade Heavenly Court earlier had been dismantled. He could not get in easily anymore. Secondly, fighting against Heavenly Court's Star Constellation Immortal Venerable now would expend his immortal essence. It would allow Fang Yuan to catch up. In the contest of three Venerables, neither can make a move easily. We need more situations like today's to truly claim victory. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable sighed. He did not stay in Longevity Heaven for long. He went back to Northern Plains to refine the Luck Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not left yet. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. I'll show weakness for a while longer to relax the two Venerables' guard. But undoubtedly, this obscured Heavenly Secret killer move is so useful. This was not the first time Fang Yuan praised this move. Right now, obscured Heavenly Secret's temporary Heaven Path Dao marks were extremely dense. They were like a huge fishing net that wrapped around his entire body. Within the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, after the first blooming of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Fang Yuan gained 99 yellow apricot Immortal Essence beads. A flash of light sparked in Fang Yuan's eyes as yellow apricot Immortal Essence was rapidly expended. Soon, he activated a Heaven Path method. Using this Heaven Path killer move, he started to unseal the Truthful floating ice that he obtained from Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2237, Heaven Path Master. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The blue-white truthful floating ice was shrinking inch by inch. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan obtained several pieces of truthful floating ice. Among them, one was quite large. As yellow apricot immortal essence got rapidly expended, his Heaven Path Dao marks also grew in numbers rapidly. Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks had reached 240,000 already. After unsealing the truthful floating ice for 6 hours, his Heaven Path Dao marks grew by 60,000. 10,000 Dao marks per hour, it was quite a good gain. But this was not his own gain. Fang Yuan's Rule Path, Wisdom Path, Transformation Path, Strength Path, Earth Path, Wood Path, and others were rising. These paths correspond to Limitless Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. These Venerables all went into the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. They had their respective investments. No, that's not all. After unsealing the truthful floating ice for 16 hours, Fang Yuan found that his other paths' attainment levels were rising too. But the growth in the other paths was much smaller and almost unobservable. Only after a long time and with sufficient accumulation could there be any significant changes. Among all the paths, the attainment level that rose the most was Heaven Path. Fang Yuan's foundation in Heaven Path was actually very weak. He had only cultivated it for a short time after all. All of his foundation were obtained from predecessors, for example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Human Executing Heaven's Work, or Limitless Demon Venerable's Unrestrained Heavenly Mark Killer Move. Several days later in Sovereign Immortal Aperture, his Heaven Path Dao marks grew to 1,200,000. His Heaven Path attainment level went all the way from ordinary to master level. Fang Yuan stopped for now. He had expended over 100 yellow apricot immortal essence beads. If Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus had not bloomed once more during this period, Fang Yuan would not be able to keep up the expenditure. I need to save some immortal essence in case of a venerable battle. Fang Yuan carefully assessed his gains. The Heaven Path Master attainment level gave him a comprehensive growth. Regarding his Heaven Path Gu recipes, killer moves, and the understanding of the Heavenly Tao, he had renewed insight and even deeper comprehension. The most crucial thing was the conflict of Tao marks. His earlier intuition was not wrong. After becoming a Heaven Path Master, he would be able to create a conflict Tao mark method to completely solve the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's problem. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had many different phenomena occurring. The origin was because of the non-conflicting Tao marks, they had fused too easily. Once conflict arose, Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be elevated to a new level, it would regain peace. Fang Yuan immediately used Wisdom Path methods to fully deduce the relevant killer move. Several days passed. Fang Yuan stored the battlefield killer move and left the immemorial 2 heavens. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stayed for a long time but eventually gave up. Now, he was rampaging in the immemorial 2 heavens while eating soul beast armies and also fighting against the sun. Fang Yuan had no heaven form killer move left. He could not sense Spectral Soul Demon Venerable who was far away. But Fang Yuan got back to Eastern Sea successfully. He landed deep in Eastern Sea and started to refine the natural refinement path Tao marks of Eastern Sea. At once, profound light surged as rank 9 aura spread like a tornado to the surroundings. The countless life forms nearby fled in fear. Song Clan's Gu Immortals were the first ones alerted. After seeing this, they understood. Great Love Immortal Venerable was refining the natural refinement path Tao marks. Song Clan's first Supreme Elder quickly gathered the Gu Immortals to discuss the matter. They wanted to meet Fang Yuan and offer him a gift. After all, Fang Yuan was currently in Song Clan's territory. However, they were soon informed by Wu Shui that the members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance were not allowed to disturb Great Love Immortal Venerable now. Song Clan's members signed in relief, but they also felt disappointed. While Fang Yuan refined the natural Tao marks, he also continued deducing his Heaven Path killer moves. Not long after, he gained some results. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied yet. This newly deduced Heaven Path killer move was not much different from Paradise Earth's Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm was able to arrange Heaven Path Dao marks to allow the target to recover to their normal condition. It was the counter to battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan's deductions allowed Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm to go one step further. When used in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it could allow the environment of the Immortal Aperture to change into the environment of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The natural Dao marks of the 5 regions and 2 heavens were definitely conflicting. Thus, after converting them, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Dao marks would also conflict. If I use this killer move hundreds or thousands of times, my Sovereign Immortal Aperture will become like the 5 regions and 2 heavens. It will no longer have any strange phenomena. But in that case, I will lose my advantage of non-conflicting Dao marks, the losses will be too severe and I cannot cultivate all paths again. That was a cost Fang Yuan could not accept. Looking at the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's advantage and its abnormal phenomena, the former was naturally more important. Can't the conflict appear and disappear according to my will? Segregating the locations of conflicting Dao marks like the time path zones? Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had no idea on how to start realizing this concept. Maybe when his Heaven Path attainment level reaches Great Grandmaster or higher, he might be able to achieve this. This time, Fang Yuan did not have any intuition regarding this, he could not be certain. Speaking of which, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu is a human path rank 9 Immortal Gu. To resolve my current problem, maybe I should target human path instead? Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he saw a new direction to move towards. He had found the solution in terms of Heaven Path, but the price to pay was something that Fang Yuan could not accept. Would human path work? Back then, to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sacrificed the 10 extreme physiques. Speaking of human path research results, Fang Yuan thought of his clone who was trapped in Divine Emperor City. After Shang broke out of Divine Emperor City, he only brought back news of the clone who was still lurking inside Divine Emperor City. In the current world, Shang is definitely one of the top human path experts. If I want to get his human path research results, what sort of price should I pay? Heavenly Court. Oh? Fang Yuan left the 2 heavens and went back to Eastern Sea. He has started refining natural Dao marks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable soon heard of Fang Yuan's actions. Even though he has the least immortal essence, he became venerable through refinement path. In terms of refining Dao marks, it should be his expertise. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was very concerned with Fang Yuan's speed of refining Dao marks. If Fang Yuan's efficiency was too high, she would join up with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan together. Otherwise, if he surpassed them in this aspect, it would be a huge problem for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to think about Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now. The contest of 3 Venerables had reached a new stage. Whichever Venerable refined the most natural Dao marks would have the greatest advantage. When refining the Dao marks, I can multitask by modifying killer moves and changing my combat system. This will grant me an advantage in the future fight between the Venerables. Star Eyes, Star Thought, Permanence. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stared at these 3 Immortal Gu in her immortal aperture as her gaze became focused. After obtaining them from Fang Yuan, she had already inspected them 100 times but found no problems. Yet, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was still a little suspicious. She was not a refinement path venerable after all, although she had some achievements in refinement path, she could not compare to Fang Yuan at all, this was undeniable. It was like asking Fang Yuan to compare with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in wisdom path, they were not on the same level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had spent 100 years of time to refine rank 9 Wisdom Gu in her previous life. Even if I find no issues with them, this does not mean that Fang Yuan did not tamper with them. But this possibility is quite small. I also have to use these Immortal Gu no matter what. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to take a risk. She cultivated Wisdom Path primarily with Star Path secondarily, her combat system revolved around these 2 paths. But currently, her main method, the Stardust Killer move, was countered by Fang Yuan. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to gain an advantage in their future fight, she would need to modify it greatly. In her modification plan, Star Thought Goo, Star Eyes Goo, and Permanence Goo had a huge role to play. Otherwise, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable request for Fang Yuan to make them? Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable retracted his gaze from Eastern Sea. Now, I need to pay attention to Fang Yuan's refinement progress. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable reminded himself while checking his own Immortal Essence reserves. He only had over 500 yellow apricot Immortal Essence beads left. The refinement of natural Tao marks expended a lot of Immortal Essence. Longevity Heaven could not produce Immortal Essence. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was relying on his own rank 9 Immortal Aperture. The production speed was similar to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Be it Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court, the revived two Venerables were on the same level as Fang Yuan. They had not gone through the first chaotic disaster. Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture has immense foundation far surpassing me and Star Constellation. Thus, using the same amount of time, he can produce more Immortal Essence than us. Also, he has a large number of Blood Path Immortal Goo. Thinking of this, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's expression turned a little dark. He cultivated Luck Path mainly with Blood Path on the side. He naturally needed a lot of Blood Path Immortal Goo. But Fang Yuan had refined many of them already, although they were kept at rank 6, Immortal Goo were unique. This ruined many of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's wonderful plans. Earlier, when guarding Heaven form, Fang Yuan negotiated with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He used these Blood Path Immortal Goo as the bargaining chip to haggle with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable managed to get 3 Immortal Goo from Fang Yuan, but Giant Sun Immortal Venerable got none. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was brooding over this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable knows that Fang Yuan has the sovereign Immortal Aperture. As long as the latter's refinement speed is fast, I will contact her. It is unlikely that she will reject my offer to work together. By then, I will work with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to fight against Fang Yuan again. While expending his Immortal Essence, I can also extort those Blood Path Immortal Goo from him. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable made various plans. He did not know that Fang Yuan was in possession of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, thus, he was more wary of Heavenly Court now. But now, there was no opportunity for him to attack Heavenly Court or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan's possession of those Blood Path Immortal Goo also greatly hindered his own Blood Path cultivation.